Welcome to the Late Night with Chalky podcast. I'm Jay Late Night Larson.
And I'm Lyndon Chalky Cabellion. In each episode, we will be talking to different surfers and surf shops to learn more about them and their passion for surfing. We will be diving deep into their experiences as well as their involvement and contributions to their local communities.
Be sure to check out our website and Instagram feed for updates on future shows. Thank you for your support, and we look forward to sharing these great stories with you. WaveKey was created by Brad Gerlach to help improve your surfing.
WaveKey is a land-based systematic surf training method.
For all surfers, for all levels.
Check out wavekey.com. That's WAVEKI.com. Pura Sushi, a new sushi place here at the Albertsons in Newland Center.
Your go-to spot for grab-and-go sushi, handmade, fresh daily.
You can get all your favorites or get something custom.
And make sure to stop by on Fridays for the $5 special.
Pura Sushi
at Albertsons in the Newland Center off of Beach and Adams.
Foo Wax,
the wax that's found under all of the best surfers on the planet.
You mean Late Night?
Always under my feet.
And Chalky?
How do you think I pull those big airs?
And Layback Lars.
And those laybacks. Wait, whoa, we're not doing the 90s again, are we? I don't do those anymore.
Foo Wax, the best wax in the game.
Foo Wax.
Bonsai Balls.
They only use real acai, not like all those other imitators using sorbet full of sugar.
Yuck.
They also get their honey and bee pollen from a bee farm.
Healthy and delicious.
No processed honey. What also makes them amazing is that they roast and make their own peanut butter.
Damn! They've got 7 locations.
And download the Bonsai Bowl app to
skip the line.
Order
ahead. Bonsai Bowl. Healthy, delicious. Caliente Southwest Grill.
Healthy Mexican food featuring local organic ingredients. They also have great salads, vegetarian and gluten-free options.
Wow.
Yep.
Don't they also cater and make party packs?
They do. They have all your needs for all your events.
Nice.
Visit calientesouthwest.com.
Or go to the restaurant in Costa Mesa off of 17th Street.
Caliente Southwest. Ashland Hard Seltzer.
Crafted in San Diego. It's an adult beverage built for all walks of life. Bro, you've had it. I've had it. It's delicious.
It is so good.
It's refreshing. Only 100 calories, all organic, no sugar, also gluten-free with 0.0 carbs. Hashtag enjoy cold Ashland hard seltzer. There is a saying that you don't stop playing when you grow old, but rather you grow old when you stop playing.
Iconic Life is an adventure-driven company that seeks to embrace life to the fullest and to never stop playing.
Check out their natural hemp CBD products that help those that believe in that philosophy.
Check out iconic.com.
Spelled IKANIK. Again, iconic.com.
Or on their Instagram at Iconic Life.
Friends and family, brothers and sisters, welcome to the Late Night with Chalky podcast.
Yoo-hoo! This week we got a playboy for brands like Quiksilver, Stussy and O'neill from the 80s.
Did you call him a playboy?
Yeah. Echo days. Echo beach days, dude, for sure. This guy...
Playboy?
Yeah, nice try.
This guy had short shorts, signature yellow board, pink wetsuits. He had all the color like Echo Beach wanted.
Guilty.
Yeah,
guilty.
He ripped, and he got tons of magazine coverage.
Cover boy.
I
did look out with that.
I think he's the original Photo Slut.
One up.
For fucking sure.
I didn't stand out with guys like Parker and Kwok. They love the camera.
Yeah.
They would sleep with the camera.
You were the preppy cool dude, though.
Yeah. I grew up from the old school where let your surfing do your talking. Believe it or not.
Yes, so man, a few words and watch my
it's
script.
not a man of a few words. Come on. Let's get that straight.
Few too many.
But this guy, he got his first industry job at ProLite and then soon to be O'Neill. And then fast forward 35 years later, and now we got a veteran sitting in front of us with tons of connections. Probably
Pioneer,
some impressed
veteran.
probably some really impressive stories we're going to hear.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's well respected. He's fun to have around. We welcome John Gothard, Firm Gothard.
Round of applause. Round of applause.
Bro.
Okay,
John,
let's start with the nickname.
John Gothard is seriously one of the fucking OGs and
OG.
pioneers of our industry.
Yeah.
It's crazy to see.
You know you're old when you're a legend.
Well, yeah.
Or referred to
Yeah.
as.
Well, it's just rad because I remember as a kid getting into surfing and seeing the mags and seeing these, like, it was you, Smirk Mangan, Parker,
Ugh.
Preston Murray, and of course Danny Kwok. But
Yeah.
you were fucking always in the mag. It seemed like.
Yeah, I think
you-
I went 2 years with a photo, a little black and white or a cover or something. I had something in it for like 2 years in a row, just every issue of surfing.
That's incredible.
It's pretty
yeah.
bizarre.
Yeah.
So,
Magazine killer, I killed him.
yeah.
Put me in the cover, you'll be out of
This
business.
is an honor and a privilege.
Yeah.
And I'm stoked to be able to, you know everybody in the industry, in the surf industry, but
If they're over 50, I do.
but this is cool because, we're going to get to relay stories that
Have
not,
already- yeah.
I'm sure everyone wants to hear and heard about and probably heard a version of it, but now we're getting it straight from one of the goats of the industry.
But also stories we've already been told from other guests, that your name has come up,
yeah.
or you've been at that event, or
Yeah.
in the story somehow, some way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it's pretty funny when you look back at, like I was listening to Garth, and Girth, as I always called him. And, I mean, he's the original photo guy of Wilbur Kookmar. He was a model for Wilbur. He probably still gets a commission on it. But Girth, I mean, he's 130 pounds with a wet sweater on. But, it's funny to watch him and think back of so many of these guys that are big wigs or whoever in the industry, you remember as a little kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the first time you saw him. And it's, and we can go through them all, but
Shit, what are you
they're-
going
it's just-
to
it's
say
just
about
fun.
me?
No, it's
The
funny.
show's not about Jay Lar again
No, you
or
know what?
Garth. This
just-
show is about fucking John Gothard.
I just want to hear.
Studio 54.
I just want to hear our first.
You opened Studio 54.
No.
Come
Pretty
on.
much.
No.
Come on.
That crew.
Oh,
that
God.
crew was all time.
All right,
It was-
let's
it was-
start.
it
Let's
was
start
pretty-
at the
it was
beginning.
pretty crazy.
Let's start at the beginning.
All right.
Okay. Where did it all begin?
I would say it all began, I was the youngest of 5, divorced parents. My mom had this stupid idea of taking all 5 kids to Hawaii. So we all went to Hawaii. And being the youngest of 5, maybe the first 2 got something. I didn't get shit. She's not going to rent, 5 things, So if somebody didn't want their mask and snorkel, I got it when they were done. But I remember when we went to Waikiki, my mom rented surfboards.
How old were you when you
I
were
was, I think it was the summer of 9 years old.
Okay.
So it was the old summer of 69. And I remember they started renting surfboards, and I'd jump to the front and I said, I got to have a surfboard. And I'd never surfed, I just didn't think about it. And so it's right there at Waikiki, and they literally had those big, huge boards. They had to put it in the water for me. It's like I couldn't lift the thing, I couldn't move it. So the big Hawaiians put it in the water, and then I paddled out.
No instructors.
Now, but Waikiki, there's no white water.
Yeah.
So I just paddled way out there. I'll never forget. I paddled way out there, and you're sitting there, and I'm looking around. I'm like, what's going on? And all of a sudden, they're like, Doc! And I turn around, and here's a canoe, coming. And I just went under it, between the thing. And this guy goes, paddle, paddle, paddle. So I started paddling, and if I weighed 60 pounds, 70 pounds, I'd be surprised. So I caught my first wave there, and there's no white water to knock you out. And I'm just gliding like one of those dogs at the, when they do the dog surf contest. I'm just cruising along going, this is bitching, Waikiki.
Yeah.
So literally, I think my mom ran the boards for 2 hours, all she could do. And I was like,
So
I'm
you
not getting the
never
board
even.
back.
Where did you live? In
I lived in
Newport?
West Newport. Back then, West Newport, I wish I had, back then, Newport was being, the sand was being eroded.
Yeah.
And it was getting to the houses in like a cliff, right to the houses. So they decided to save the beaches. They had these bulldozers going. There's a picture of me in the Daily Pilot, which was the newspaper then, me blowing a bubble as these trucks were going by. I think I was 7 or 8 at the time. And what happened is they didn't have jetties back then. The very beginning was in 1968, they put a groin. And a groin was, those metal zigzag things to hold back like landfalls and stuff like that. They put a metal groin at 40th Street, and it went out about, as a little kid, it seemed like 60 yards. And they capped it, so it had like a top on it. And so what I remember is a really cool, when I was a kid, whenever they built that, there was tons of backwash, so you could do surfing ins and outs like on Endless Summer. That's what it was like when they're building it. And then when it got big, guys like Lenny Foster and stuff on a big south swell would be surfing on the south side, 38th, 39th, come down the line, go off the top and go right over the groin. Because the groin was only, not even as wide as this table, it was about 18 inches wide. So this metal thing. And it created surf spots because there was the point and there was no West Newport. When I was first surfing.
No jetties were.
No, there was 40th Street was the first
fucking
metal
old,
groin.
man.
Oh, I know. So there I was, standing on the beach with God. He was going to create the first wave. So what happened was we had the groin, but they had a pier at River Jetties. I don't know if you remember that on the Huntington side. There's still rocks and stuff, when you see out there. They do the water treatment. Well, they wanted to put a pipeline that went out about 1,000, 2,000 yards. So they had a pier going out there. If you look at some old pictures of River Jetties, you'll see the pier in the background, and it made great waves. So there was that pier and Newport Pier, and that was it. And so they put in the groin at 40th Street, and it worked great. And it retained the sand on both sides, and the swell would keep and stuff. So then they went to 44th Street, and they did 44th Street.
A groin?
And it worked. Another groin.
Okay.
But it was much shorter. Then they discovered these freaking things rust like lightning. So then the next one was 56th Street. That'd be a really good trivia question. Is do the order of the jetties that went in. So what they did is 56th Street. And then after 56th Street, I think was 28th Street or 36, one of the two. But then they just started dropping them in. And so those were rocks. And then eventually they came back and said, when they're dilapidating and stuff like that, they just covered 44th up. I think, and if you look at, well, they're probably all gone now, but even 40th Street, the old metal groin.
What a
so
trip.
they just created all these great surf spots.
And those groins became jetties.
The two, 40th and 44th Street became jetties, but the rest, they started with jetties.
Yeah.
And so I lived at 5019 River Avenue, so 50th Street, right in the corner. My next door neighbors were the Popes, Lee and Bob Pope. Lee Pope was one of the coolest guys. I loved his parents, but he was like the cool guy who surfed, really good surfer. And then his older brother was a ginger, had a big old ginger beard.
So you lived right on the beach?
No, river, 3 streets up.
Got it.
Three
Okay.
streets inland.
Okay.
There's Seashore, which back then went, either way instead of one way. Then there's Neptune, and then there was River. So I was right in the corner of 51st and River.
Yeah.
So those guys, once I came back from Hawaii, I was just hell bent. Like every day I wanted to surf. When I was in Hawaii and I came back, I really wanted to surf. And we had
you'd already seen surfers.
Yeah, like the Popes next door. They were, in fact, back then, and that was like 68, 69. Back then, like a bicycle, if you wanted to surf, you had to have a surfing license. And you look at the old boards, there's a little City of Newport Beach and a number.
My neighbor has one.
Does he?
Yeah.
And it cost you, I think it cost you $3 to get a license to surf in Newport. And I'll never forget Lee, my next door neighbor, his way of making a living and paying for all his surfing stuff, he would paint fake licenses on surfboards. So I remember him sitting there hand painting them, and I'm like, what are you doing? And he told me, he goes, if I paint one of these, they're going to give me $1.
What was the point of just for the city to make money?
City make revenue.
Did they like
how many
enforce
people
it?
surfed back then? Yeah. So if you were out in the water at Newport, I remember watching it. The lifeguard would pull up and he'd say, "Attention, all surfers! Let me see your license." And you would get on the nose of your board and tilt your tail up. It had to be right above your fin, and they would lift it up. But from 100 yards, they're not going to tell it's a fake.
Did you have to do any water safety classes? Nothing. Just pay $3.
It was just a way
just
to,
like they used to do on the bicycle.
What a fuck.
like
bicycle
on bicycles.
Yeah.
All right, so going to Hawaii, that's what got you hooked on surfing.
Yeah, I was just amped. I was loving it at the time.
And it wasn't even a real surfboard, or was it?
What?
It was an old beat up, like an old longboard.
Okay.
And you stood up and
Oh yeah. It was like, but I mean, you could stand. It's like
You're
it's
going
like,
straight. You know,
yeah, you're going straight on a board that could float 4 people. And
but still, you get the exhilaration of.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
standing there, and everybody would ride together, and everybody was cool, and tropics and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was just bitching. So when I came back here, came back to Newport, I'm like, I got to get a surfboard. And of course, my mom, she didn't have $2, and she's like, well, good luck, you're on your own. Luckily, right.
What did your mom do for a living?
She was, God, back then she was in real estate. She just started doing real estate.
Okay.
And
you had 4 other siblings?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I had three sisters and a brother.
Care of the whole family?
Yeah, pretty much.
What happened
pretty
to your
much.
pops?
He was living in Corona del Mar, and he was kind of a manic depressant. He found out later. So he would he would be there, and then all of a sudden he'd disappear for a year or 2.
Wow.
So it was kind of odd with him. But my mom was just like, I think she said when they got divorced, we moved to Lido Island, and it's funny because all these places were just terrible places. Now you couldn't even afford to live there, but
yeah.
We lived on Lido Island, and I think he gave her like $250 a month to live on with 5 kids.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah.
What did your dad do for a living?
What's that? He was like a computer guy. Like he wrote programs. Like in handicapping, my father wrote the original software for your handicap in the early '60s. Yeah, golf. So he worked for IBM, and he was and that's what's so funny about me with laptops and stuff, because my dad was a computer nerd, and I'm like, oh shit, apples don't fall far from the tree. I became that guy.
Yeah.
But it's
in the DNA.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
So surfing took over after Hawaii.
Yeah. So I came back, and it's kind of a weird circle of events. When I came back, my best friend, somehow he had an uncle, cousin, Larry and Roger Yates, and they had just come back from a surf trip, I think in Indonesia, and the airlines absolutely destroyed his surfboard. It looked like 5 guys took a sledgehammer to it. Ooh. And he's like going to throw it away. I go, I'll take it. And it was like a 7.6 pintail, and glassed on fin. They lived at 40th Street. I remember that. So he said, sure, you can have it. So I took it home and I patched it up. My brother helped me. We patched all the dings in the board, and that was my first surfboard. But then so of course that was just so I could get in the water, and I remember I was 9 years old at the time.
So that Roger Yates guy, was he a famous surfer? Or?
Yeah, he did that movie. What he'd come back from filming was The Forgotten Island of Santosha.
Wow,
famous old movie.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
And not in order or anything, but when my son was in college or in high school, he was on the surf team at San Diego Academy. We went down to Ecuador on a surf trip, and we're out there with all the guys, and we're all surfing, and there's this one guy, the pipe piper. Whatever he wants to do, everybody wants to do. Shay Yates, and he was just a funny guy, and we're having a blast, and we're out in the water, and we're just getting insane barrels and stuff. And he goes, "This is really cool. How you get to go on a surf trip with your dad? With your son. The father-son time on the surf." And I go, "Yeah, this is a blast." He goes, "I do that. I used to do that, or I did that in the summertime when I went to Hawaii. My dad lived in Hawaii." And I said, "Really?" He goes, "Oh yeah, my dad, he lived on the North Shore. His name is Roger Yates." And I go, Shay, are you freaking kidding me?
That's crazy.
You got to tell your dad this. My very first surfboard was his surfboard, and I go, "Your dad got me into surfing." Tell him that. So it's funny how
that is amazing.
Circle of events, how they come back.
So that guy came back from Indo's boards destroyed, but he was sponsor. He wasn't even.
Well,
worried
there was
about
no sponsor. He
but,
was doing the movie, and he's like, "I'll get a new board."
He had boards.
Yeah. He had new boards.
Hooked his Grom up.
Yeah, so he gave me this. It was going in the trash. I might even have taken it out of the trash back then.
and that you rode that for how long?
Not that long. I would say, of course, back then, you had 2 ways to get something you wanted: Christmas and your birthday. So that was probably September, October. So I was like a broken record. I want a surfboard for Christmas. I want a surfboard for Christmas.
Yeah.
So my dad said, "Okay, I'll get you a surfboard for Christmas." So I am just tickled pink. Can't wait till December 25th. Can't wait. And so we go up to his house, and he's like, "Got you a surfboard." I'm like, "Oh my God, I've just like won the lottery." And so he pulls out the surfboard. I haven't seen the look on my face probably mirrored the disappointment like my wife on our wedding night. I mean, it was just, he brought this surfboard out that if you were to put 100 boards against the wall and say, what was the last board you would ever want? It was that board.
He did no consulting with anybody. He just went and picked.
It gets better. So when he gave me, this is my 1970, Christmas 1970, maybe 69, Christmas 69. And this board was so bad, okay, fast forward a few years, when I rode for Russell when I was 12, I started talking to them about, getting boards and stuff, and I told them the story. Paul literally turned to Lenny and goes, remember selling them that board? And they start laughing, going, we couldn't unload that piece of crap for months. And he goes, your dad came in, he was just a sucker. He had no clue, and we dumped that board on him.
So what was this board like?
It's that picture I sent you with I'm holding the belly board, doing my Justin Bieber look. That's the Russell. That's the other board. My brother's holding.
I'll have to look at that one.
Yeah, it was. Oh my God, I was
so you were just deflated. You were like,
I was just like, I was crying. I go. I'm getting a surfboard, and I got cancer. I got the worst thing in the face of the earth.
You're like, there are no other kids on the beach that have something.
I can't even pull it out.
Yeah,
you didn't sugarcoat it for your dad, right?
Oh no! Are you kidding me? But the howling, crying, I probably called.
You just made your dad more depressed.
Oh my God! He was a golfer,
Yeah.
If I told him I needed irons, I would have probably got AP2s or the best clubs out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so funny.
You can't blame him for trying.
No, so he got me that board, and I was just so bummed. And I was surfing anything I could get my hands on. And
did you sell it? Did you like? I
can't remember what.
Couldn't even sell
I
it?
would have left it somewhere. I mean, I hated that thing. It would have been fun to have now, of course.
Yeah.
Retro. But eventually, there was this guy that surfed okay, and he had a 411 Wave Tools of the Spirit from Sunset Beach. That's where Lance first started. It was I remember it was a green rail, green bottom board, single fin diamond tail, 411. It was probably 410. The nose, I lost about that much of the nose, and I had to patch
Wave
that. But it was
Tools of the
Spirit. Yeah, Wave Tools of the Spirit. So
and
that was 1970, probably 1970, and I had that board, and it was 411. So that board I could turn, I could do anything. It was just that was my first real surfboard.
Was that a twin fin or
single fin? It's before twin fins.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really a cool board.
He just said it was before twin fins.
Well, I did have a POS backyard special, a blue thing with black fins. I think it cost me all of $10, and it was horrid. And
So Lance Collins
made that board. He started, it's Sunset or Seal. I can't remember. Seal Beach or I kind of remember Sunset going, wow, that big wave is just up the street. It's on the other side of Huntington, thinking Sunset Beach. And hey, I was a little grown up pretty good. I'm like, hey, I'm freezing. How are they wearing trunks out there? But it's what's funny? That board, I broke the fin off it, and I remember right at 56th Street there was a red house with white windows and stuff, and the fin was broken off. Lance lived there or something, so I took the board there to have my fin put back on, and I'll never forget. While he was doing it, we were talking, he was getting my board done. I looked in the corner, and there was Richie in a little jump up, those little circular things before they walk, and Richie was in the corner of the room. I'll never forget that, doing the little jump up.
That's
thing.
crazy.
So Richie was all of probably 8 or 9 months at the time.
What a fucking trip.
You broke the fin out, and Lance you're on his board, and he happens to live right there.
Yeah, well, I mean, Newport's such a small.
I know, but it's just
Yeah, but that's where he was. Whether he was renting it, who knows? Yeah. It's kind of like where McKnight ended up living at when he was at 56th Street. It was like 2 doors down. Right, if you look at 56th Street, the Sand, the very first house to the north was the one Lance was living in.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so that was and then that was probably 4th grade, and then probably about 5th grade. Steve Walden opened a shop there's Newport Pier and all the streets are numeric. So 21st Street was really an alley, and he opened a shop in the alley there. And it was David Nueva and Steve Walden. And so they wanted local people, so I got on that team, and I was so excited. I'm going to surf for Steve Walden surfboard.
So were you getting pretty good then?
Well, back then, I was the only 12-year-old that surfed. So their idea was if his friends are going to surf, he's going to influence them. So this was kind of my first exposure on how to get, hey, you're going to be on the team. This is what's expected of you. And so...
And there wasn't very many other
No,
Groms?
nobody surfed. Nobody surfed.
Fuck,
It was
a trip, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny because I went to Newport Elementary, so I would ride down the boardwalk. We'd go to school, and I'd be checking the surf, and everybody would be playing football or something like that, and they all laughed at me because I was surfing, and the funny.
What a trip that there
Yeah,
wasn't
surfing.
that many.
It was so funny because in grammar school, people would heckle me like, I was the special needs kid because I surfed. I didn't do football. I didn't play basketball. I didn't do kickball or with
Handball.
dodgeball or handball,
Yeah.
all that stuff. And then as we got into junior high, 7th and 8th grade, all these guys that were heckling all of a sudden want to be my buddy because they found out surfing is cool.
Yeah.
They'd hang on the beach, and I'm just like,
Well, it's
really now?
when you're a Grom, you're not interested in girls yet. Haven't hit puberty, but then a few years later,
Late bloomer.
yeah.
I had a hot one in 5th grade.
Yeah. But it's the cool factor, like, oh, that guy's kind of a rebel. He's kind of, the bad boy.
There were some friends of mine that they were into motorcycles because their dad rode motorcycles and stuff, So nobody was into surfing. There were a couple guys. About that time is when my best friend, Mike Waltz, he lived at the A-Frames at 15th Street. His mom was a school teacher at Carden Hall, and Mike surfed. And so maybe that's how we became friends. And he became one of the best windsurfers in the day. I mean, from the beginning, he had like sail 96 of the very first 100 sails. Their friends of Schweitzer started the company Windsurfer. So Mike was a really good windsurfer. So we'd surf. I'd keep my board at his house. I lived on Lido, and I'd ride my bike to his house, and in his garage we'd keep the wetsuits and our surfboards and everything there. And then that's why we'd always surf like 15th Street when nobody knew about. We'd surf the Point all the time, and Blackies and stuff.
So going back to getting your first sponsor, Steve Walden, David Nueva, those two combined to make a surf shop in an alley.
Yeah, and I mean it was probably
David Nueva is.
Oh my God, he was
he's
a
big
god
fucking
then.
deal.
Like
he's a god.
Like they said, David Nueva's coming. Like to the store this day. You guys can't be around.
He's from Huntington though, right?
Yeah, he moved to 41st Street. So I got to meet him as a kid. He was living there. He surfed 40th a lot. He let me borrow his board once. Being a little joker. I remember he was riding a single fin. He had some really cool twin fins, and I remember he was such a good surfer. So I borrowed his board. I paddled out, and I go. And I could switch foot back then. I stood up goofy foot, and I just started doing all the theatrics with my arms and doing like this, like I'm David Nueva. And the board probably didn't move a bit. And he thought it was just hilarious and stuff. But he was a really good surfer.
Yeah, but he was like the dude.
He was the man
in that time frame.
Oh, he was
right?
the Kelly Slater at the time.
He was a Kelly Slater at that time, and he was long hair.
He took the Rolls Royce to go skiing. Remember in the movies and all that? Yeah. So as a Grom, you would see him. He was bigger than life in the movies.
Was he smoking weed a lot in front of you?
We all smoked weed back then.
What?
Yeah.
Was the
That's
shop?
another story.
Yeah. Was the shop like inviting for the Groms? Like they were like, hey, we want you, your sponsor, come hang out, or
it's hard to say because as a 10-year-old,
young.
Back then, you would look at guys like they were rock star heroes.
Yeah.
Today, you wouldn't want your daughter to even talk to them.
Yeah.
They're
for sure.
They're full-blown derelicts. But
Yeah.
as a young kid looking up to them, you thought they were the shit.
Yeah.
And they were cool to you.
Yeah, they were, But at Steve Walden, I only really knew the guy who ran the shop, and my sponsorship was that I got to go to Huntington to maybe it was a factory of Robert August, wherever they were making the boards, and I got to pick out one of the boards, and I got it for like $71. So it was the deal. Yeah. I was on the team paying probably wholesale for the board.
At 10 years old, though.
But yeah, at 10 years. So I was really excited. I remember it was a clear deck, yellow bottom, single fin, and back then they had those tri-fins. It was a single fin. We had these little teeny fins that you would like epoxy onto the board as a tri-fin.
What?
Yeah, it was a weird little thing, but I remember putting those on my board thinking they were so cool. It's kind of like, on your bike you'd have those dangling things or a card in the spokes.
Yeah.
You had these little tri-fins that you put on your single fin.
I don't know if it works, but it looks cool.
I don't know what they do, but
you're like, hey, check this out.
Check
Now I
this
can
out.
cut my feet when I put my feet back, But I had that, and then I only got the one board from them, and I don't remember if the store went out of business or, But then I got approached to go to Russell, and Russell to me was the end all.
Yeah.
Russell Surfboards was Channel Island, you name it in its heyday. That's what Russell was. They had the best shapers, they had the best surfers, everybody rode, Hughes and Stam, Lenny Foster, Junior Beck. Sounds like an AA meeting, but I mean, you kind of go through all these guys were iconic people.
Yeah.
Bob talked about JVO, John Van Ornum. You want to talk about the most insane surfers, Ed Farwell.
Well, that was kind of a futuristic business model, because most of the shops were that shaper's store.
Yeah,
to bring in that wholesale business with all those different shapers.
It was a weird thing because they had multiple shapers. They had the store called the Brotherhood up on 17th Street in Huntington Beach, and
they had a store in Huntington.
No, that's the factory. It was the factory,
and which was called Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood. Okay. They called it the Brotherhood, and what was really unique about what Russell did, talk about craftsmanship. If you look back, Russell, everybody rode, call it a 7/6 pintail. Russell would, when they made their own fins, which wasn't, people would buy fins, but they made their own fins. So when they made a batch of boards, they would make a batch of fins. And in those fins, they would cut out and make nose and tail blocks. So they would take wood and then 15 layers of resin, and they would cut these strips out and they put it at the end of the board on both ends, because your nose and tails would always get broken. Yeah. So they would make these nose and tail blocks out of resin that were invincible. Well, from that same batch, you would have, so they would also make a plug to put on the back of your board for your leash. Drill a hole through it.
Yeah.
So when you got your board, your nose block matched your tail block, matched your leash holder when they eventually came out, which matched your fin.
Wow.
And it was just you talk about marketing.
Yeah.
That was before, and it was and it was just easy. They were using scrap to make something insane.
Yeah.
And so when you rode for Russell, you were riding a frickin' Ferrari.
Yeah. So how old were you when you?
I was 11, I think, when I started surfing for Russell.
And how did that happen? Who approached you?
It was probably Paul, because Paul was such a businessman. And the funny thing about Russell back then was
Russell didn't shape though, right?
No. Paul was the salesman.
Just a good surfer and a salesman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he could sell you $1, for $1.20. I mean, he was amazing. He could sell ice cubes to Eskimos. But I think what happened was he probably saw the fact that I was the leader, and there was by then I was in probably fifth grade, sixth grade. I could influence everybody. I was decent in the water, and obviously I had a mouth. So, he figured, I think Paul figured, this is our in with all the kids. Yeah. And so Paul was kind of my mentor. Lenny Foster was the most insane surfer. He was a goofy foot. And you want to talk about putting it on edge. Lenny was that guy. And Junior Beck, he was like an albino Buttons. He was just really a good surfer, but kind of maybe had a drinking or drug problem, big problem.
Yeah.
But it was cool with Paul and Jack Briggs. Jack Briggs was a really good quiet surfer, really funny guy, but never in the limelight. But one of the best surfers. But he kind of ran the store. So Paul was kind of organizing and running everything. And Russell, it was funny. This is the kind of, we called Paul. His name is Paul. It's hard to even say the proper Paul Husenstam. But we used to call him Paul Using Scam. and his whole thing was he would literally get people to come into Russell Surfboard. They only sold surfboards. They would sell Russell t-shirts, they would sell wax, but they wouldn't sell leashes. And if they tried, he'd throw them out. Russell would say, "Get this shit out of here." So Paul's deal was he'd get these kids to come down for the day to go surfing. You need a new surfboard. I mean, he could talk you. And so what he would do is he would get these kids with their lunch money. He'd say, for $10, I will make you your own custom surfboard. So what he'd do is he'd get the kid to put down $10 deposit on, say the board cost $120 back then. And okay, you got 3-4 weeks to get another $110. So he would do it, and he would sell 20-30 boards in a day. But what happened was these kids would never pick up their board. But Paul got $20 a board. So he would get the kid to put down 10, he'd make 20, and it was Paul using scam. And it was hilarious. So
wow.
And so what eventually happened for everybody it's gone now, but Paul was just so frustrated with Russell only selling surfboards, wax, and he saw all this potential business. He goes, I'm going to open my own store. So he started a little shop that was maybe 500 square feet. It was tiny, called Newport Surf and Sport, right next door to Russell. And I'll never forget this.
That's pretty ballsy. Go right.
Oh no, he said they were friends. Hey, I'll never sell surfboards, and because you're never going to sell clothing. We'll work perfectly together. And then eventually that blew up and went the wrong way. But that's how Newport Surf and Sport got started. Paul saw the opportunity
with the accessories, other
Oh
clothing.
yeah, and that was like
brand.
just back then.
And
that was when Holbrook
for
first started doing.
For everybody
Quick
listening, Paul Husenstam is the first
Surf and Sport, 100%.
Right.
Yeah. In fact, Aaron I think worked for him,
Okay.
and so did EJ. The whole La Jolla Surf Systems used to be La Jolla Surf. There was I forget the guy's name that ran that one. Yeah, Paul was the very first Surf and Sport.
Yeah.
And it was the reason he called it Surf and Sport was he sold trunks. He sold. I bought my Lacoste belts there because I was a preppy Newport guy. I bought everything, socks. He sold clothing. That's why it was surf
and accessories
sport.
like the leashes that Russell wouldn't sell.
Yeah, everything Russell wouldn't sell. And then eventually he got boards. He started doing surfboards and stuff
So
like that.
where at that point in time, where were you surfing?
That back then, I was surfing 56th Street a lot because it was in front of my house. Blackie's in the winter. Point, 15th Street. Just the jetties. 36th Street was kind of a quirky place. 36th Streets were kind of where kiddie land. It's kind of where the kids learned how to surf and stuff. 40th Street would get good. It really was. 54th Street really wasn't a spot back then. It was off the end of 56th Street. There and I also remember back then it was way different. I remember like these long rights off of 56th Street. Like it stuck way out there and it was like a point break, almost like. The Superbank in Australia, you'd see these waves just going down past 52nd, go to 48th, just these waves that would sweep. And then I think as the beach filled in, it just changed quite a bit.
And then more jetties over time.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Was that their-
Imagine seeing a right at fucking...
Oh, my God. It was about a 200-yard ride. 200-yard ride.
Was that the original concept of having that many jetties, do you remember? Or did they just see if it was working and then they were adding...
When they put the first growing in at 40th, it worked.
Yeah.
And then they realized the deterioration probably was 4 blocks down. They put in 44th Street. It worked.
Yeah.
And I think they said, okay, as this develops, when the beach, when maybe from the house to the water becomes less than 100 yards or 50, whatever that number was, we need to put a jetty in. And so they just started. It wasn't like clockwork.
because you're saying
it was
staggered.
one by one, and they would be like a year apart, maybe, or 2 years apart. It was, but it created such great spots.
But what did the surf like? I mean, surfing wasn't blowing up like there as much as like Huntington Pier and other spots. But
but it was River Jetties was a real famous spot. Blackie's was a.
Yeah.
I remember back then I used to surf south side of Newport Pier. Like at the pier you can go underneath and go fishing.
Yeah.
I remember talking to the guys on the dock there. And right in front of the lifeguard tower, the main headquarters, you'd go straight out almost to the end of the pier and ride that all the way around the point.
But I'm saying like the word got out, like that all these jetties are going in and it's being highlighted. It probably got packed.
So were you riding for Russell and being on the team? What did that mean? Like what? I know you got
with me.
boards.
I was just stoked to hang with the guys. I got boards for maybe cost, if not. I got them for cost, and then when I got into junior high, it's funny. I was bringing people in to the point where I remember Paul. Somebody took a picture for some reason of him delivering my board at Blackie's, and he gave it to me. He goes, "You've earned it." So
cool.
It was my first free surfboard.
Wow!
And I was so stoked. I mean, I was just like, to me, because
now were you like
being that little grom, you looked at these guys and. When I got a free bar of wax, it was something special.
Yeah.
And you just if you look at my junior high,
your self-esteem,
7th grade, everything. You're on
like
cloud
that.
9.
When you go to school in elementary,
my
junior high, you're like.
I probably had 10 shirts. 8 of them were Russell's shirts, and that's all.
Did it say team on them?
No, they didn't do that back then. But that was the whole thing. There was Paul's. This was another Paul scam. I learned the best from that guy.
Yeah.
People would say, "I want to be on the team," and he'd say, "You know what? Hey, Lyndon, when you buy a Russell surfboard and you go out and surf, you're going to surf like you've never surfed before. You're going to rip out there. And you know what? People are going to watch you surf and they're going to say, I got to buy a Russell. And when you do that, you're on the team." and people would go,
little salesman.
Yeah. They're like, "Okay, I'll buy it." Yeah, and I grew up watching them with this.
Yeah.
And learning from
Little
Paul.
influencers.
I love it.
He was the king.
Same
were
thing
you
happening
going-
today, just a different model with electronics. And
When he
social
had
media.
Newport Surface Board, here's another Paulism. He would, all the reps, like they would be the OP rep and stuff, they'd have samples. And guess who was a sucker for it? see this shirt? This is a one of one. No other shirt like this in the store. You're not going to see this. You're going to get this shirt, and you're going to be the only one with it.
For another month.
I bought the frickin' sample, and on a no cut that he probably paid $5 for, and he sold to me for $30.
Yeah, and
he
it
was
was 30
good.
days later. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
So were you easily surfing Huntington too? Like, did you surf Huntington and
I
other places?
When I was a kid, I remember going down there because I remember hitchhiking home once. I was probably in 4th grade, and I remember going up to the Plastic Fantastic shop on the corner, and me being 3 feet, there was no surfboards my size. The only surfboards that were my size were knee boards. So I would look at these knee boards and I'd be shopping them, and I think they were $80 for a brand new board back then. And I was like, I couldn't afford, the fin for it. Yeah. But I would always go into those shops, and I remember Plastic Fantastic had so many beautiful boards. But I remember going up there because I remember that one twin fin I had. It was black fins on a blue board. I remember where we had to get back to Newport. My mom left us, or we told her we'd get a ride or something like that. So I literally laid my board right in front of the lifeguard at Lake Street. Right there. We're on the sidewalk. I put my board down, fins up. I put my arm across the fins. I put my hand out like this, and I fell asleep. And I just went to sleep. And I remember some guy stopped for me and my buddy, and he's like, hello. We were asleep, and we hitchhiked back to Newport. So I did go up there a couple times when I was a kid.
And what was the reception like? Was localism pretty?
No. Hey, I was a 10-year-old kid. I was the least of their problems.
Yeah.
If there was, I never heard it. I would at Huntington, there was the wave would come, and there'd be this like immediate wave. And I used to love surfing the inside for that second wave because it had all this power. I remember that was the one thing I loved about Huntington. One of the first thing was let the first wave go, but there was this immediate one behind him with all this thrust, and I would surf that. And that's how I'd lose in the OP Pro, was picking those waves.
That's so epic.
I remember this wave.
But
it's the second wave.
What's funny is back when, so I was at Newport Elementary. I'll never forget this. I was like 5th grade, and we had, you'd have the monitors out there, the field monitors. And this one, Mrs. Kozad, came up to me, and she's like, John, I need to talk to you. I'm like, what'd I do? She goes, my son wants a surfboard, and you're the surfer. What should I get him? And my first thought was, do not get him. I got a Russell. So I go, do not do what my dad did to me. So I said, hey, you got to go down here. You got to get this surfboard. I got her all jazzed on it, and I forgot about it. 20 years later, Tom Kozak comes up to me and he goes, John, you got me my first board. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, remember my mom? She was the monitor, the recess monitor. I'm like, oh yeah, she was my first sales pitch for a surfboard. And he takes really, really good photos. He's all over Instagram.
Yeah, Tom Kozak.
Ask him. He goes, Gothard got me my very first board.
That's
So if I was in 5th grade, Tom was probably in 3rd.
So this guy's responsible for all the guys out in the water now.
Yeah, that's me.
At least. At least.
Dude, that's incredible.
So, was there even any kind of competition?
No, not back then. But back then, what I thought my job, my responsibility was to get out in the water and be the best surfer in the water. And my whole thing, like at Russell, there wasn't any social media. At Russell, word would get out. So if you were out there and you were ripping, they would know. And plus, I'd always, hey, Paul, where are you surfing? I'd go surf with Paul, or Van Ornum and those guys and stuff. So it was, you always wanted, I've only ditched school 2 days in my life.
Wow.
And they were the days, a Thursday, Paul and Lenny Foster, Surfing Magazine was putting on a contest at San Onofre. I think Surfing Magazine had just come out. And they were doing a contest, and I'm like, I want to go. So I asked my sister, I go, will you write me a note? And this is when I was in Ensign. I was in 7th grade, I think, 7th or 8th grade. And she goes, yeah. So we went down there, and we surfed all day. And it was it seemed like ceiling high. It was probably 2 foot, but it was double over my head. And so we surfed all day down there, and I got back, and my sister gives me the note. Well, that evening, we had like a Santa Ana. It turned offshore, and I'm like, fuck, I'm out there. Went out surfing at Blackie's, and I'm like, oh, shit, my note. It's in my pocket. So it got all wet. So I'm like, I can't go to school tomorrow. So I ditched the next day. And I said, you got to write me another note. So he wrote me another note. So Monday, I give the note in. I'll never forget this. On Monday, I'm like, yes, oh, God, that's great. Right before first period ends, comes back to class. John, please report to the office. I'm like, oh, God. So I go into the office. Vice Principal, Mr. Stillwell wants to see you. I'm like, okay. I go in there and I'm like,
Heard you were ripping.
he goes, so how was the surf Thursday and Friday? And I go, you mean Saturday and Sunday? He goes, no, I mean Thursday and Friday. I go, well, let me tell you, we had a contest at Sanuk, and I go, it was really good. I surfed it, and I go through the whole thing, and I go, and it turned off shores Thursday night. So I went out Thursday night at black. It was insane. And of course, my note got ruined, so I couldn't come Friday. So I went out Friday and got really good surf. Go through the whole thing, and he's just sitting there looking at me, and he goes, you ever going to do it again? And I go, nope. I pretty much made my day. I go, I'm good. He goes, okay, go to class.
Wow.
No repercussion whatsoever.
That's
but that was the only
amazing.
time I ever did school.
Ever in your whole entire life. Those were the 2 days.
I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
They were strict back then, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, the good thing was, and maybe this played a part, the principal was a guy named Willard Reese, Mr. Reese. He had a son, Jeff. Jeff was my age. Jeff was kind of goofy. He had the headgear, so he slobbered. He was like a rabbit dog, and he just drooled all this stuff. And he was kind of a goofy kid, but a great guy. And him and I became good friends. He actually lived the school at 15th Street. Jeff lived about 3 houses down. So I'd go to his house a lot, not knowing that when we get to junior high, all of a sudden they're like, "There's Mr. Reese." I'm like, "Willard," and he's like, "John, how are you?" So I knew the principal really well. So maybe that played a role. I don't know, but it was fun. It was a really fun time.
Yeah. So what kind of like shop like shenanigans, like were they holding parties on the weekends, Friday night? Were they just like because that's how I grew up. Like these were like little.
Oh yeah,
little
you had the same thing.
Yeah,
you had the same thing, and the hard thing was, and I was, everybody smoked pot, including myself. Back in the grammar school days, but because all my constituents were 18,
Yeah.
I hung with 18-year-olds,
and those were
the late
men,
60s.
Those were like men,
Yeah, compared to junior high. I mean,
Yeah, so a lot of, the heroes of my friends' older brothers were my buddies, and so I wasn't really, as I got older I saw it, but, they'd shut the door, lock the door, and they'd smoke, and then eventually they were doing coke, and I didn't know what they were doing, so a lot of that was going on, but I was so young, I wasn't part of that. I was hanging with my friends. We're riding bikes and doing that stuff. We would surf together, but it was just you didn't hang with them because I kind of learned later that, maybe that crew at Russell were there could have been some drug deals. No.
Yeah.
But so I didn't see a lot of that, but it had to have been going on.
For sure. I just meant like, the girls coming and hanging out, like these guys were
That
like
didn't
rock
happen until
stars.
the late 80s. That was later. Back then, in the early 70s, and we're talking early 70s, you surfed.
Yeah.
Girls hung on the beach. They didn't hang in the surf shops.
Yeah.
But then later in the 80s, in the late 70s, they would. When surfing became cool, then it was different.
Did you go on like you went to Hawaii at 9? Did you guys ever go back as a family, or did you go on any other
Nah,
surf trips?
she couldn't afford it. We'd go down to Mexico. Like we had some friends that had a place at La Misión,
Yeah.
so I'd go surfing out there. Rosarita Beach Hotel, hang there. I remember. God, in the old days, you used to be able to fly from John Wayne to the beach at Rosarita Beach Hotel.
Wow.
There was a strip there. You could land your plane there, hang, party, and then fly home.
You're kidding
Yeah,
me.
Wow.
it was really cool back then. Yeah.
Wow.
I remember my mom's friends used to fly down and they would hang and stuff. But we would do surf trips there, but not my older brother started getting into surfing a little later, so I would hang with like Lee and Bob Pope next door. They were really good and kind of highly respected. So I would go with them. They took me my first time surfing uppers. I remember I rode that yellow. Walden was the first time. So it was 1971 I surfed uppers. And back then you had to walk in about way north of about where the market is, because back then Nixon was the president and it was all closed off. So north of the school, you had to walk to the beach and then walk down kind of
Shoreline.
and then kind of sneak in.
Wow.
But
So nuts.
yeah, it was crazy.
And not
back
get
then.
chased off by the
Yeah,
MPs.
you didn't want to lose your board because then they'd confiscate. But that's right when leashes first started. And I used to go to.
I was just gonna say.
But the very first leash was a suction cup that you would put about 3 inches back from your nose. You put the suction cup, and I used to make the leash. I'd go to Alpha.
Suction cup.
There was a hardware store across from where
I've heard this a lot.
Yeah. So these things, it was a death wish. So what happened is you would take 5 feet of surgical tubing, which stretched to about 30.
Yeah.
And you would, at the end, you'd make a little loop and you put it around your wrist. So when you paddled, it was all right here. But the problem is, when you lost that board, it would go all the way in and then come back like a power boat. And you literally go, yikes! You go underwater and it would go back and forth a couple times. But that's why if you look at a lot of old boards, you'll see that mark at the nose. That's from the suction cup. But
So
you can make those things for like $4.
Do you remember who came up with that? Like,
not back then. It was you made it at the hardware store.
yeah.
You know, I remember going to get
DIY.
I
remember sitting in the parking lot with a bunch of HB
Old
fucking
farts.
old dudes, and we were talking about like, you know, what helped progress surfing.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, the thruster, and then like surf videos, and then somebody chimed in. It was like the leash.
Oh yeah.
And we're like, what? Like,
Yeah, you didn't
the
have to
leash.
swim in. Half your day was swimming to get your board.
Exactly.
Remember I was telling you I surfed the south side of the Newport Pier? We're sitting out there one day, it was like 71, 72, and I'm sitting there, and there was a guy 100 yards past us all. And we're going, are there cleanup sets, or what's the deal? They're like, he's freaking out. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, he came out here, he can't swim. People thought with a leash, it's a life preserver. So I swam out to the guy, and literally, he was like almost crying. And he was like, how am I going to get in? I was like, here, just follow me. We're going to stay away from the waves. And I had to get him back to the beach. But that was pretty common.
Yeah.
People thought because of the leash, they didn't. I surfed with there was a guy that I worked with at Arnette. And we went to Toto's. We had a Toto's trip, and he literally didn't know how to swim. He was a buff guy, and TOD. His name's Todd. TOD he never learned how to swim, and he was kind of self-conscious about, you know how everybody would. And Greg Arnette, bless his heart, had a pool. He said he found out TOD couldn't surf or swim, so he got swimming lessons in his pool to get Todd to swim. But Todd paddled out and surfed Toto's. He goes, I can tread water for like a half hour. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, he goes, he was just too muscular to do he never got the swimming thing. So there was a lot of people out there they thought the leash would save them.
Yeah.
But it did. It progressed because you weren't swimming in all the time.
Yeah. You catch twice as many waves. Yeah, you're not wasting time just floating and swimming.
So, on your autobiography here, it says you moved to Aspen?
Yeah. So, you know.
With the whole fam, or?
By then it was just my brother, my sister, and myself. And what happened was I was living in Newport. I lived around the corner from John Wayne and Bay Shores, and we were just kind of like, my mom was in the social scene. Everybody was kind of doing their own thing, and she's like, we're not a family. She goes, why don't we do this? And then we were all getting into skiing. You know, we're all going up to Summit, and I mean, literally wood skis, you know, and stuff like that. But we just had that, you know, that stoke on it. So my mom, she went on a trip, and she said, why don't we, you know what? She's killing it in real estate. She goes, why don't I take a year off and we'll just go live in Aspen?
What?
We're like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do it. So my freshman year,
you were fine with that? Like, you were a fucking surfer.
Yeah, but you were a surfer
grown.
that you skied. You're
Yeah.
grown. There was no surf industry. It wasn't like, you know, I didn't have, you know, you didn't have the Earl Woods with Tiger going, you gotta surf.
Yeah.
You know, Egger's dad type thing, or you know, Gerlach's dad and stuff. Oh God. but it was just, there wasn't that industry back then. Back then, to me, the ultimate surf job was working at Russell Surfboards. I literally thought, I will have made it in life if I get to work. I get to be the guy behind the counter at Russell Surfboards. That was my dream at that time. So we up and moved to Aspen, supposedly for a year. I was a freshman in high school. My sister was a junior. My brother was a senior. So they both graduated. My sister got all the brains in the family. She was just like off the charts bright. And then there was me at the polar opposite. So it was interesting at the school that I go to Aspen. I'm like, hey, I'm in Newport. I've got all the friends in the world. You know, my hair was about down to here. It was about as long as yours is, you hair farmer. And I go to Aspen, and all of a sudden, it's like, hey, long hair. And I'm like, what? I go, what? They start giving me shit. And I'm like, hey, you don't even know me.
This is cool
And
where I come from.
I'm like, hey, you know what? Back in Newport, I'm kind of, I'm accepted.
I'm a big deal.
What would you say you do around here? So, I mean, that it was weird that Aspen High School had its own rodeo team. And
Rodeo?
Rodeo. We had guys that could ride and stuff. And so I remember they're playing my first assembly. They start playing the school song, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, cool Newport guys, we don't do this. Or all of a sudden, my hair is standing up, so I'm going up. Some guy grabs me by all my hair and goes, "You stand at our song."
Wow.
They were really hardcore. So Aspen was a real, to me, at the time, it was one of those you see the TV shows, you put the kid into just a hideous situation. But it was probably the greatest learning experience of my life, because you took a guy that was generally accepted and hey, I everybody liked me and all this, to I'm an outcast. And it's like, wait. And it really taught me, being a salesman, never judge a book by the cover, and look deeper. And because all these guys that were heckling me and stuff eventually became my friends and stuff. And it was funny because being in high school as a freshman, it was like you're going to prison. You don't do what they say. If you do what they say, you're their bitch.
Yeah.
And so they're like, you can't cut your hair. So that was in September. I didn't cut my hair till June. So my hair was really long, but by then I was in Colorado. I literally went from here to about maybe an inch or two long. I cut it all off, and it was, and I literally
else was.
Yeah, like everybody else. I literally went back to the high school.
Scene?
No, it wasn't preppy. It was just, that's high school.
Yeah.
And it was funny because I went back to high school, and we were in the gym. I was playing volleyball with somebody, and halfway through the game, they're like, "So are you new here?" And I'm like, "It's me, John." They're like, "Who?" And because I had no hair, and it was just they didn't even recognize me. The same thing happened when I went back to Newport.
But that without the social media and the connection and stuff, like you were gone, and like nobody really asked questions. Like,
I literally went
back
to Newport. In the summertime, I was visiting. I remember with Mike, and we went to the Point, and it was Anthony Gaddy, an old friend. I didn't know Anthony was the one that narked on Danny. That was classic. That was funny. Anthony was one of my best friends in junior high too. But Anthony,
him and Preston stealing the trunks.
Yeah, that's such a funny story. So
So let me backtrack here. Your mom said, we're going to move to Aspen.
Yeah, just for a year. Take a year off.
Yeah.
And what I did was I went and, you're always getting new boards and stuff. So I said, Paul, here, take this board.
You had no reservation against that. You were like psyched.
Yeah.
You thought, oh, fuck.
Surfing's fun. Skiing's fun.
Yeah.
We're going to, instead of going up for the weekend, I'm going to go up every
Linden
day.
isn't like the mountains or the snow.
Laura, you would have said, fuck yeah, let's go. You would have said that.
Maybe not in a freshman in high school, but maybe a little.
Never.
Yeah.
I would never.
Well, that's because when you're the star actor in the movie Jungle Book, like Lyndon was, he's just.
No, I mean, you were a great surfer, you know, and you rode for Russell. You got long hair. I'm sure you had all the girls, and you're like, all of a sudden, you're like, yeah, I could live hundreds of miles away from the beach.
Yeah, but it was temporary. But it was temporary. Okay. Oh yeah, it was temporary. We're only doing it for a year, and back then you couldn't get up to the mountains
we're
enough.
We're going to move up there for 6 months. I would have said no.
Yeah, but it's different. I wasn't surfed out by any means, but I was at a level that. They talked about, back then it was the WSA. They were saying, hey, you got to go surf the WSA. It's funny. I do remember people saying, there's this kid in Hawaii that's rivals you. You need to go surf against him. And it was Michael Ho.
No.
I'll never forget that. They're saying, yeah, this young little kid, he's just a little grom, but so are you, and you got to go surf against him. And then I moved to Colorado. Yeah. But it was funny. I literally took my surfboard. I think back then you only had one. I gave it to Paul and said, when I come back, give me another board. And that was a big stink. When I came back, Paul didn't remember me giving my board. I'm like, hey, Paul, you owe me a board.
Wow.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Paul used a scam. Probably sold it, kept the money.
Yeah. So you lived up there for 2 years?
Well, I lived in Aspen technically 4 years of high school, but it's complicated. Yeah, my mom married a ski patrolman, and it was like, oh shit. It was. She's like, hey, you guys are my life. If I ever meet anybody that you don't like, you just tell me, and it's gone. And we're like, hey, Mom, we got to talk. And she's like, good, because I've got something to tell you. We're like, well, we got to tell you. You got to get rid of Gordy. He's just, we can't stand him. Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, ooh, I got to tell you, we're getting married. And we're like, no. So it was kind of a, she's going through the midlife crisis thing, and her youngest. So the problem was, so she wanted to stay in Aspen because he's a ski patrolman. So my mom's like, Aspen High School was a country club. They had modular scheduling, so immediately I learned you schedule classes Tuesday, Thursday, and you ski Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And so that's what I was doing. And so I was skiing every day, and with the good part about Gordy being a ski patrolman was I had a free pass. So I could ski for free.
And probably connections for all the good equipment too, you know?
Yeah, it's you guys don't remember it, but it was the 76 Olympics. Andy Mill. He was the downhill guy, and he fell in the trials, and he couldn't go till he's raced. And he raced, and I think he got third. That's when Franz Klammer was like all over the place, and he won the gold medal. Well, 2 days later, I get off the lift, and there's this guy glowing like a god, and it's Andy Mill. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Andy. It'd be like being at Huntington, and there's Kelly, just after he won the Pipe Master. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Andy Mill. That's Andy Mill. And Gordy goes, Andy, come here. So he comes walking, he goes, hey, Gordy. He knew him. So I'm like, oh, we start talking, and he's like, this was a day after he had competed in the Olympics downhill, and he's training at Tyack downhill. So we just had about a foot of powder that night. He goes, let's go do a run. And if you've ever skied in aspen trees, they're a foot apart. I mean, you can catch your shoulders. We went and did a powder run with Andy Mill on downhill skis, 223s. And he's just, and I was just like, the guy could walk on water. It was just insane. But, you know, I got exposed to all that. So the problem was in Aspen, I was having fun. My mom's like, you got to get an education. She was just hell-bent on that. She sent my sister to a boarding school in Switzerland because she wanted her to get a good education.
Damn.
So my mom goes, you got to go to, if we're going to stay in Aspen, which I couldn't go to a private school there. I'd be the only guy in the junior class. And who am I going to cheat off if I do that? Come on, let's be serious. So I started looking at schools. So the first one I looked at was Kate because and it didn't go well in the interview. They're like, well, what brought you to Kate? And I go, are you kidding me? You guys are 5 miles from Rincon. Best way in the, you're out. I wanted to go there. So
you were going to go to school of your choice.
Yeah, we're looking, but who would take me, you know, with my grades and stuff. So eventually I got into Stevenson, which is in Pebble Beach. So I went to Stevenson my junior year, the fall of my junior year, and I jokingly say I went to Stevenson my senior year, but in that period of time from sophomore, junior, senior year, I went to school in Pebble Beach.
Like boarding school.
Boarding school. So I lived on campus, but I go, it was the best years of my life. Summers in Newport, winters in Aspen, school in Pebble Beach. I mean, does it get any better than that?
Dang.
Wow. But what was really funny is, so I come in and I'm like, I'm the guy from Aspen. So they think, where are you from? Aspen. Okay, so we all talk about going to Asilomar on the weekend, which that's where Lou Bourne got eaten, the knee border. So it's right between Pacific Grove and Pebble Beach. And it's a great place. There's Point Joe and then these other ways, but Asilomar State Beach. So I go, hey guys, let's go to the beach. We'll go surfing. And they're like, okay, yeah. I go, let me borrow a board. And they're like, no. I'm like, what did I say? They're like, we're not letting some guy from Colorado use our board. You're going to ruin it. And I'm like, no. I go, guys, I can surf. And they're like, roll their eyes like, what, did you go to the beach one summer? And I'm like, no, I'm actually, I used to be sponsored. And they're like laughing.
Fucking go for Russell, bitch.
Yeah, they don't know.
But you didn't say I'm a Newport gum.
Yeah.
My hair's usually down to here.
Yeah, and then it's like above my ears and stuff. So we go to Asilomar. It's probably 8 to 10 feet, just macking. They give me a 6'2". They're riding their guns, because it's big.
And are they good surfers?
No, they think they are. So we paddle out, and it's kind of like, if Huntington's huge.
Yeah.
Hard to get out.
I mean, hard to get out. They don't make it out. I'm the only one who makes it out, and some other guy. So I'm out there, and I'm like I'm on a teeny board. It's triple overhead, and I think I'm going to drown. And so I'm like, I got to get away. So I turn around and catch
junior high?
Junior
11th grade?
11th grade. So I think I caught one wave in, and I get to the beach, and they're like, we couldn't get out. How did you get out? They're like baffled, and all of a sudden we look and we go, there's still somebody out there. And we're like, he's got to get in. And we're waiting. Literally that day, the Coast Guard cutter came, the helicopter came and rescued the guy.
Wow.
They had to, because it was too big, and I shouldn't have been out there. But after that, I ended up. The funny thing is, I ended up a friend of a friend in Carmel. His older sister had a boyfriend that shaped surfboards, and I said, "Oh, I'd like to get a board. Let's get me a board while I'm up here." So my senior year, I remember in September, I got a board from Mike Cheney from Central Coast Surfboards.
Wow.
He was 18, I think, dating my friend's sister, and he was just a young kid, and he made me a board way back then. I don't know why I didn't get a Russell, but it's so funny because then when I get in the industry, I was working for Spy or something. We went on a helicopter trip, and you got your goggles on, you're talking. So what do you do? Oh, I own a shop. I'm like, oh, really? Are you on the counterparts? And he tells me, Michael Chaney. I go, Michael. And I go, hey, remember when you dated that girl in Carmel? And he's like, oh, yeah. I can't remember if they married or something. I don't think they did. But then he goes, oh, my God, that was you? Who made the board. So it's weird how the circle, goes around and
So
stuff.
did you pick that school because you knew it was just at the beach and close? Did you know there was good waves up there? Or?
They let him in.
A little.
They literally was the only place that let him in.
They basically said, can you fog a mirror? Okay, you're in. No, but it was a good school. It was cool. And they had golf, obviously. But it was really the beach. It was right there. I knew I was in walking distance from the beach. Although
so
once I got in there,
school, like all boys school, or was it
actually it was all boys till the year I got there, and they had 40. I would say 40 of the we would say the most homeliest girls you've ever met. No, but there was just 40 girls. The whole school was 400 kids.
Wow.
And then it was the first year they had 40 girls. They were all day students. And then so we had, I don't know what the ratio was. I was a boarder, of course. And so they had people that lived on campus, had guys from Hong Kong, Indonesia, it was
a trip.
It was really cool. A lot of Saudi Arabians and stuff like this buddy of mine, Jimbar Hussein. He was from Indonesia and he was like a prince. So
were you guys rich?
No. I mean, it was just my mom. Education was number one with her. So she would take. She was one of those that would say, "I'll find a way to pay for it."
Yeah.
So
that's kind of rad.
But it was cool because it exposed me also to international people.
Yeah.
And so I started seeing how other people operate in other countries, but yet at 16 we have the same likes. We want to go play tennis. You want to go skateboarding. That's what we did a lot up there, skating the forest. That stuff.
That's a rad way of learning the real personalities.
Oh yeah.
At that age and not like knowing where they come from and seeing how they live normally.
It was the probably one of the most eye-opening experiences I had was my senior year. I went in last minute, and so they put me in the overflow dorm, and it was a senior dorm. And so I'm in this dorm, and you walk the campus and you see a lot of the students from China, and they stick to their own. They've got their like little Nehru shirts and their slippers, and they walk, and you see the football guys heckling them and saying stuff. We've all seen it in school, right? So I'm watching all that. Well, at nighttime, we're in our rooms and we're in our dorms. All of a sudden, those solemn,
prim and proper,
reserved,
are the biggest jokers. And so I'm seeing these Chinese guys that are just freaking hilarious, and they're pulling pranks on us. And they're doing like martial arts. Remember the old show Kung Fu was on? And so we were watching. They're like, "What? You can do that bullshit? Come on!" And he goes, "He can have you choking in 3 seconds." I'm like, "No, you can't." I go, and I'm like, "Whoa!" And he just would go boom. Later, I find out these guys could kick every football player's ass, but they didn't do it. They're disciplined. And I mean, they were so cool and respectful that I was going, God, those outfits are really cool. That you wear your black jacket and those pants and those slippers. I come, we have a fun weekend once. And
they're like, I hate this shit. I want Nikes and Levi's.
I come back from a nice weekend, and on my bed is a pair of shoes, pants, and a shirt. They went home to Chinatown in San Francisco and brought me an outfit. How cool is that?
That's
so
awesome.
It was a neat thing to be in those environments with. I had the same thing with Saudi Arabian kids, sons of princes and stuff like that. And there was a lot of sad stories, like people that came from really wealthy families where the parents would just, here you go, you just go there.
Yeah.
But it was a great experience of the bigger picture. So graduate from there. By then we moved back to Newport. So
you were away from Newport for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, but in the summer times I'd be down there, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to surfboard yet. Just keep it till I come back, and stuff like that. So when I came to go to college, I looked around. The schools I could get into, I didn't want to go to. The schools that I would go to wouldn't accept me. So I go, hey, I'm going to go to Orange Coast College. So I go to Cal State Costa Mesa, and And it was kind of funny because at the school you would, at Stevenson, you'd announce where you're going, and these guys walk in. I got into Stanford. They'd walk out of the post. I got into Stanford. Got Mike Seckman's son. And they yell it to everybody. And I was laughing to some guys. I go, I can't wait, because they heckled me for surfing. Like they tried to take away my surfboard because of my grades. They were saying how surfing's a waste of time. You'll never amount to anything. So every time I went on trips and surfing and mag shots, I'd always mail it back to the school and say, don't try and kill somebody's dreams, assholes.
So you did that.
So I walked out there. I go, I got into Orange Coast College, and they're all like, really? I'm like, come on, it's Cal State Costa Mesa.
Exactly where I wanted to go.
But it was actually probably, I would say by far one of the best things that ever happened to me, for multiple reasons. One, when I went there, I thought, okay, I'm going to get on the crew. Growing up in Newport, Coast Crew is the best thing.
Yeah.
They're the shit. So I walk in to
crew is
the rowing.
Okay.
Yeah, the rowing. So I walk in and go, I want to be on crew, and the guy goes, you got to be kidding me. They're sick. You got to be like 6'6", and it's like volleyball. You got to be tall, strong, and big. And you and we belong satin shirt in the back of a horse.
Yeah.
So I finally go, okay, how about
you looked at you, Lyndon. Not
shirt.
me. He looked at you, bro.
I know he did, Larson.
big and tall like you, Lyndon.
I know he did.
But it was the first time ever he goes, you're too tall. Because I go, I'll be the coxswain. That way I got to tell these big shits what to do. And he goes, you're too tall. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Because you got to sit in a little corner of the freaking.
They want you as light as
guy.
possible, and so they want Lyndon. So but what's funny is he's the head crew coach is sitting there, like almost where you are at his desk that way. Where Lyndon is a guy named Laird Hayes, and he was the surf coach. And he goes, hey, you surf, right? And I go, yeah. He goes, why don't you come on the surf team?
Wow.
And I go, I'd love to.
So this is college, right?
This is college, Orange Coast College surf team. So I go, okay. So we meet it. I'll never forget the first contest I go to. They're like, okay, we're going to see how good you are. We go down there.
Hold on a second. You weren't really surfing contests.
I'd never surfed a contest. David Nueva did one when I was about 13. I got, I think, second. But
There's that one surfing one in Surfing
San
Magazine
Onofre.
threw one long time
Oh, that
ago.
was I wasn't in that. That was Lenny and all those guys surfed
Okay.
that. I was just a
tag along.
grom. I just went to tag along.
At this point in time, you're trying out for the surf team.
Yeah.
You weren't like a contest
No,
surfer
you never.
at all.
This is how bad it was. They go, there is a 15-minute heat, and you get scored on your waves, and I go, okay. I caught 25 waves. I thought it was cumulative. I'm sitting there going,
in 15
and they're
minutes,
like,
you got
we
25
only
waves?
count, yeah. Well, you're river jays. You're only going out, 15
Fuck.
feet. Yeah, I was going back and forth, and finally I'm like, why didn't you tell me you're only counting 3 waves?
I would have waited for the good ones.
So
Do you remember getting good waves, or you just
not that
You just went for quantity.
Yeah, I went for quantity. Then we started talking about quality. But the thing about Orange Coast College, Laird Hayes went to Princeton. Laird Hayes, he probably, I would venture to bet, if you look at a lot of who's who people, Pua Rockland, Tom McElroy, a lot of guys that went to Orange Coast College, you say, who taught you right from wrong and kind of mentored you? It's Laird Hayes.
Awesome.
Wow.
He was gnarly. We had 130 people on the surf team, and he surfed 12.
Wow.
So and he would start the roll call at name with an A. I remember this poor guy Abaddaka. I go, you cannot be late. With
You're
that
first.
name. Yeah. Versus a guy with a Z. I was G, so at least. But he goes, if you were an A and you got there when he was on D's, you're absent.
Ooh.
And he was militant. And
Yeah.
you know what? If you were late, you didn't surf that weekend. So it was really uber like super. And so he would take roll. We'd all go out surfing, and he would sit there and watch everybody surf. Imagine 130 guys on the north. It was on the north side of River Jays, on the Huntington side, before they built the parking lot and all that. You used to pull over on the side of the road. That used to be called from the river jetties to probably beach was Blood Alley. It was a 2-lane road.
Was there a lot of accidents on it?
People were killed all the time.
Wow.
And so we'd pull over on the side of the road, people would run across, almost get hit. But we would meet there, and Laird would just judge you how you were surfing. So you would talk about dog eat dog, and there was only 12 spots. I mean, we were national champions every year.
So you said there was like 100 and something.
130 guys on the team.
So surfing became super
Oh yeah,
popular.
it was popular.
It was-
and these guys, everybody, they were.
Was it all dudes too, or is there girls?
No, we had girls. We had girls because you would surf. You had, I think, 12 surfers, 3 girls, and 3 kneeboarders. I think. Remember back in the old days, that's how you would do it.
Yeah.
You know, so they had handicap division, the kneeboarders. So, and we had
handicap kneeboarders.
Yeah, you know, they get the parking.
Halfman.
You got to talk really slow for long.
Halfman.
He is from Huntington. Oh,
He is from Huntington.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I got it, you guys. That was hilarious.
I use visual aids. But it was funny because I do remember we would in one weekend, because the poor guys that were down the road, if you didn't win your heat, your position was in jeopardy. So myself, I remember there was a guy, Jeff Johnson, his older brother, Hoey Don Johnson. Remember him?
I kind of do.
Hoey surfboard. Yeah, big blonde guy, looked like Dudley Do-Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff Johnson, his younger brother, him and I were like undefeated. And we always thought, when are we going head to head? You know, to see who, because I was the captain. I ended up being the captain of the surf team. I was the #1 surfer on the team. And so we were always, Laird and I were really good friends. You know, I just looked up to the guy. He was just
Laird Hayes.
Laird, Laird, and to this day I still keep in contact with him. We'll play golf and stuff. He went on. His passion was reffing. He went to be a college ref, an NFL ref, and he's done 3 Super Bowls.
You're fucking kidding me.
He's gnarly.
That's
and
epic.
some of the most talked about. There was a play in the Super Bowl that he was the line judge on, and he said it was funny, and in all my calls, that was one of the clearest, most obvious calls to me. And when he made it, they waited like 5 minutes to do it over and over, and he was
to
make
the drama.
He was right, yeah. So he was one of those guys that he kind of taught you, hey, you're going to make a decision, and it's not going to be the best for you, but in the big picture, it's the best thing you should do.
Yeah.
And he would drill that into you.
Was this?
Because you wrote that he was one of the best mentors you've ever
Oh
had in
yeah,
life. That's
yeah,
rad.
by far.
Was there college credits for surfing, or was it just kind of accolades like, hey, I was on the team? And
it was like sports.
Yeah.
It was a sports credit. So I did the surfing in the fall, and then I was on the ski team. You know, because I go, and it's funny. I want to keep up on my skiing. I don't want to lose it, so I'll join the ski team. And so we go to Orange Coast College, and Costa Mesa. And it's when was it? October. These guys were the best skiers running the track at Orange Coast College. Oh my God, I'm not in your league and stuff. Luckily for me, we did a clinic night at Summit, and they said, okay, we're going to get in gates, and we're going to see how well you guys can race. And I'm like, okay. And I'm thinking back when I lived in Aspen, watching guys how they start. They do a kickstart and a gate, and how you take a gate and do all this stuff. I'm like, so these guys that are really good, that are just the best skiers in the world, they get out, they barely fall out of the gate. I've seen 3-year-olds come out of the gate better. They go around a gate. I'm like, what are you, allergic to the gate?
Yeah.
They weren't even touching it. These guys were horrible.
Oh,
and so luckily I sucked it up, and I think they raced 12 people. My very first race, we had this really strict coach. He goes, I was the 12th racer of 12 guys, and he said, however you place is where you start on the team. And our first race, all these guys' bindings blew out. So they didn't finish. So I cranked my bindings down. I go, I'll break my leg before I come out of these things. So I finished first on the team that day, and I was first ever since then. So it was really fun racing because you do 2 runs of slalom on Saturday and 1 run of giant slalom on Sunday, and it was all the colleges from San Luis Obispo South, so SC,
Wow.
UCLA, Claremont, UC San Diego. We would race. There was about 350 guys racing, and there'd be 250 girls racing. And so, and it was cumulative points for the whole season. So it was really, and you'd have so much fun going against other guys. USC had $500 outfits. I had $30 boots, jeans, and like a windbreaker, and they would be laughing at me, and I'm like, hey, where's your name up here? Oh wait, you're way down here. I'm sorry, I thought you'd be up here with me.
It looks so cool. Though.
You never judge a book by its cover, bitch.
They were so fast. But what was cool is about then I started getting neoprene. Like Don Craig gave me some ski pants, some neoprene ski pants.
Oh wow!
So it was kind of cool. Some Rip Curl ones back then.
So you were on the surf and the ski.
And the ski. I was on captain of both, number 1 on both.
Competitive much?
Well, and hey,
we on the tennis team
out of
too?
350 guys,
Golf?
I was number in the top 10 in giant slalom, or no, in slalom I was top 10, and GS I was top 5, and I was number 2 in downhill. So
Damn.
the less gates, the better for me. But it was
The show's
it was
not
really
about
fun.
skiing, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Right,
Sorry.
it's about surfing.
Yeah,
Okay,
Leonard's
we'll get
getting
back.
a little like, you know,
Oh, he's getting
he's getting a little flustered over
He
here.
wants to get back to the
Concerned
beach.
about, like,
No.
I need to ocean. I need to talk about surf.
I see you wrote that you went on your team. You had Powell Rochlin. I don't know who that is. Jeff Johnson.
Jesus, Pua Rockland. Jesus, how do you not know Pua?
Who was that?
Oh my God. Who's this Kelly guy? Okay, let's get a little history here. Surfline Hawaii. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Jesus, Linda.
Yes.
Okay, Duke Hanamoko.
Yes.
Everybody, Surfline Hawaii.
Yes.
Pua's dad. Oh my God, how am I drawing a blank on his name? David Rockland. David Rockland started Surfline Hawaii.
Okay.
He had jams. You've heard of jams?
Yeah.
They were the shit.
Yeah.
So his dad had jams, Surfline Hawaii. So Pua came over from Hawaii, grew up in Hawaii, one of the nicest guys in the world. Great guy. Loved Pua. You want to talk aloha spirit and everything. Pua's just he's funny, insane surfer.
And he was
stuff.
on your surf team.
He was on a surf team. So what was really cool, these guys, was that we went over to Hawaii one year on the surf team, and I'll never forget this. I stayed with Pua, with his dad, in Hawaii Kai. So all these, we go surf half point on Sandy Beach with all the local guys, Glenn Jeans, all these little, and they just couldn't wait to kick our ass in surfing. Marty Hoffman was there, and it was this little half point, and it broke in about, I remember Marty rode a single fin. By then we were all on twin fins. Marty coming off the bottom, his fin caught. Yeah, it was just like you're surfing in that much water. But the most amazing thing was, I remember at night, in the evening after surfing all day, Pua's dad, he was kind of like this mad scientist. He'd have take this deep breath, these long pauses, and he'd look at you like he just took the biggest hit. And he goes, and back then, we had a 1-inch inseam. Our clothes were day glow bright, and his dad, and his dad was probably 40 at the time, and we thought he was ancient. And he's like, you guys, all your clothes, it's gonna change. And we're like, oh really? Okay. He's like, yeah, those colors, they're gonna go muted. You're gonna see these earth tones, and he just gets this elaborate, like this is 89.
Was he white, or was he?
Yeah. And he had a factory there, and he making
in Hawaii.
Yeah, in Hawaii. And he said basically what happened in the late 80s to the T.
Wow.
Trunks are going to go long. They're going to go below the knee.
Yeah.
You're going to see darks, mutants, earth tones. And I was just like, take another hit.
Yeah.
You're smoking something.
You're talking
Why would anybody want to do
And
that?
I'll never forget how he was just like,
Clam
it was
diggers.
like he had this dream, and I'll never forget, it just stuck in my head how I was like, oh, how do you get away from this,
Yeah.
And then later on going, this guy nailed it.
That's
He knew it.
crazy.
He literally, and it was one of the
Especially
most,
coming from Hawaii, which is more kind of colorful and festive.
yeah. Oh, he's still, he made the
So
most
he was
colorful stuff.
Hawaii Jams.
Yeah,
Oh, and
jams,
Surfline.
and I had a pair of trunks in the mid '70s called butt cuts. I think he did Surfline Hawaii, which was hugely famous in the '60s and into the '70s, and then he would see, like, he did PCH. He would come up with these like a new name and make a line out of it and stuff like that. But the guy was genius. So what happened since is Pua's taken I think his father retired, maybe passed on. Pua took over the business. So Pua's running. So I'd be at a trade show, and all of a sudden I see Surfline. I go, Pua, and it was really cool to see him.
Yeah.
Really, really good guy.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
And you had Tom McElroy.
Oh yeah, Tom was on the team.
Mark Carter. And Troy Bishop.
Troy Bishop. Remember Troy?
Yes.
Yeah, Troy.
He's
and
a
Troy's sister was going out with Peter Townend at the time.
Oh, that's right. I forget that.
Yeah, that was all going on. And he was such a rad punker. Because I was the Newport guy. I'd have the cashmere sweater and the button-down shirt, and he'd come in with like the spike jackets and stuff. And Troy was just too radical for me.
Yeah.
I just look at him going, God, I hope he doesn't get mad at me or something. But he was the nicest guy in the world.
All right.
Full HB punk.
Oh yeah. He was a full punk scene.
So we haven't even gotten to the
God.
80s yet, right?
Yeah.
This is
This is late
79.
This is late 70s.
Yeah.
late 70s.
Yeah.
So
You
after that,
you graduated from OCC.
Yeah, Cal State Coast. Well,
what were you going to school for, or what were your? What was your aspiration?
Pretty much to do business at the time. So my thought process was, I got to go to a 4-year school.
From
OCC's a 2-year. Yeah. So what happened was, because of my ski racing, Serge Vitelli was, I think Serge this Swedish coach hated that I could beat all the skiers because he was SC, So he finally goes, "What are you going to do next year?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm looking at schools and stuff." He goes, "I'll give you a ride at SC. I'll give you a free ride." So I go, "Okay." I went up to SC. I had a full ride offered to me. A mistake I made, maybe, but I said no. I went up to SC and he said, "You're in. I'll give you a full ride." But I said, "But I want to be in business school." And he goes, "I can't guarantee your classes." And I'm like, "I'm not coming to take typing at SC."
Yeah.
So he couldn't guarantee and so
which
all
is
of a sudden,
rare, right? Or that back then that was.
It was an athletic scholarship. So you're there to fill time, not get an education.
So this dude Serge was pissed that you were such a good skier.
He wanted me on his team.
He wanted you on his team.
Recruiting right here.
And he was gonna fucking give you a free ride.
Yeah.
And free ride means
full
scholarship
to SC. Yeah, and my buddies I had some buddies that were like, they had their fraternity. Paul and Dave May. They were the kids from May Company. Remember May Company?
Yeah.
They were the heirs to May Company. They wanted me to go and be on. You're going to be in our fraternity. Oh, we're going to have so much fun. No, they were just buddies from ski team. They're one of their best friends. This other guy Kelly, him and I, he was a top skier. So we're all buddies and stuff. So but the best part about it was I panicked and I didn't go to SC. So I defaulted and I did the typical third year at a 2-year school. So I went back to OCC, but that's the year I met my wife. So
Yeah.
it was worth it.
What a big mistake, huh?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're settled now. You're not coming over for dinner.
I know.
You obviously never. You've never met her.
That's fucking baffling that.
You
Did
had that
you tell
opportunity.
your mom you had this opportunity?
Yeah, but it's
slap you in the face?
She looked at it and said, "If you're not going to get the business classes, I've done all my general ed.
Yeah.
Now I want to go into the business school, and if I can't do that, then there's no reason to be up there."
Yeah.
You would have been doing 13. Your third year of.
I would have been doing first and second year classes, general ed stuff, but I may have been able to get up there and transfer in. It's easy to say now, but I ended up going back to OCC.
Met your wife.
Met my wife, and it was funny the weekend I met my wife. We drove to the beginning of ski season. You drive to Mammoth. We would
Opening day
race in Mammoth. No, before it was before the race season started in January, so it was like December or something. And this buddy of mine goes, "Hey, I got a place with 6 chicks," and I'm like, "Tony, remember, you've got to focus on your racing." I go, "Do not do anything. Just focus on your racing, because whatever happens this weekend, you're going to have to live with the rest of the season and face her or something like." So I kept talking him out of it, and I go, "Yeah, I'll go. It'll be fun." So we get in the car together, and we drive all night and racing the next day.
You were the voice of reason?
Yeah, believe it or not. So we get in the car, and it's like midnight on the 91 right there at Green River, and we get gas, and I jump in the car, and Janet gets in the passenger seat next to me. So we're driving up to Mammoth, and it's dark, and we're talking the whole time. And I'm like, "God, I'm having a great conversation. God, this girl's great." Well, I'm like, "God, I'm thinking, God, she laughs at everything I say. That's a first." I go, she probably weighs 300 pounds and has zits. It's like, as soon as daylight, I'm gonna be so disappointed. So we get to Bishop, which is an hour out of Mammoth, because you're used to the coast. So my sister meets us in Bishop, and I go, she's gonna meet us for breakfast at 7 a.m. at this diner place. And I go, "Hey, see that girl in the corner in the booth?" She goes, "Yeah." I go, "She's gonna have my kids." I go, "I'm done." She goes, "How long have you guys been going out?" And I go, "Met her last night. I'm done."
Wow.
And so I had it documented with my sister. And so, it was funny, because I told that guy, "Tony, don't do anything with these girls. Just focus on your racing." The whole weekend it was like I was all over. It was like, "Hey, let's go do this. Let's go do that." I could
Racing all the way. I'll get there. I'll wait.
Yeah, it was funny, but that, like I said, I was glad I did my third year at a 2-year school, because that's what
it was meant to be.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
That's so cool.
yeah. It was fun.
So going back to surfing, what? Did you work? You worked at Russell? Did you ever work there?
But it was funny when I came back. I realized, I'm like, "Ooh, really?" Because now that I've lived in Aspen, I've seen outside the surf community. I've gone to Stevenson, and I've seen people with international educations and knowledge, and I'm going, "Russell surfboards? Like, really?"
Yeah.
So I came back, and I came back to be on the team. But the weird thing was, when I came back, it's 4 years, and it was a big 4 years from, let's call that was 1978. So 74 to 78 was huge changes. There's all these new guys. So I come walking in, and all these guys my age and stuff are like, who the fuck is this? And they turn around, they see their mentors going, John, and they're like, hey, who's this clown? Yeah. And the funniest story,
a whole new generation of surfers.
So, but I'm instantly accepted by their mentors.
Yeah.
And they're like, I've never even seen this guy. So the funniest one was there was these guys, Nigel Kent. Nigel Kent was on the very first NSSA national team. He was pre-med. He became a doctor. Really, really good surfer. And he was on the Russell team. And there's a guy named Alan Lopez. And I'll never forget there. So I go out surfing once, and Alan's one of those, you're never worthy, kind of McKnight kind of, It's funny. So he's watching me surf, and he goes, Nigel, is that Gothard guy? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, he's not that good. Look at him. And he goes, hey, Alan, that's Switchfoot. He's not Goofyfoot. and Alan goes, oh shit! I'll never. So because eventually Alan and I became best friends.
Yeah.
He was in my wedding and stuff, and it's funny that he tells the stories like, yeah, when we first met you, we're thinking, who's this clown? So it was funny that I remember that first year, Lenny Foster was a contractor, and to get on the ferry, he was building a house right there on Balboa Island, and Twin Fins had just come out. Russell paid Parrish to come and teach Tom Parrish to come teach. Bruce Jones and Stussy and O'Day and probably Tim Pony, those guys, how to make a twin fin. Whoa. So, and we had one. And Lenny had it, and I knew he was pounding nails. So I'll never forget, like in 78, I went, Lenny, let me borrow the board today. And it was like the one board, and he's on the roof, and I'm like, well, you can say no, but by the time you get down here, I'll be gone.
Yeah.
So, but we had that one twin fin. As soon as I wrote it, done. I had to get a twin fin. And I remember that was my first board.
We love this era because of like the dynamic of the surfing, the change of ability and
I miss the Stinger. I miss the Stinger era. That's when I was in Colorado. I never rode a Stinger.
Wow.
But I heard so many great things. There was a lot of guys, like when I was on the surf team at OCC, that 1978, I had a 7.6 single fin, and I had my 6.3 twin fin. And those were my two boards. And back then, and I had, that twin fin was for everyday surf.
So who taught you, or who else was switch footing?
Back then, before multiple fins, on a single fin, backside you could not carry a line like you could with the single. There was the asymmetricals. Remember they had where the rail was shorter, so the fin would stay in. But on big waves, with a big slopey face, if you turned backside, your fin would pop and you'd fall. So when Newport Point was really big, if I went goofy foot, I could pull in, I could get a better ride, I could surf tighter. Yeah. So you just kind of learn. There was a guy named Glenn Strassman, or we called him Stressman. He'd be worried if the sun would come up in the morning, but Glenn. You could not tell the difference from goofy foot or regular. He was that good.
Yeah.
So he kind of kept me enthused, and there's a funny picture. I'll have to send it to you. There's a picture that Moyer took of me going goofy foot. And
in the barrel?
Yeah. This black and white one. And
I've seen that one.
And it's funny because he goes, yes. He goes, here, John Gothard pulling in. Yes, I know this is a goofy foot. No, we didn't flip it. He is going switch stand. Because just for fun, Yeah. But once there were multiple fins, there was no reason to go.
Because no one never really did.
You didn't need to. What I made a pact.
It became a big thing in skateboarding, but in surfing,
and snowboarding too. Snowboarding were really.
Yeah.
But it was funny. Every year I went to the North Shore. Even after this, when I was pro and stuff, I made a commitment. The first day, I would always take off and do one wave goofy foot. I'm talking big pipe.
Yeah.
And this one year, I dropped in. It was just barely missing second, so it's the worst and most dangerous when it really jacks. And I dropped in, and I couldn't turn. And I dropped in, and it was like double overhead. And just as the lip literally is probably 3 feet from me, I pulled in. And it scared the shit out of me. I thought, how do you not come out? Pipe's a huge barrel. But I just barely pulled it up.
Can you explain that to Lyndon? He's replay slow-mo.
Lyndon, you know how your water wings, how they drag when you're kicking your boogie board coming off the bottom?
Yeah.
You and Mike Stewart have that problem. Yeah.
So, he has sweaty palms right now.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, but it's always fun to do that. But I never switch stances.
You know who I remember doing that? Simon Law.
Switch foot.
Dude, second same
Yeah.
thing. Like he would take off, like as some of the pipe masters, like whether beginning or into the heat or at some point he would take off.
It was always just fun to do. I almost gave myself a black eye because you're more. It's just different. And I remember coming up to hit the lip, and I got my knee right in the eye. It felt like somebody sucked.
You don't know where.
You're just.
Sounds natural.
But it's just different. It's just different. And
There's
fun.
only one. All these years that we've been surfing, the only person that I've ever seen that was really good at switch footing is Ted Robinson.
Oh, Ted's such a great surfer.
And it was the weirdest thing. I'm surfing Southside down the beach, and I'm about to paddle out, and I start paddling out, and I see this fucking guy going right, regular foot, and I'm just like, wow, that guy, he's wearing a Rip Curl wetsuit. I'm like, that guy looks like Ted. He looks just like Ted Robinson, but a regular footer. And I paddle out, I turn around, he paddles out. I'm like, you know how to switch foot? And I've seen him over the years. And
Every
he's
other
like,
sport, it's normal.
He's like, yeah. I'm like, holy
Skateboarding,
shit.
snowboarding.
I asked him, I go, when did you learn that? Or why did you learn that? And he's like, dude, I surf every day. I'm bored.
Yeah. Why not?
But the show's not about Ted Robinson.
I switch foot.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
I've never seen you.
Well, just at
I don't surf 2 foot
but
like
he didn't
junkie.
finish it at nightclubs with the guys. He switched.
He switches that kind of Lar.
Whoa.
The show's not about that.
Wow.
All right, so let's
about
see.
Gothard.
What's next? What's
next is...
So after college...
Yeah.
College.
You
were talking about turning pro.
Here's a good. Yeah.
How did you turn fucking pro when you didn't?
Well, when I was in college, we were getting a lot of shots. Photographers. You had Mike Moyer. You had Dave Epperson.
So wait. Go back. When was your first shot in the mag?
I would say my first shot was probably on a. Well, God, I don't know. I got Action Now cover. It was right when I went on Stussy, but I had a lot of shots from Russell, my last Russell. There's a lot of shots of me wearing a Rip Curl wetsuit. I had a spring suit that somebody gave me, and a Russell.
Wait, you wore a Rip Curl wetsuit?
I know. Well, that was in the dark ages before I was educated, but it was it was probably that summer of '80, right when Stussy left Russell and went on his own, is when I think. That's when I started getting pictures. The guys were shooting shots of us, and I think Dave Epperson was the one that said, "Hey, John, see, like he did an article in Action Now. There was a center spread. I had the cover and all this
Now
stuff.
Was awesome.
Yeah, it was a fun.
Rodney
Mullen. They did an article on little 8-year-old Rodney Mullen. How's that?
Yeah.
In that magazine. But Epperson was saying, "Hey, you passed up a couple $1,000s here." And I go, my mom, I came from a golfing family. My mom said, when I asked her about going pro, hey, should I go pro? It'll pay for me to go to Hawaii. I can do all this. She said, people respect the club champion. They don't respect the club pro. And I'm like, what? I go, sorry, went over my head. She's like, being the best amateur is highly respected in the golf community than the local guy that gets paid. And so I said, okay, and then I went and saw him. But but it was one of those things that I was getting so many mag shots, and they would say, if they can see the logo in the mag, you get paid. And you get $1,000, $2,500 for a cover, full page was $500, $750 for a spread.
How old
or
were
something
you
like that.
for your first shot?
I'm
Rip Curl
guessing
and Russell.
I was probably 21 or 2, probably. I'm guessing.
So way late in the game.
Well, back then that was when we were getting all the publicity.
Yeah.
The photographers started showing up more and more.
In Newport.
And that was 100% Danny Kwok. I mean, he wanted to get publicity. He was a great self promoter, and justifiably so. He's one of the best free surfers. Absolutely the worst guy to bet on in a heat. He's just, I don't know, Jade. Potter started that way. Although Potter had a good contest record. There was a couple guys that free surfing, nobody could touch them. Put them in the heat, and they're like a deer in the headlights. And that was Danny.
That's J. Lar.
No.
Late night.
What?
That's exactly like late night.
I got a couple trophies, bud. Couple.
Yeah,
Just a couple.
But I think Danny, if you write the book on choking in a heat versus free serving, it's Danny.
Yeah.
Because you watch him surf and you go, nobody can beat that.
Yeah.
And then he gets in a heat and you're like, why did you surf like that?
So
you were horrible.
So
mine was just catching the wave.
But so Danny was working for Quiksilver at the time. We all surfed for Quiksilver then, and he was calling photographers like, you'd be checking the surf and God walk up and go, oh my God.
Can we backtrack here?
Mr. Marketing?
Yeah,
like was calling the photographers?
Can we backtrack here? So okay, Quiksilver comes out. Before it was OP, Hang 10, blah blah blah.
Stubbies and all that.
Stubbies and who did you ride for? You were riding for that back then. You rode for Russell.
I rode for Russell, and there was no such thing as a clothing sponsor. I mean, we used to look at the Sam and what's his brother's name? Sam and Matt George, and riding for Stubbies. Wait, they're paying him, and to us, you look at Quiksilver. Quiksilver are the best surfers in the world riding for him. It's like, wait, I'm going to be on the same team as Rabbit and MR and PT. I was like, Sean, no, I'm not. We're not worthy. So what was nice is Danny started flowing us stuff, and we started being. And I'll never forget.
And he's your age, right?
Yeah, and actually we went to junior high together. Preston and Danny were in 7th grade. I was in 8th grade. Danny was really good. He was the only kid that could dribble between his legs when he ran, and we were like, fuck, he's good. Then guys were saying, hey, you ought to see him surf the wedge. I'm like, no, come on. But he was. Yeah, we went to junior high together, and. It's funny though it was kind of hard for me because I would work with Danny, but he was kind of like my not a rival, but it was just weird.
Yeah.
But I knew Bob and everything, and I'll never forget when they were on West Pomona, I think was the street, the very first Quiksilver building from the Quonset huts. When they moved out of the Quonset huts, they had this one girl, Maura, who worked the front desk. She was just a witch to you, treat you like shit, and you had whatever you could do to get past her. You'd walk in, she's like, "What do you need? You don't have an appointment."
Yeah.
But I'll never forget.
We were just here yesterday.
You need one of those.
Quiksilver made these black and silver bags, because that was kind of like Raider colors, and everybody got a bag, and they embroidered your name on it. And to me,
special.
That was like I was in tears. I was like, "Oh my God, I am team." If you got your name on a bag, you can say I got board shorts from them.
Yeah.
But when they embroidered your name on the bag, that meant something.
Yeah.
So I that was my gear bag, and I was like, "Hey, how you guys doing? You guys, where do you want to go?" Yeah. So
you got my bag.
Yeah.
This is John Gothard.
What's funny?
That Quiksilver one with the John Gothard embroidered.
Yeah, it says Gothard on it.
Got hard.
Got hard. Didn't say firm, but it was.
So how
funny.
old were you? In
probably 19 or 20. Probably
when
20,
Quiksilver came on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Quicksilver, gosh, dude, that's fucking.
But
awesome.
they were the shit back then.
Yeah.
And what was so cool was you would go up there and you would say, "Oh, I want to do this color story in trunks." They would hand make your trunks.
Yeah.
And I remember going shopping for clothes, when I, 8 years later, and I'm like, now, okay, these clothes I can take in this room and I try them on, and then do I come out? She's like, look at me like I'm a freak. I'm going, I've never bought clothes in 10 years.
That's so funny.
And it was funny. I would go to Quiksilver. I would pick out all these pants. I'd walk over to this Shirley. Everybody loved Shirley. They had a huge party when she retired. But she knew my inseam, my measurements. I'd take the pants. I'd give them to her. I'd go talk to Danny or Bob.
Everything was custom made.
And they would hem them.
Yeah.
So I never had to hem pants.
Yeah.
And everything, they would custom make trunks. Like they'd have the scallop and you'd have like colors. And like when I was at OCC, Chad Strodell and I was the captain of the surf team, and we had to do this wine stomping contest. And I'm like, I didn't get anybody to do it. I had to go do it. I went to Disneyland Hotel. There were 50 people competing, and you had to stomp grapes, and they measured the juice and all this. Well, I won.
A wine stomping?
Wine stomping. It was a promotion event they were doing. So they took 50 pounds of grapes, put it in a barrel for 3 minutes. You had to stand, like, have you ever done a wall sit?
Uh-huh.
I had to get down to like this and stop as hard as I could for 3 minutes. I'd have a cardiac arrest now. But, back then you had your surfing legs. So I beat all these people. I got to the final.
It was about who got the most volume in a craft.
They had a drain, and they all the juice would flow into a bottle, and you had 3 minutes. They'd measure the bottles, and I was smoking all these people.
Story?
Thumper over here.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Yeah, wait, what
John
was the
Thumper
point there?
Gothard.
What was the point
I
there?
don't know.
Anyways, I
You were
raised.
getting free clothes, and all of a
That's
sudden,
what it was. So I ended up beating. I won the Southern California, beat the Northern California. I was on the cover of the Register, the LA Times, all this stuff.
wine stomping.
For wine stomping. So they said, because you're this California State wine stomping, up in Napa, they have the World Stomping Championships. So as soon as I said we're going up to it, Quiksilver, Bob goes, I'll make you guys trunks. So they made us lime green with purple stripes, custom, like every stripe was sewn on.
Because he knew he was going to get
Custom
tons of
board
coverage.
shorts. Yeah, so we had custom board shorts. So Quiksilver made custom stuff for everybody all the time.
That's
it was
awesome.
really,
But it wasn't
really
just.
cool.
I think the custom obviously was a huge part, but the guys like
The best team.
the best crew, the
Yeah.
most authentic roots in the scene.
Oh,
like
yeah.
crew.
So I want to start talking about how you made a name for
Okay,
yourself.
so I'm sponsored.
at Newport.
Yeah, so
right?
I'm sponsored by Quiksilver. One day, we're up in the office with, I'll never forget this, with Bob and Danny. So Bob's behind his desk, commander. Danny and I are sitting here, and we're kind of rivals. And Bob goes, just out of the blue, he goes, so Danny. And he looks at me like, I'm going to ask you the same question, so be ready. He goes, Danny, do you think you're going to make it on the tour? And I'm thinking, oh shit, this is my sponsor. I'm going to come up with a good answer. I don't want to be knocked off the team. And Danny's like, well, I do pretty well. And he's trying to justify it. And I'm like, and finally he goes, Danny, who are you kidding? Bullshit. You're never going to make it on the tour. You don't have it. He goes, why don't you be smart and get in the business? Get behind the desk. And he goes, John, what about you? And I go, nope. I go, nah. I go, tell you the truth, I really don't have the desire to be on the tour. I go, but yeah, it's fun. If you want to send me, Bob, I'll go. But no. And he goes, exactly. He goes, you guys need to get in the business. He goes, and it was funny because he goes, do you want to go surf a shitty peak, Huntington Beach Southside, with 100 of the best surfers in the world vying for a 2-foot crappy wave? Or do you want to go to G-Land and surf 10 to 15 foot surf in 80-degree water with 4 other guys? And I'm like, oh, that's a tough question. So it was interesting at that point. He was already thinking, get in the business.
Yeah.
So
He already saw your
yeah.
guys' potential, and you're savvy, and you're like, these are the
Well, and
But
that's
Bob-
where the
that are
money,
gonna
that's
help
where
me
the
grow
money
this
is.
business.
But Bob knew that the type of money he was making and going to make, and he wanted to surround himself by guys
young entrepreneurs
Yeah.
that were going to be his soldiers for the business.
for sure.
Yeah, so I transferred to Cal State Long Beach, and I was driving up there taking classes and not really getting into it. And at that time, I started working with ProLite, and I was the salesman for ProLite.
And
so I was going into shops and
Nielsen, right?
yeah, Dave Nielsen and Bill Hapgood. And Dave was in my wedding. Him and his wife were both in our wedding.
Okay.
They're old friends of ours. We go way back, and it was fun working with those guys. God, Bill's passed on, but God, he was funny. Really, really funny. And we had so many great memories. But it was that board bag nobody felt they needed or wanted. It was indestructible. So it was a tough sell, and you couldn't hang it at the time. It'd be under the board shorts in the stores and stuff like that. So I did that for about, I want to say 6 months to a year. I was working with Willie Morris. He was the spokesman, the team rider and stuff. But right about then, Tim Bernardi approached me, and I was writing for O'Neill at the time, and he said, hey, I need a sub rep. We're expanding the line. I need a sub rep. And I was like, wow, O'Neill, that's the shit. And at the time, I was doing events for him. I would get wetsuits, and I would test a lot of the wetsuits. The nylon sleeve things. It was called the 360. You could wear it skiing. They wanted me to. I wore it skiing. Go surfing in it. Was that
Sounds
Jack
like puffy
O'Neill?
arm thing?
Yeah, remember the nylon sleeves, and you could put a neoprene sleeve
It was
underneath it for warmth.
interchangeable.
Yeah. No, before that it was
Oh.
interchangeable. It was nylon, which.
That's the convertible.
Yeah. When that nylon thing came out, that was when the patent on Velcro had expired. And I'll never forget. I was out at Horseshoe, and I fell on a wave, and the Velcro on the back came off. The zipper went. Arms went out past my wrist, except there was a neoprene cup. So I had this balloon, and it's the middle of winter, so it's like 58-degree
And you're
water,
sinking.
and I'm
Yeah.
drowning. I'll never forget that. That was a horrid time, and Velcro, the patent was out and there was shitty Velcro out there. But I was always doing the tests on the wetsuits because I was kind of sample size.
Yeah.
So they would send me down the wetsuits, and Tim was a really good photographer. So he would take the photos, and we did a lot of ads and stuff for O'Neill. So I started doing a lot of that, and he just said, "Here, why don't you come on board?" And at that time, I was always in the stores, and I was a pro surfer at the time, so people liked to see me at the store, and it was pretty cool.
Let's go back though. Your notoriety, right? Like you got really famous for being a magazine slut.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yes and no. I got a lot of pictures, but
Yeah.
I never, ever, ever called a photographer to come shoot. Ever.
They would just be there.
Danny did.
Danny
Called them all. They would all. I'd go out surfing it.
So
You could ask Moyer. I would go off the end of 56th Street. He'd come over with his camera. 8 guys would come. I'd paddle the middle. I was getting away from it a lot of the times, but he wanted to shoot me, so he'd come down there. Then the pack would come here.
because
But I did get a lot.
I want to talk about like what you said, Sean Stussy, Bruce Jones. They all were under the Russell Brotherhood, right?
Yeah.
And then they all
Kind of went on their own.
fractured
Yeah,
off, right?
Yeah.
And you rode for Stussy,
Yeah.
right? Like
When he went on his own, he asked me and Alan Lopez to come with him.
and you were getting a lot of photos in the mag.
I just started with him when I was getting. I had those Russell pictures. That was my last Russell, and I had a couple. There's that one shot of all of us on Hoffman's deck where we're sitting there. If you look, we're all sitting. Quiksilver, remember when they did that cutout of Echo Beach and they cut out my head?
They did?
That was my head they cut out. I'll show you the before. Yeah, I call it McKnight. I'm like, Bob,
Why?
what? Because then they could take it to places and people could be part of Echo Beach. And I go, Bob, of all the heads you had to cut, and he goes, fuck yeah, I cut your head off. He goes, it felt so good. But it was, if you look at that picture, Alan Lopez is sitting there and he's pointing down to Stussy's. That was Stussy's first board that he made for us to test. And I have my Russell in front
With
of me.
his logo and everything.
Oh yeah, he's on it. That was his first on his own board.
Yeah.
That was us. He gave it to Danny. Danny gave it to Alan and me, and we wrote it and we said yes, we're on.
Let's talk about that because you mentioned Action Now magazine, and
Breakout.
that was like one of the first
Local.
local.
Yeah, there was that in Breakout. They were both
Breakout, yeah.
California. Yeah.
But it was like Action Now was like skateboarding, surfing,
It was multi-sport.
multi-sport,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it was like really edgy, punk rockish.
D. David Morin, I think, was editor.
Was that
Yeah,
him?
yeah. D. David, remember him?
The
God, he
announcer?
was good. He was so good. Yeah.
Was he an announcer too? Right?
Yeah. He was the funniest at the surf contest.
Yeah.
But they focused on the culture more than just like.
It was an amazing
yeah.
magazine.
Yeah, a great concept.
But I mean, I remember getting those mags and seeing you so many.
Yeah.
Every magazine you were in. Mike Moyer and who else? You said
Dave
Epperson?
Epperson was a lot. Randy Johnson. Randy Johnson. He was a good. He's the one that got my cover on surfing.
So the ad that I love, or not love, but recognize the most and remember the most was you're in a Stussy ad and you're standing on top of a chair and you're going like this.
Oh no!
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's Smirk standing. Smirk was standing on a like cement, like a statue pedestal,
Okay.
and I'm mocking him. The most bizarre thing about that ad is,
And that's a Stussy ad, right?
it's a Stussy ad. We both rode for Quiksilver. His board has a Quiksilver logo on it, and it's a Stussy, and it says Stussy clothing. It's
Wow.
How funny is that? But
I have to look at that again.
That's before airbrushing and
Yeah.
That is so
Photoshop.
funny.
The funny thing about that shot too was we got there and Smirk, he's not a real personable, he's not a real outgoing guy. Nicest guy in the world,
Yeah.
biggest heart in the world,
Yeah.
but he just doesn't like talking to people and stuff. But probably one of the most talented surfers you'll ever meet. Smirk is standing there and he's kind of awkward. He doesn't want to be, and I'm standing there and the photographer back then, he was checking the aperture and the how's the flash and all that. And so we're joking around. That shot was a test shot. We must have shot 60 shots after that.
And they picked that
And
one.
they took that one because I'm goofing around and that was, it's funny, I know that shot was in 83 because I had this wart on my elbow and Janet, it's in the picture. If you look on that picture, you can see my wart because I had my arm bent. or maybe it's this song. But Janet, I'll never forget. She said, "I'll marry you, but not that wart." So I had it removed before I got married. So I know it's in the picture. So it was before that.
So that was sorry, was that a Stussy ad for clothing or surfboards?
Clothing.
Yeah,
He never advertised the clothing. He didn't know the surfboards. Yeah.
He never advertised the surfboards.
He never did. Yeah.
So
why?
That's what he broke away from is surfboards at first, right?
Well, he did surfboards, and of course every surfboard did T-shirts. And I'll never forget, we'd go down to Laguna Canyon to get a board made and stuff, and there was the gym across the way. All the girls were doing like aerobics and all that. And his wife at the time, Vicky, was working out there, and he's like, guys, I'm out of T-shirts. All those girls are buying my T-shirt.
What?
And he's like, they don't even know what I do. God, I wish I had some of those. Like I had the old original Stussy team. We had a team for the Caton. And he did, and we had one pair of trunks, Quiksilver made them, where we took the scallop, or the scallop on the side. There was a big panel, and we screened Stussy, and they made Stussy Quiksilvers. How cool would it be to have those today? Yeah.
It'd be worth a mint.
Yeah.
So he did the surfboards, and he was, he couldn't build them fast enough. He took forever to make one, and he eventually... His life insurance, I think it was his life insurance or his accountant, was a guy named Frank Sinatra.
Yeah.
And Frank was doing his books. And Frank was all about the numbers, where Stussy was all about the look. And the two of them got together and they created Stussy clothing.
Yeah.
And it failed for, at first probably. He was doing lines where he had buttons got smaller as they got, you had a big button down here and got smaller as it went up, and a button down back. He just made freaky stuff. And then he kind of toned it back a little. And I think he did like twill pants and twill shirt. And the twill pants or twill shorts and pants. And they came navy, they came black, and they came khaki. And a store would do $250,000 in just those 6 items.
The beach pant and the beach short.
Huge.
But that's a difference.
They're still selling. I was at Ponchos.
Oh yeah, up in Pismo Beach.
They still have.
Yeah, they've always.
But the brands back then had like a unique look or item or SKU that really
Jimmy Z's. Remember that with the GoPro?
Unique. Nowadays it's like
everyone makes
just printables, like that's easy and quick and
like Michael Thompson. He addressed everybody and he said, "You guys, you want to know what the problem is? You're all the problem." And Michael was a genius on when it came to that fashion stuff. Did
you write for Gotcha?
Yeah, for a little while. Because Stussy was their designer. So he wanted me. That was the first check I took. $25 a month I got from Gotcha.
What?
Boy, made that $25. A month.
No, then 25.00.
Yeah.
Not 2.500.
But Michael was saying, he goes, open the mag, today. He goes, open the mag. Take the logo off, they're all the same. You guys you're not unique anymore.
Yeah,
there's nothing unique about it. Everything looks the same. Michael you look at Gotcha ads from 30 years ago.
They're still cool.
They're so cool now. Yeah. They were crazy. And Michael, he was ahead of his time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So is that when you turned pro? Is like when you were riding for Stussy and getting ads in the mag?
Well, back then I got a lot of stuff. Right then, I was getting. They would pay me. Like I didn't want to leave Quick, and Quick would give me free stuff, but I wasn't really categorized as a pro. Then when I went to Gotcha, they said we'll cut you a check. Maybe it was $75. I can't remember how much I got a month, but I remember when I got the first check, it was like, ugh. Now it was weird. I felt like I'd done the deal with the devil, because now I'm paid to surf, and when I'm paid to surf, it's not surfing, it's a job. So now I have to go out. And I have to surf better than everybody in the water. And it has to get back to my sponsors that I was the best guy in the water. And it was like, here, you can have the money back. It gave me the creepiest feeling.
And they wanted you to ride for them because you're a ripping surfer and you were getting shots in the mags, not doing contests. It was
See, that's the whole thing. And that was the rift between a lot of guys on the tour. PT, the rift between PT and these guys came from an era of contests are the measurement of a good surfer.
Yeah.
And we started getting so much publicity, and kids following us and believing in us, that the point, like Stussy got a fan mail, and the guy's he's a famous shaper in Hawaii, Brett Muramoto. Does that ring a bell? Okay, that was my very first fan letter. He sent it to, he was a little kid in Colorado, he sent it to Stussy. Stussy called me up, he goes, I got fan mail for you. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. And I'll never forget, I goes, Brett Muramoto. I'm like, oh, okay. And then he was a local kid, and then he became a really good shaper in Hawaii. But what happened was guys like Sean Thompson, he gave me an earful, but all these guys were just...
Hold on a second. Before that, though, So
Echo Beach, that whole Echo Beach thing, we would joke about, hey, it's 4 to 6 photographers with occasional sets to 8. We were laughing, and I'll never forget when it all started, the big hubbub or the launching of it was when Chris Carter from Surfing Magazine came and did the hottest 100 yards. And
that's what changed it all.
Yeah, that changed it all. And that's where, and I'll never forget, my rivalry with Parker was kind of at an all-time high at that time. So he's talking to them, and finally Chris goes, hey, John, I want to talk to you and get your spin on it. And I go, you don't want to talk to me. And he goes, no, I do. So we're sitting on the house wall, and I'm like, Chris, this is a hoax. I go, this is not the hottest 100 yards. This is the lazy photographer's hottest 100 yards.
Yeah.
I go, they can stand on the burn, they can stand on the jetty and shoot right in the tube. They don't have to get wet.
We're talking 54th Street.
54th Street.
Yeah.
52nd was the jetty to the south, 56th Street was the jetty to the north. So you could get on your tripod on the jetties and shoot right into the barrel and never get wet. And you can shoot the guy at 56th Street, 54th, 55th, any shot. And on the burn, you're above them, so you're shooting at that level. Not to mention, if you want to get wet, Mike Moyer would be in the water. Epperson was kind of from the beach. There was a few guys that were in the water. So I go, we're no better than the guys at Salt Creek are better. The guys at Huntington are better, just as good. I go, we're just ideal for photography. Yeah. So I was telling Chris that, and then Parker comes up and starts doing his little antics. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. He was just a clown. So, but what was funny is I go, Chris, so you're going to write this article? He goes, yeah, this is my last article. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm leaving the magazine. I go, what are you doing? He goes, well, I'm gonna move up to Hollywood, and I'm going to write screenplays. I'm going to write movies. And I'm like, God, good luck on that. And Chris Carter, X-Files.
Yeah, X-Files.
I'm like, this is the same guy that did the X-Files. So it was ironic that was his last article, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But when that came out, all of a sudden, everybody came to Studio 54, Kodak Reef.
Yeah.
It became, and I mean, it was literally, I would be in the water, and a guy would paddle up to me and go, hey, which one's Danny Kwok? And I'm like, oh my God. So it was annoying, but.
Groupies.
Yeah, but you know what? All of a sudden, we're getting photos, and we're like, wow, we can, the guys are, hey, you want to go to Hawaii? Here, how much? Okay, I'll give you the money. Hey, you want to do this trip? Hey, here you go.
But I think it's an important pivotal point in like surf culture and business minded, like, so McKnight and these guys that are starting these brands are like, you know what, we don't need this world title contender.
Yeah, well, they didn't have videos back then. They didn't have, but you would hear about a contest 3 months later when it came in the map.
But we're spending like no major budgets, and we're getting all this coverage like in our backyard.
Exactly.
Which, I mean, if you could emulate that,
and everybody could relate to it, like all the kids, could relate to it. And even when, after the Echo Beach, when they did the stupid movie, we went up to LA to fuel, and they hired a limousine to drive us up. And it was, we got in the limousine, we're driving up, and it's little Doheny, Andrew Doheny. And it was funny, he's in the car, and they start talking to us, and he goes, I owe my whole career to these guys. Yeah. And I'm like, what? He goes, you guys made it cool for us not to go on tour and just do photos, and then that evolved into videos. You started it.
You're creating free surfing.
Yeah. And so when Doheny said that, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I go, oh, I didn't really look at it that way, but
yeah.
And I, I'm an incredibly average surfer. People like, I go to Hawaii, and the local guys are like, hey, you're Gothard. First of all, they go, I didn't know you're that short. The fisheye makes you look way taller. But it was funny that they're going, how come you're getting the mag so much? And I'm like, hey guys, I go, I'm a boring surfer. I go, I'm very predictable. When I'm coming down the line, they're like, he's going to do a cutback, and they get the photo. I go, if I was a snap, aggressive surfer that wins contests, you wouldn't be able to get the shot, because by the time I snapped it was over. I go, I'm so incredibly predictable and boring, I'm easy to photograph.
Well, you're being
That's
modest,
what I figured.
But Let's talk about, okay, so when you rode for Quiksilver, then you rode for Gotcha.
Well, I only rode for Gotcha for about a year, and it just wasn't me. And I remember, and I had one of the boards. Stussy made me a quiver. If you look at the Echo Beach thing, there's a shot of him leaning against the wall going like this. And for the winter of '83, he made me a quiver of yellow boards with black and gray stripes on it. I had a 5.9, a 6, a 5.9, a 5.7, 5.11, a 6.8, and a 7.6. And I had those. And it's funny, if you look at the boards, the Quiksilver's, the O'Neill and the Stussy are laminates, and the Quiksilver's a sticker. Because I was writing for Gotcha when I had those boards made, and I'm like, I'm not going to be there now. So I'll never forget, we went over, back then it was called the Kui Lima, Turtle Bay.
Yeah.
So we're at the Kui condos, and I'm with Mike Lesher, who was head of Surfing Magazine advertising, and he goes, Mark Price wants to talk to you, and I'm like, oh, shit. So I finally Gotcha. And I said, he goes, he kind of got wind that I'm leaving, and I said, Mark, I can't wear the stuff. I love the way Quiksilver. I just loved Quiksilver. It was just kind of my roots, and I go, it felt
You're
part
loyal.
of me. And the only reason I was writing for Gotcha was because Stussy was there, and I felt really bad. But
and you told him that.
I told him. Like you said,
so,
and it was funny because since then in business, I only did things because of the passion, and I've told people, I tell kids that are getting out of college, I go, find something you absolutely love, and I go, you've heard this 100 times. If you get a job doing what you love, you'll never work a day in your life. It's a cliche. Everybody will say, but I'm living it.
It's true.
I go, do this. If you have a job that you can do Monday through Friday, and then they called in Friday afternoon and said, I need you to do this Saturday, and you go, fuck yeah, I'm into it. That's the job to take. But so many people take a job, they're like,
I can't wait till the weekend. I'm over on Wednesday.
Yeah, I can't wait to clock out. I'm like, guess
Getting
what?
paid really good.
You're never, you know what's going to happen? You're never going to make good money because you're never going to do a good job at it, because who wants to? It's a shitty job. And so you're never going to progress, and eventually you're going to lose the job anyways. And you're doing a bad job there. So if you're looking at another job, they're going to look back and go, well, you didn't do a very good job there. I'm not going to hire you. So I go, take a shitty job, or say a low-paying job, but that you love, and just absolutely kick ass. And guess what?
And the windows and opportunity will open.
Yeah. And I said it, and I go, guys, I've been with 9 companies, and I go, the only reason I went there is because I felt I could contribute, and I would love to work there. And I'll say, there was a time when I was approached by Burton, and they said, hey, we have Anon goggles and glasses. We're going to come out with a watch called Eaton. And they go, we'd love you to head up and run the whole thing. And so they flew me out to, Burlington. And I met with all these different people, lunch, and spent the whole day there. And I flew home, and they're like, what do you think? And I go, I'm going to have to pass. And she's like, well, okay, well, this is what we're ready to pay you. And I go, wow, that's a lot of money. She goes, you'll make more than your boss. She goes, so are you in? I go, no. Damn. I just said, I don't feel I could do the best job. I don't want it.
Yeah.
And it was a really smoking paid job.
Yeah.
But,
Plus, Burton Corp sucks balls.
yeah, but this is back when they were doing really well.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But their corporate life and their culture.
Yeah.
Bro, I was part of it, and it sucked, and I left.
Yeah. See that, and that's where.
You're lucky you didn't step in that.
Yeah, I jokingly tell people, they go, you got lucky, you got to be an O'Neill rep, you've worked for all these great companies. I go, guys, I had a job where going to work, I actually look forward to the red lights.
Yeah.
I go, that's the sign tells you better get out of there.
Yeah.
That was working for
So
my
you got the job at Pro Light.
Yeah.
Like
I started with ProLite,
Yeah.
did that for a year, let's say. Then I did O'Neill. I was doing O'Neill wetsuits, Southern California. Tim Tim got his first little Apple box computer. We're in Irvine, and I was playing on Bernardi. I was playing on the computer. I was mostly playing pool. Remember that thing when that's the only game they have is this little pool thing. So, but that was the first time we had spreadsheets, so we could actually have a database of our accounts, and we could schedule, like, okay, let's schedule our accounts and stuff. So I fell in love with the computer at that. And so I was doing O'Neill from about 84 to 90.
Before we get into the career,
Yeah.
we need to have you tell the story of getting in the van with Sean Thompson.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so when I'm sponsored by O'Neill and
how old were you?
22, 21.
Okay.
And
Doing a movie or shop tour?
this is
or
shop tour.
Shop tour.
So what happens was Stussy or Bernardi goes, hey, Team O'Neill. It was a big draw at stores. Come meet Team O'Neill. And the good thing is, if you're on Team O'Neill, it's not I'm part of the team. I am the team. So when you had that's a badge of honor.
Yeah.
When you had Team O'Neill, granted I looked
You
like a
had the
NASCAR.
turtleneck.
Yeah, yeah. And
The turtleneck
when
was
you
the
said,
fucking shit.
when you said
With the
Team
team
O'Neill,
screamed on
it.
Or I had the Letterman's jacket that they only made a handful of them. That was just the cool stuff. So I'll never forget. Tim goes, hey, we're doing a promotion at Val Surf. Come meet Team O'Neill. Will you come up? I go, yeah. Do you want me to bring the van? Do you want me to, what do you want me to do? And he goes, why don't you sign autographs? I'm like, no, really. What do you want me to do? And he's like, John, there are people you're getting in the mag. There are people that regard you as Team O'Neill.
You were getting a lot of
Yeah.
shots.
So I'm like, okay.
You had cover shots.
I'll never forget. So I drive up. There was Val Surf. Wasn't the Valley Village?
There's a
location.
poster.
Yeah, they
Oh
made,
no, that comes. Wait, that's later. So I come. My very first autograph signing. It was Woodland Hills maybe, and I pull up and there's the marker board. Come meet Team O'Neill. I think it was like obviously Sean Thompson, Dane Kealoha, Willie Morris, Martin Potter, John Gothard, and I'm
Wow.
like
On the marquee.
I'm like tears. I'm like
On the marquee.
I wish can somebody get a picture? Can you get a picture of me with that? Like my name's with those guys. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. So I go in there and I'm standing there and I'm like, hey, watching them. They're all signing stuff, and all of a sudden I get this, and I'm like, well, what? And they're like, will you sign this? I'm like laughing. I'm like, really? Like,
How many
"Yeah."
people show up?
Oh, I don't know, 50, 80 people. But
Wow.
these kids are coming up to me
Yeah.
going, hey, in this one shot, I noticed that your front foot, your left foot was off at an angle. And then I'm going, wait, what? They were
studied it.
analyzing every little picture. And I was that guy. When I was a little kid, I was studying that stuff. And it was so interesting to have them go, now, did you catch your rail on this? Or did you make it out of this one barrel shot? And I go,
Dang.
I make every shot. No. So it was funny, though, to hear these kids. And Sean is like, why are they talking to you?
Yeah.
So
He's on the ASP tour.
yeah, he's God.
Yeah.
Just ask him. He was. it was hilarious because he was really. I mean, you want to talk? He was in GQ.
Yeah.
He was the epitome of surf star.
Definitely.
And then for me to be on that same stage, he's like, "You're not worthy."
Dude, that was
So-
a heavy lineup.
So back then, I grew up on Don Rickles, and heckling was just, I loved it.
Yeah.
So soon as Sean said that, I'm like, well, Sean, it's a changing of the guard. You are a dinosaur. You're being phased out, and I'm being phased in. And so Willie's laughing because Willie can't talk. He's just as much a photo whore as me. He's in the
Yeah.
mag all the time.
Yeah.
And Potts is
And
like,
nobody's
Potts is
ever
like
talked to
15.
him like that.
So Sean's like, wait, what? I go, and so I kept joking with them, and it would just get more and more. Well, what was worse was Surfing Magazine had just done the center pull-out poster, and I was half the poster. Crookshank is a corner, and Sean's a corner. So Sean's 25%, but I'm 50% of the poster.
Yeah.
And inevitably, every store we went to, some kid would eventually say to Sean, how come you're only a quarter of the picture and John's half the picture? And he would just stop, get up, and walk away. He hated it. It was so.
my
And
gosh.
when Sean started giving me shit, I'm like, Sean, you understand why you're a quarter and I'm half, right? I go, I would be the whole poster, but I'm making an ugly face.
Hey, Sean, you should see my paychecks.
Yeah, they're 40 years. No, but it was funny. That was when the 0123 first came out, and they gave me. I had the first one, and I was in a barrel at 54th Street, but it was early morning, looking right into the sun, and I made this stink face, and so they're like, we can't really have that face be big, so they went half. So I go, Sean, just be thankful. I made you that quarter page, which really irritated him. So as we kept going around to shops, I just kept ribbing him. And I'm like, Sean, have you looked into it? You really should be sponsored by the La Brea Tar Pits because you're a dinosaur,
Oh,
And I go,
God.
and he goes,
Hey, the shit talker king.
Oh, we had
Shit
and we were in the
talker
car
king.
for hours, and he couldn't get away from it. And of course, Potts and Willie and stuff were just laughing. They were just egging it on. And I was go, you have to understand, Sean. Contests are the past, photos are the future. I go, that's just the way it is.
Oh,
so the sooner you come to that realization, the sooner you're going to understand the current system.
Yeah,
This punk 22-year-old from Newport
So
Beach.
we kept doing this, and then and I said it in the Echo Beach thing. I thought it was so funny because it was just getting better and better with Sean, and he was just it was starting to get to him, and we literally, and it was Hanson's, and it was just sprinkling out, and you pull out of Hanson's, you come to the stop out front to go onto Coast Highway, and as we get there, this kid comes running out with a pen and the poster, and he's like, hey, and we're like, whoa, stop. Sean rolls down the window. Back then we rolled. No, electric. Rolls down the window, goes to grab it, and the kid literally goes, no, I want Gothard to sign it. The car loses it. Potts, Willie, everybody just starts laughing, and Sean literally puts his head down like, contests mean nothing. Photos are everything. And it was just so funny when that happened, and then so. That was where we were getting all the publicity and stuff. And the funny thing with Sean was I did a few contests. Like the OP Pro was the big thing, and I'd have to go through the trials and work on it. And I'll never forget one contest. I get through the trials, and they have the big party, and they're announcing the heats, and they have one round, and the winner of that round goes on in the top 16. So it's top 32. So it's top 48. Remember that? They have the 40 round. You weren't in those. Okay,
no.
never mind.
I'm not that old.
You didn't make it that far. No, so
You know who he is.
So all of us. So they announced the heat, and Sean comes up and he goes, John. So make sure get good rest tonight. Make sure you're top shape tomorrow. Make sure your board's out. And he's going. I go, Sean. I go, you of all people, you don't want me to do well in a contest? He goes, oh yeah, I do. He goes, John, you don't understand. See, the winner of your heat surfs against me. And I want to kick your ass like there's no tomorrow. So you have to win that heat.
Wow.
He goes, your mother doesn't want you to win that heat more than me. It was so. Oh my God, I was laughing.
Did you end up meeting? No.
No, that was the heat that got me in the surf industry because I drew Todd Martin, Gluefoot. He beat Rabbit, and he could be laying on the ground and get back up on his board. He just can't fall. So I'm like, okay, I'm fucked. And so I'm like, I don't know what to do. So we're sitting out there, and
Where were you guys at?
Southside Huntington, OP Pro. 2 of us, 14,000 people watching. And so Todd gets away, and he's riding, and I'm listening. I'm like, well, do I have to? And here he is, and you come to the inside. You do the Huntington hop. You come to the inside, and he goes up. And it's just dead silent. And all of a sudden, the roar of the beach. And he makes it. And I'm like, great. I felt like Southwest Airlines. You want to get away? So then I get my way. I paddle into my wave, and I'm just like, here's boring John down the line. But I kind of think of myself as more of a current
Because
style.
predictable John with his cutback.
I'm smooth.
Here he goes.
I'm
His
smooth.
usual 3 bottom turns, usual 3 top turns, and a cutback. Huh. So I do my thing, and I go to the inside. I do a big re-entry, and I kick out, and I start paddling back out. And they go, Todd Martin gets this is to 10. Todd Martin gets a 6.5. And I'm like, great. And he goes, John Gothard, 7.3. And I go,
what?
I can beat him. So we paddle back out, do the same thing. Paddle back out, do the same thing. So we've got 3 waves. 3 waves. Top 3. I've smoked him. He's got 4 waves though. So and back then we had the buoy. You had to paddle around the buoy. So I paddle around the buoy, for priority.
Yeah.
So I paddle around the buoy. I've got priority. It's a 30-minute heat. I got 10 minutes.
To get one more wave.
And all I need.
You had to get 4 waves?
You had 4 waves. And all's in 30 minutes. And all I need is a 5, and I haven't had a 5 yet. Everything's been higher.
Yeah.
And I go, and Todd's the whole time sitting like where you are, just whining to me how I kicked his ass and blah, blah, blah. I go, Todd, I have 3 waves, you have 4. No, so it was top 4 waves, yeah. So I go, I have 3, you have 4. And right then's why I realized they call it Lake Street. Not another wave came in, and he beat me. And at that point, I said, I'm over it. And I thought of Bob's conversation, get in the business. And I go, it's not a better time than now to get in the business. And, I was repping. And
was that like a make or break event? Not that you were doing contests, but would that have changed your outcome if you did well?
No, because on going on those tours, the Team O'Neill tours, I remember Potter, again, Potts was only 15 at the time. He was a little kid. But we would be at a store at 1 o'clock, and they were like a junkie that hadn't had their hit of heroin. They had to get in the water and surf. And I'm going, I don't need to surf today.
Yeah.
And I realized I don't have that dog eat dog, I gotta surf like they did. And I go, I like surfing. I enjoy surfing, but it's surfing.
Yeah.
They live for it.
Yeah.
They have to surf. And that's the difference. You're not going to win heats when you can, when it's just okay. And that was a turning point for me. Yeah, I like to do the OP Pros. They were fun, but I hated losing. But if I surfed well, I'm fine with that. Like I lost to Derek Ho. I gave him 3 of his best waves. Stupid wave choice. I wanted the best wave. I could have beat Derek. I lost to him, but I go, he surfed insane. Great. He deserved it more than me. But
that's interesting. It's a good.
So how long was your professional surfing in contest career? Not that long, right?
No, it was like probably 2 or 3 years. Or not even that, maybe 2. Because I remember the first really pro event I went to, other than the California ones, I went to Japan. I was sponsored by Shuji, or I was sponsored by the Surf and Kito. Remember Kito?
Kito-san.
Yeah.
So Kito-san. So he sponsored Dan Flecky, myself, Shuji Kasuya, and a little punk named Tom Curran. So we all flew over there. And he's put us up, and we're all staying at this place. And that was Tom's first win. And it was the Marui. And so I surfed through the trials. Well, a typhoon hit, and they were literally surfing at night to finish it. They closed it down for a day or 2, boarded up the windows. So we wake up the first day of the contest, and it is 15 feet. I mean,
firing.
You're seeing oil tankers in the outer sea going.
Oh, it was huge.
Huge. They said swells were 50 foot in the outer waters. So there's nothing but just these huge walls coming in. Nobody can. And traditionally, Japan was always a 1 to 2 foot surf. So everybody's got 5.7s, 5.8s.
Yeah.
It's 10 to 15 feet.
Wow.
And so me being first guy on the tour, when they do the seeding, number 1 surfs against DAL, dead ass last. Well, guess who, Mr. DAL? That was my first world. You had to qualify for world points. That was my first qualification. So I drew a crummy little surfer named Mark Richards, and we're the first heat, and I'm just like they're looking at, and Flecky surfs big waves, and he's just like, I don't want to paddle out. So I end up, and it's funny. So we get in line, they do the big ceremony, and I'm like, and Mark's my hero. I mean, I'm looking, he's a god, and I look at him, and he's like, oh my God, we're gonna drown. And I go, this is the guy that's pictures. He won the Duke. And I go, and he's saying this. I'm like, ah. Yeah. So I go, I hope they don't make us go out. And we had to be the first heat. So we go down to the sand and we start walking down the beach to find out a place to paddle out. And he's the nicest guy in the world. He's like, so John, he could care less about surfing. And I don't know how he won so many contests because he didn't care.
Yeah.
He's just
that good.
He said his whole job was not to let Shane win. He goes, I have to beat the brat. Never let him win a heat. He goes, if you look, he wouldn't go to contest till Shane got close to him in points, and then he'd go. So
you mean the 4-time world champion didn't care?
Yeah. He just wanted to beat Shane. So
he's just that good.
We walked down the beach the whole time just talking, and he goes, well, I guess we got. And we literally walked. We couldn't even see the contest side. We're like a quarter mile away. So he goes, well, we got to paddle out. And I go, hey, Mark,
keep an eye on me.
Mark, don't lose me. Don't leave me. So we paddle out this river mouth and we get out, unfortunately. And we start paddling over, and it's just, we're going under huge white. Yeah. And so they start the horn, and Mark and I'm paddling for waves, and it's just sucking up on this reef, just scary, like rushing off, and just it's just gonna kill you. And Mark gets a wave, and he comes back and he's like, oh my God, that was so scary. And I paddle another 50 yards out. I'm just like, I gotta get to the beach. And I go, and there's all these people watching. And my tail's between my legs. I'm like, I want out of here. So finally, I think I caught 1 wave and he caught 2, and he won the heat. I'm like, good, you can have it.
Yeah.
But what was great is that there's this other place in the bay called Malibu, Chiba Malibu, and it's just this right that peels just insane. And I'm like, I'm out of here. And I went to Malibu and got insane surf. So, but that's what Tom ended up. It went down to like 3 feet the next day, 4 feet, and Tom won it the next day. So I was with him when he won his first contest, and it's funny, I was with Kelly when he won his first contest.
Tell us about that. I remember you.
Okay, so I'm working for Quiksilver wetsuits. I'm running it in the U.S. and we just kind of re-merchandised the line, got everything going. He goes, okay, John Howard, who's running out of Australia, he goes, we want to launch it in Europe, He goes, I want you to go over there. We just hired a guy to run Quiksilver wetsuits over there. He was the marketing, kind of the Danny Kwok of Europe. I want you to teach him on wetsuits, margins, turns, and all that stuff. So I fly over there, and he was the marketing guy. His name's Pierre Agnes. And so Pierre is as French as it gets.
Yeah.
You know, he's so obnoxiously French. And so we start talking. I talk to him about, hey, wetsuits are a 40 markup. He's a marketing guy, really well connected. Just he's picking things up lightning speed. You know, really a smart guy. And so we start going through everything. And this is Hossiger, right? And he's Mr. Hossiger. You know, we go down to the Rock Food, which was the place to hang. And Roland owns the Rock Food. And he introduced, he goes, this is John. And he puts me on a pedestal. He's running Quiksilver in the U.S. And Roland looks at me and goes, John, your money's no good in here. You want a hamburger? Just put your hand up. Beer? Everything's comped. So we hung there the whole time. And the whole tour hung there.
That's the hot spot.
Yeah, it was the hot spot. And there, outside, there would be 200 people, all these gorgeous girls wanting to get to one of the pro surfers and stuff, and they're all hanging inside. And so we're sitting there and we're playing pinball. And it's Kelly and I. And Kelly Slater. So, and I'm working with Quiksilver wetsuits, and he's sponsored, and this is his first year on the tour. So I go, you know, we're shooting. I go, hey PT, it's your turn. And he does his turn. He goes, what did you call me? I go, PT. He goes, why'd you call me PT? I go, because, you know, PT was the world champion in 1976. He goes, yeah. He goes, he never won a contest and he finished first place. He goes, fuck you. And I go, Kelly, what are you all mad for? I go, what position are you in the world tour right now? He goes, first. And I go, and how many contests have you won? He goes, none. I go, okay, PT, your turn, go. He goes, damn it. So the next morning is the Hossiger, the rip curl, and he wins it. And he's standing on the stage with the trophy. He's like, where's Gothard? Where's Gothard? Can't call me PT. He was just so excited to tell me that.
That is so
It's pretty funny. But so I was with Kelly when he won his first gun, and back when Tom won his.
That is.
And he was a
But it was pretty
draw
funny.
18,
I just figured,
19.
you just need a little prodding, Kelly.
You know what? Late night needed some John Gothard.
I need you in my corner, bro.
Oh yeah.
Gosh.
That's
That's 2 world champions. Think
I
of
could have
that.
been the third.
You could have been the third.
Dude.
I don't lose any hair on it.
Yeah.
Too late.
I stressed out about it.
So
Come on, cue ball.
So going back to your career,
Yeah.
after you started working for O'Neill,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
I did O'Neill sub rep for Bernardi, and what happened was Quiksilver decided to come out with wetsuits, and they had some, but they were kind of fledgling. They just were kind of more of a novelty. It was a clothing company making wetsuits, and I mean they came with cellophane over them and stuff like that. And it's like, this is not a garment, guys. So it was called Gen X or something. They had this weird name for it. So what happened was Australia licensed the wetsuits to John Howlett. Tom Carroll was a partner, and Bruce Raymond was a partner. Silent partners, but Tom was the face of the brand.
Yeah.
John was the brain behind it. John had peak wetsuits. He knew rubber. He knew wetsuits. They came to the U.S., bought, and I didn't know this. I should have negotiated a better deal, but bought when John came to the U.S. and said, I want to launch Quiksilver wetsuits, and it's the license. It's not Quiksilver. I had nothing to do with Quiksilver USA. I paid them money, but people thought I was part of the company there. But what happened when he came to the U.S., he had to get a general manager to run Quiksilver wetsuits. And Bob said, I want Gothard to do it. And John said, Howard goes, he's my number one choice. If I'd known that, I would have negotiated a better deal.
Yeah.
But they came to me at O'Neill and said, we want you to leave O'Neill and come to Quiksilver. And I said, great. It's a great opportunity. So I did. So I was across the street from Quiksilver. I ran my own business. I started with Quiksilver reps. Eventually, it's account and field business. So I went from a sub rep to a general manager. I had to get accounting systems. I had to get computer systems. I had to go to Watts and East LA to get a racking system, and they put it on the top of my truck. The guys literally said, when you get outside my building, radio, call me, and I'll let you in. It was like Mad Max. I got there, and literally the door slid open. I pulled in and shut it. And they said, do not stop between here and the freeway or you'll probably be killed. It was radical. That was
take you out
1990
for the scrap on top of your car.
Yeah. So I mean, I put a railing system in there. I had all the wetsuits and stuff, and then just kind of launched Quiksilver wetsuits.
But how was your relationship with Tim Bernardi? Because he had a good quote in one of his interviews that you wish he would get in a car accident so you could have his job.
Yeah, yeah. No, but Tim was.
I'm just kidding. I know.
No, I said that. I did say that. No, because they said, why'd you leave O'Neill? I go, because there's nowhere for me to go.
Yeah,
the only way for me to progress is for Tim to get in a car accident and die, and I'd take his job, and probably O'Neill would burn me and not give it to me.
Yeah.
But so, Tim was he epitomized being a gentleman, almost to a fault. I go, Tim, this account didn't pay their bill. You did something for them, and they walked all over you. I go, Tim, you gotta have you gotta put your foot down. And he was always no. He did so much for the O'Neill and would take it on the chin, and it was so. I learned a lot from Tim.
Yeah.
There were some things like he never used POs, which I didn't understand. I'm like, wait, there's no reference. We have to reference. So there's little things that I brought to the table, but he really was the one that was like, hey, you know what? That store doesn't need anything, but we should go there and we should organize their wetsuits to help them out. So it was always take the high road. Yeah. And it was a great learning experience with it. Yeah. So I really liked him and stuff. And when I told him about it, he's like, yeah, this is a great opportunity for you. Pat, not so much. Because as soon as I told them, Pat said,
competitor now.
Yeah, now I'm the competitor. Yeah. So Pat was
running the whole thing.
When I told Tim, he's like, okay. I go, hey, I'll start Jan 1. I told him maybe in November or maybe it was the first week in December. I think it was like November. I said, hey, I'll start in January. So I'll finish all the pre-books and I'll book everybody out and I'll just hand it off, because like with Tim, I'm going to do what's right.
Yeah.
And Tim said, he talked to Pat and Pat said, no, he's done today because I'm the competitor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was
all he's going to do is sabotage us.
And it was kind of interesting. Remember Milo had Emerald City down there, and I'll never forget. I went
Larry
to
Krause.
Yeah, I went to go see Milo, and I told him what I was doing, and he said, well, then we're done. And I go, no, we need to book spring for you. We got all this. He goes, no, you're not my rep. And he goes, don't take this the wrong way, John, but if you write my order, whoever takes your job has no reason to come earn that money because they're going to pay him, not you. So,
wow.
And it was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That Milo goes, I go, okay, Milo, but can I do this, Milo? Can I write the order what I think it should be, give it to you, and then you can give it to him, or you can make sure he implements it and stuff like that. But I mean, that whole time from about 1980, I want to say 87 or 88 maybe it was. I borrowed my brother's computer. It was a Toshiba 5100. It was monochrome screen. I loved it. I couldn't sleep. I was sleeping 3 hours a night just playing on the thing with Lotus. And then I ended up getting my own complete computer. Then I get my Toshiba T2000. And I
speak English.
And I remember I took the
you
Lotus.
lost me at Toshiba.
I put the Lotus. It was I forget. It was called Lotus 123, and it was like what Excel is today. But I made the O'Neill order form on it. And then what I did is I realized I'm going to be making 4 orders for fall. So I made 4 order forms. Then at the top, I split the screen and said, order 1, order 2, order 3, order 4. So I had it all organized. And back then, a rep would walk into a store and he'd get an order, he'd write it on a carbonless triple. So as soon as you put pen to paper, it was done. So it was like, oh, but I brought a laptop. It's a toy.
Yeah.
So people that wouldn't pre-book, oh yeah, let's do it. And it was funny how, as I brought
you told me 1 2 2 1, but I don't know. The system's saying 2 4 4.
My computer only writes in 3s.
Oh, you guys, you know how many times I wrote it, put it in the computer, and then didn't fax it to O'Neill? And I'm like, where's their order? And they're like, oh shit, oh here it is. So there was some learning things, but it was interesting when I went on the road how you would walk into a store and like Rich Harbor, prime example. Okay, he probably made God's first surfboard. The guy's older than dirt. He opened a shop in 59. I wasn't even a dirty thought at that point. I mean, Mia being 100 years old, and that was before that. So I pull up to Harbor, and I'm like, probably should leave the laptop in the car. He's not going to get computers.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is going to be painful. He's going to rah, rah. So I walk in, and I said, hey, it's a new way to do it. And he goes, oh, what do you got? He goes, is that the Toshiba T2000? And I go,
oh, jeez.
I go, what? He goes, I write Fortran. back then, before there used to be computer, Fortran, COBOL, these are things you had. That was the programming. We used to have to do the programming. Like I used to do my first laptop I had to do in Fortran. And it was interesting how you'd have to do all that stuff. But I walk in, Harbor's supposed to be the most old Neanderthal.
Yeah.
He knew more about computer. He was teaching me stuff.
That's
And it was insane how we were doing all these things, and it was great.
Let's backtrack a little bit. Not really backtrack, but you were like at the forefront of when a lot of new categories and new businesses, new brands were popping up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny when you were saying that you're working for O'Neill, and you told Tim Bernardi, like, it's surf business, but it's business, right?
Yeah.
And the
Well,
harshness of business, right? Like when you told Tim, I'm gonna work through I'll start in January, but I'll
Work till then.
And then Pat O'Neill said, no, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
He's done.
Yeah.
He's just not gonna.
Oh, he's threatening now.
It's a
well,
threat,
you're
right?
going in the competition, and
Yeah.
I had that happen later with some of my guys that worked for me. He left Spy to go to VZ, and I'm like, shit, he's got all their dirty laundry.
Yeah.
But the industry started to get into like real business versus the handshake bro bra.
Yeah.
Everybody stayed in their lane. Now
Yeah.
it's like, you know what? There's money to be made
Kevo?
if you're gonna be adding other categories. Like why?
Yeah.
If this brand sells so well and people love the logo and they're buying the tees and the shorts and the hats or whatever, they'll buy your wetsuits too.
But there it was a weird time. Like I was just telling my niece, I go, the Reagan years. I go, and she would say, well, wasn't he? I'm like, Reagan years we were at a trade show and we would decide how many people we want to sell to. There was more business. You would turn away as much as you took.
Yeah.
It was an odd time. So I would write POs with people, and O'Neill came out with the most hideous clothing, and we sold shitloads of it.
Yeah.
And everybody
prosperity
could,
was
finishing what I was trying to say there is like business started becoming business. Like
Yeah.
It wasn't bro bra handshakes.
way more
Yeah.
cutthroat.
Oh yeah.
Of like what business had to be.
Well, Quiksilver was public.
Well,
the
yeah,
band started going.
when you started
and
with
Milo, who was at a surf shop, Emerald City, right?
Yeah.
And him telling you, and you'd probably been doing business with him for a while.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden he just says, "Oh, we're done here."
Yeah.
You're like, "Holy shit!" Like what?
He was just and I worked with him later on, but he was just a factual. No emotion. Matter of fact. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, sorry,
Yeah.
And I've said that to my employees. I said, hey,
I wish I was like that.
if we decide to open,
I'm too
if we
nice
decide to
like that.
open your competitor, like, hey, you know what, Larballs is going to open a store and it's gonna bother you. I'm making that decision. Whatever you decide, if you decide to throw me out, you decide to pull me back, or you decide to go the same, that's your decision, and I have to 100% accept it because I made my decision, and I have to understand you have to make yours. And that's what Milo was. He's like, no, okay,
Yeah.
and people would get pissed off, and you're like, well, he's not being ugly. He's not being.
He's telling you how his business works.
He's making a calculated business decision.
Pragmatic
Yeah.
business.
This is my customer. This is what I'm doing. This is what I need.
Yeah.
So that was a big step in your career, is to head Quiksilver Wetsuits.
Huge. Yeah, because I was in a situation.
And how old
I
were
had
you?
no training. I was 30, and
really,
I
Man,
never.
you were a sub
You were
rep.
like an old
I was a
man
sub
when
rep.
I was that girl.
Hey, you were a sub rep.
Yeah, I wasn't a rep.
Who had
I
a
was
college?
a sub rep.
Did you have a college degree?
No, I never got it. Yeah,
He went
overrated.
3 years OCC,
So-
Long Beach.
Yeah, I went to Long Beach, and you know what happened?
So
At
why-
Long Beach, I was going back to school at Long Beach, and they had a thing called CAR, Computer Assigned Registration. Computers, it was new.
Computer assigned.
Assigned registration. So you would pick your classes, and the computer would take everybody and give them. And so I'd pick my 6 classes and put in 3 alternates. And when I got it back, I got the 3 alternates. And I said, bye-bye. And I said, I'll take a semester off. I'm going to go work for Bernardi.
Yeah.
I never went back. I'm like 12. I'm like, no, maybe 15 credits short.
So you, how long did you work for Bernardi for?
6 years. And I didn't, I worked for 6 years for him, 84 through 90.
And you were making good money.
I started off. I think the first year I made $24,000 a year.
And then
He
had
he had an agency. He had a few people.
No, it was just him and me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We eventually had Scary Mary doing repairs. Remember Mary?
Yeah.
She was great. And then we had
she
Barbara.
worked at HSS.
Did she?
Yeah, she lives across the street.
God, she's so funny. I love
She's
Scary
gnarly.
Mary. She is the best speller on the face of the earth. We'd always, before spell check, we'd go, "Hey Mary, how do you?" She'd just ramble it off perfectly. But we had Barbara at the front, and we had Scary Mary doing the service center in the back, repairing wetsuits and stuff like that. And she was really good.
O'Neill was O'Neill was cranking back.
Oh yeah,
and
and that was the
today.
hard thing
But-
because Bernardi and I, we were the king. We were king of the hill.
Yeah.
we had like wetsuits.
O'Neill was
if
dominant.
we were 60 to 70%
Of the business.
of the business. So
Of the market
when people would look at, oh well, Rip Curls, they've got. I go, guys, we do 3 times what Rip Curl
HSS
does.
had
It was the O'Neill wetsuit cave.
O'Neill
the cave.
the wetsuit cave. It was the O'Neill wetsuit cave.
Mm-hmm.
It was. And it had, remember the fish tank in the middle with the accessory, like the wash
Oh, my
guards?
God. Yeah.
It was
So it was hard. We always had it. We always were fighting off brands. Whether it was Sea Skins, Surf Skins. Remember Surf Skins?
Skins, yeah.
They came out. Then Body Glove, Peak. It just seemed like there was Rip Curl was the biggest one, the biggest thorn in our side. They would just do some Mickey Mouse things like we had the layers concept, where you put a short john and a shirt. Remember that pink outfit, and you would layer up. So if you had a long john, a short john, and the shirt on, you had 3 mil, 2 mil, 1 mil, 1 mil, and it was kind of the 1, 2, 3. So we come out with this whole planogram, this whole way about doing it at Surf Expo, and that was my first trade show in Florida. I went there for ProLite. And this
Inventory nightmare.
This is where this was the first show that I saw Gordon Merchant and Bob Hurley setting up a 10x10, launching a little
Billabong.
brand Billabong.
Wow.
That was our first. And I remember Hurley's going, John, how do you do this thing? And it was in the Kissimmee Tupperware Center. You got to be ancient if you remember Surf Expo in the Kissimmee Tupperware
Thank God
Center.
I don't know what that is.
So what happened is I'm at that show and O'Neill's doing, hey, here's the layers concept, great pictures and all this. And Rip Curl's going, what? Here's a spring suit.
Yeah.
Okay. 30 days later, we have ASR. Rip Curl has their shimmy shirts with their short johns. Hey, O'Neill's knocking us off. And I'm like, what? You guys, talk to anybody that was in Florida. They had none of this. They threw it together. They had black and white Xeroxes. And that's where I just, it's funny because my son works for Rip Curl. And I just grew such a despise for the company back then. And at one point, their rep quit. And they were interviewing for the replacement. And they came after me. And they said, John, we want you to be the Southern California rep. And I'm like, wow, now I'm not going to be the sub rep for O'Neill. I'm going to be the rep for Rip Curl. And I met with the general manager, the one of the founders flew in from Australia.
Yeah.
And he came to my house and interviewed me. We had beers. And I just said, I can't take the job.
And what was the money like offered?
No, the money was fine. It was again, I came back to, I told him, I can't take the job because I felt every day I come home, I was selling a second-rate product.
Yeah.
And I go, I can't work for that.
Yeah, and that's a good lesson to live by because, it's not always about the money, It's not always about, getting a bigger title, If you're not happy, you're not happy.
I could care less about titles, but it's
you're,
all, do you love,
you're an
do you love what
extension
you
of the
do?
brand.
Do you love what you do?
Hey,
And-
that's what this guy coined over here.
yeah.
Do what you love what you do.
Yeah.
Oh, exactly. I used to go to Quiksilver wetsuits. I would be there at 3:30 in the morning, like Aaron. You get in those zones when he's working early. Nobody bothers you at early morning.
Yeah.
First of all, I love 7-Eleven coffee, so I could go to 7-Eleven, get my coffee. Nobody will talk to me. I could go to the office. Nobody's going to bother me.
Yeah.
The best part about it is calling your reps on the East Coast and waking them up.
Oh man.
And they're like, back then, they're like,
Yeah,
wait, what
It's
time
like,
is
fuck,
it?
I gotta work
Yeah.
for Gothard.
It's
Okay,
like 6:30 in the morning there, and I'm like, I'm up. And they're like, I'm at the office. They're like, no, you're not. I go, call me back.
Well, I gotta give you a lot of praise and thanks for giving me my first 2-page ad.
Here we go.
all about me.
Now we're talking about Laura again.
I'm on Quiksilver.
We got tired of doing Boothy and said, oh, well, let's do a local hero.
Yeah. got me a suit and you're going to Natividad the next day.
Oh, my God, how good is that?
And
one of my best 2 brides was Natividad.
And I had a
A purple
Purple and
Purple
black.
and black?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. God,
And-
those we had so much potential. You guys, we had the dream team.
And
the
those
shoulder zips.
The shoulder
I
zips.
love the shoulder zips.
They were like
The worst.
Some people.
they were not the worst. I think if they were, better strategy. The concept was good, but the rubber and everything.
Well, that was the
wasn't
problem we had. John Howard, who ran the company, was really good at making money, and he was hell bent on buying cheap rubber.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're killing me. We've got the best team. We've got the best name. We just have to make an average product.
Yeah.
And I always fought him on it because he's like, I can make this suit for 40. I can make a 3-2 blind stitch suit and get it for landed $48. I go, and it's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
I go, John, we've got the Quiksilver name. Let's make the end-all wetsuit. I go, we can hang our hat on it, and then we can do these basics all day long, but let's have one that we can be proud of. We don't have a wetsuit we can be proud of right now.
Walk us through that. Like when they decided to get into the wetsuit game, obviously they saw you, they knew you worked for O'Neill. You're an O'Neill guy for 6 years. So that was like, they targeted you because you were the number one wetsuit brand in the
I did that with the rep by grabbing me. They're hurting the competition and helping themselves.
and the know-how, like you knew wetsuits.
Oh yeah,
like the back of your hand.
Yeah. So we had the challenge. I think that I walked into that I didn't foresee was the way in Australia you do something, and I'm generalizing. You do something 80 to 90%. And it's okay. I go, you do that in America? You failed.
Yeah.
So when I started getting wetsuits, like I'll never forget the head guy of wetsuits. First of all, he didn't like glue and blind stitch. He liked overlock. I'm like, ooh, that's a first red flag.
Yeah.
Then we get our wetsuits, and the necks fit like this.
Yeah.
He goes,
Like a T-shirt.
yeah. And I'm like panicked. What are we gonna do? And he's like, oh, that's nice. Now they don't choke you. I'm like, what?
Did this guy surf?
So again, yeah, but it's like
He's on the Gold Coast. It doesn't matter. It's always warm.
Yeah, they were down. They're down Newport.
No wonder where they wear T-shirts out.
But what was nice was it was me against them. They were doing all the volume. I wasn't. So they would kind of roll their eyes like, hey, we're getting away with it and stuff in Australia. But when Pierre came on, he was like me on steroids. It was like you had to go to this.
He's like, dude, if I could snow on the beach here, we need real suits.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets freaking cold there. So, and it was Quiksilver in Europe was really on a high regard. Like they did things classy. They had like this bitchin' bar upstairs in the building. They threw insane parties. They were premium. They were, and I mean, Pierre was just like, we need the wetsuits to be at that level. So now it was 2 against 1. So we were starting to get it going to a better level. But I mean, think about it. We had Ross Clark Jones, Boothie. We had the best team.
Lars Sander, Lisa Anderson wearing them.
Oh yeah. We had and that stupid little kid from Florida. What's his name? Oh yeah, Kelly Slater. We had him on the team. And we had Bourgeois. Ben was a little kid. Ben, I'll never forget. I was back east and visiting my rep. We're seeing accounts and. Ben, we're in Wrightsville Beach. I was leaving the next day. He just got back from the world competition, which
ISA
I think he might have won or something. But he got back at midnight. I was leaving the next day. He got up at 6 a.m. to meet me for breakfast. He was such a class act. This day I met him, I'm like, this guy we got to take care of. Ben was always a great guy.
Yeah.
An insane person. Everybody loved him because he's such a nice guy. Surf's insane too.
Still does.
Insane.
He's
You follow him on Insta?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's living the dream.
But just good family.
Yeah,
ties,
his sisters are really nice. Dad's fun to talk to. I enjoyed that.
Sweetwater.
Yeah, Sweetwater Surf Shop. Yeah.
And he rips.
So how long did you head
5-6
Quiksilver?
years?
Yeah, like 5 years till about 95. And I got to a point where I didn't work for Quiksilver. We were completely separate. I worked with Howlett and the wetsuits. I'll never forget, like Tom Wenchel and I sat there and we said, we're going to design the ultimate wetsuit. The insane, we sat there and went from, and I called it Gen X because Generation X was a big thing back then. And so I used the Quiksilver font on the arm. I said, Gen X, we're going to call them the Gen X suits. It's going to be insane. So we designed this insane wetsuit, sent it to him and he loved it. And he said, oh, but it's not that important to use this expensive rubber down here, so we'll just use this rubber. And behind the knee here, we can do this rubber. And he sent me just the biggest piece of shit. And at that point, I said, I'm done. You know, it's like, you know, we can't. I can't do this. So at that point, right then, Ride had bought SMP. Yeah, Ride Snowboards had bought SMP, and Milo needed a sales manager. And I thought, you know, maybe it's time. Give it a go. So
And
I told
blowing
Bob.
up.
Yeah.
It was funny. I'll never forget this. I go, I'm sitting there with my people, and I'm like, I get the letter of acceptance and all that, and I'm like, I gotta go tell Bob. And I'm like, ooh. I called Jackie. I said, hey, Jackie, can I have a minute with Bob? And she goes, yeah. I'm like, okay. I walked over there, and I told Bob, you know, and Bob, he knew what I was frustrated with, and he agreed. But I'll never forget. He looked at me and he goes, SMP, they're owned by Ride, right? And I go, yeah. And they were just like, their stock had gone up 700% that year. They were
Quiksilver stock?
No, the Ride stock, which SMP was owned by Ride. So I got Ride options and all this, and it was going through the roof. Tim Pogue and that group up there. So I meet with Bob, and he goes, Ride, public company. And he just smiles. He goes, wait till you see what it's like to work for a public fucking company. And I'm like, what? I'm like, oh yeah, okay, whatever, Bob. Last few companies I worked for,
you didn't work for him.
No, I didn't work
You didn't
for Bob.
work for Bob.
I literally, people would say, oh, it's Quiksilver budget. I'm like, guys, you know that their CFO would call me and go, hey, Gothard, you got 25 grand? I need it for payroll. And I would cut them checks. I go, I was paying them.
Shut the
Yeah,
fuck door.
they would call me up and oh, you need money? Okay.
I think my checks
How-
came from corporate though.
Well, what they did is they sponsored X amount of people.
Yeah.
And I gave you wetsuits. My obligation was to give you the wetsuits. They would pay.
Marketing.
But the one problem I remember we had was Quiksilver, when they did License Around the World, they made a pact with their licensees that we will have 3 top people in the top 10, top 15. We will always have 3 top people. And when you made the top 15, you were the responsibility for your payments was Quiksilver International. Well, Boothie fell off that. He got, call it 16, whatever. It's 1 out of that. And Australia said, your problem. And we're like, bullshit. Boothie's one of the best surfers in the world tour. And Danny and I were livid. But they were right on paper.
Yeah.
And Boothie, when he got wind of it, he was so pissed.
Yeah.
The following year, he got 3rd. He wanted to show that he goes,
Fired him up.
it fired him up big time. And I'll tell you, Boothie, I would say the one thing about Boothie is he can surf a 2-foot wave the same as a 20-foot wave.
Yeah.
He has, when some guys, like wannabe tour guys would come to Newport Point and it would be 8 to 10 feet. It was so funny to watch these supposedly really good surfers look like a deer in the headlights till the wave gets about chest high, and then they go off.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, pal, you're
That'd
going to have
be
to
me.
learn how to surf. But it was interesting with that because Danny and I had to come up with the money to keep Boothie.
Yeah.
Because we knew it, and we just said, Boothie, you got to get back to that top 10. Yeah. But that was the hard facts of the business.
That was the way the marketing and budgets ran. Is it was free surf or photo guys working to make nearly the amount of money the tour guys were, but then that kind of slowly.
So
that changed.
Yeah.
How far on the ranking in the wetsuit world did you get Quiksilver? Because it
was okay. It wasn't really big.
You made a dent.
I mean, 1 and 2 were like
it was
miles ahead.
it was. You had Victory doing great stuff in Huntington. They were the greatest wetsuit if you wanted it to last less than 6 months. They just fell apart, but it was great. It was just great.
Yeah.
It's like a 4-ounce surfboard.
We're talking. Then it was still O'Neill had a stranglehold.
Yeah.
Rip Curl was
Body Glove was coming on. Yeah. They had that. Yeah, but still their Body Glove.
Yeah.
It was mostly Alita took care of the boogie boarders. So that way, that's why you were so familiar with Alita.
But
Mike Stewart.
But Victory did well, and it's kind of
just
a page out of
local,
Quick.
It was just local.
But
It was
out of
super local.
But out of Quiksilver's book of they were local manufacturing, and they had like custom suits, and you could get like Where down here in Southern California, that made sense. If you're selling
it-
color up
Other
north.
than that, there really wasn't anybody.
Yeah.
Peak wasn't. Peak came and went.
It was a flash in the pan.
It was a flash.
Yeah.
But the hardest thing for me was, Quiksilver wetsuits was just me.
Yeah.
I had an office manager and a warehouse guy. It was just the three of us. And obviously I had Howard and those guys in Australia backing me. But I go, I'm not Quiksilver. So whenever they would say, hey, we want to do this event, just give us money. I go, hey guys. Send it to Quiksilver, not me.
Yeah.
So when we would do the promo tours, the 110, 240, those kind of things. God, one of the biggest resentments I ever had was, or things I was bummed I missed out on, besides going to SC, was the fact that, remember when I went to the North Shore and I told Gotcha, I'm gone, I'm leaving?
Yeah.
I got all my trunks from Danny, and he goes, hey, when you get over there, there's a guy doing videos, McCoy, Hoyle McCoy or whatever. He goes, we're doing a video. I want you in it. We'll do a part with you. Just get a bunch of footage on the North Shore when you're over there.
Wow.
That was the performers, and I didn't do it. I didn't do it. It would have been so cool to be in the performers because it was Wes and Willie, and I would have been there. And I got that winter. I was there for a handful of days, and even Mike Latronic and those guys were like, "Hey, how do we get in the mag? You're always in the mag." And I'm like, I go, look, I can't get a wave out here. You guys are getting all the waves. I left and I got 2 center spreads, and he's like, "Are you kidding? I live
center
here."
spreads in Hawaii.
In Hawaii, I got at back
Wearing
door.
Gotcha.
No, I was wearing Quiksilver, but I didn't tell McCoy to video me, and I got some insane waves. And I should have pushed it, but I just
said,
didn't.
"Hey, I'm paddling out." They wanted you to say, like, "Hey, I want to."
Yeah, hey, I'm
going
new
to surf here.
But Danny should have called him. I didn't want to go, hey, I'm the new guy on the team. You got to shoot me. I'm not
You
going to
needed your manager Quack to
Yeah.
freaking tell him where to go and where to be.
Yeah, but
So you
that
kicked out of
that was such a bummer. It would have been so cool to have a spot in the performance.
Oh,
And there was God, what's his name? Not Greg Day. What was the other? Richard Cram.
Oh,
Cram
sure.
at back door. His power surfing.
Those
that
cars
was
at
that
the
was all
end?
those. We
Yeah.
were getting the best waves at back door. It was insane. But I love surfing with Cramming. He was such a good guy, or is such a good guy. But when we were touring, like the very first contest I did. I was pro. Remember that when I went to the Tupperware Center for that One Surf Expo. Well, they were having the Wave Wizard Surf Contest in Florida, and the guys at Pro Light are like, "Hey, John, you're here. Why don't you go do a pro event?"
wave pool.
No, it was at the beach.
Okay.
It was put on by
wave pool.
yeah, it's same
The other
thing.
wave
Same
pool.
size.
The other.
Put it this way: the name after the event was called the No Wave Wizard. So, but the funniest thing, so I go there and I go, I don't have a board. So I had Bob Roman, who was working. He was our rep, and he was a great shaper, great surfer. I said, Bob, make me a board. Made me a board overnight. So we go down to
Overnight.
Overnight, made me a board overnight, shaped it, glassed it, everything. So I had it for the next day. And we get there, and Lyndon, I would swear the waves were maybe mid to shin high.
Oh
And we're
my
on this
God.
little reef, and the way I remember it, Team O'Neill, we had one room that we were all staying in. Sean pulled up. He had some really nice car, somebody pulled up, got out of the car, looked at it, and said, "Take me to the airport." Sean goes, "No fucking way I'm surfing this thing." But,
Thompson?
Yeah, it was so funny. It was so bad. They hired a Hatteras boat to drive by and make a wave.
Oh.
So I'll never forget. I had a heat with Greg Mungle and Dave Parmenter, John Parmenter. Those guys were on it, and we're literally probably surfing where your sink is, like 10 feet away. They're coaching and yelling at us. And I've got a wave where maybe I went a foot and tried to hit the lip, my fins hit, and I stopped. It was just so horrid. It was ridiculous. But I got a wave, and Mungle didn't. So I paddled right next to Mungle, and I just boxed him. And I would not let him get a wave. And he was a big fighter. He was a pit bull. So I'm sitting and Parmer's just yelling, almost spitting at me, going, "Get away from him! Get away from him!" So they're doing, so I took him out. I took him out of the heat. The next morning I go to breakfast. There's not a table in the place. There's one seat next to Mungle. And I look, and he gives me this stare, and he just starts laughing. And he goes, "I know." He goes, "I would have done the same thing to you." But the funny thing about that was, not a month and a half, 2 months later, the Caton comes. I get a heat with Mungle. He goes, "Oh my God." He goes, "I'm going to hurt you." He was so adamant about blowing me out of the water. He beat MR in the heat. We had MR, him, and myself. Obviously, who didn't make it through.
It was wintertime too, right?
With his trunks. He wears his trunks and he has pneumonia all through February and March. So, but it was so funny. He just goes, John, you fired me up so much in Florida. I just wanted to heal you. And it was so funny. And MR, even MR in the heat goes, wow, what's with Greg? It was so funny.
Feisty.
But that no wave was it. Tom Carroll ended up winning. And it was funny because literally a day later we're at 54th Street and he's surfing in this just gutless kind of south swell wave and he's just trying to get going and he's just won the event. And I always tell Kirk this story. He was one of my surfers in high school, Kirk Blackman. He does display sales and stuff.
Oh,
but he's a good little. Yeah. So Kirk's coming on the right. Well, the left is kind of with it, so you can't really get speed, but the right's against the grain. Kirk's coming down the line. Tom's struggling like where you are. He comes up and just fans Tom and just keeps going. And Tom like goes, wow, and like almost falls off. And I'm like, Kirk, do you know who you just fanned? It's so funny. And Tom goes, God, that guy's fucking good. It was so funny.
That's what I do in London when we surf.
I just surfed with Blackman a couple weeks ago.
Did you? He's a good kid. Really good kid.
Really good kid.
It's so. I just look back at my high school kids, like my surf team, Pat Artukovic. He was a young little Grom. The best, the fun one to look back is Wooly. Wooly, I remember when he was 15, his mom drove him to 54th Street. His first car was a little black Toyota Tercel. He was the first guy with a quiver in his board. He was just like, Mister, I'm going to go on the tour. Then he got a truck with a chrome bumper that I hit, and he just never let me forget it. And then he snapped his neck at Natividad. I don't know, a lot of people know. You know that story? He snapped his neck.
I remember seeing a picture of him in the headgear.
I wish I could find it because I put it on an O'Neill sticker. I was the O'Neill rep at the time, and he was on the national team. And he was surfing Natividad, that open doors, that right, and backside for him. He got drilled into the sand, and he's kind of like, wow, that hurt. Crawled up on the beach. That really hurt. They sauced him up because of the pain. They flew him the next day to Ensenada, put him in the back of a truck, drove back across the border, and you know how bouncy it all is. Goes into Scripps. The doctor goes, his neck is broken in 9 places.
Wow.
And they're like, what? They go, any one of those bumps could have killed him. Then when they go deeper and really realize it's broken in 13 places. Wow. It might have been 6 to 9. I thought it was 9 to 13, but it was multiple places. And so Wooly had that that halo and stuff. But it's so funny to look back at, him as just that captain of the team. His first cat, he had one of my cat had kittens. He got one of the cats. And it's just so funny to watch these kids grow up and be who they are.
You coached the CDM surf team.
Yeah. We were. It was funny because all the kids had BMWs.
What part of your life was that?
It was when the stubbies were going on. So I was probably 22, 23 at the time.
Oh, shit. So
I was young. You were still in your prime.
I don't think I was married at the time. We were dating at the time,
But these guys knew it wasn't like, we got this old surf.
No, I was.
You were
I had
shit,
credibility. They could listen to me, but it was like herding cats, And like Willie still goes. He calls me coach because I was his coach, and I made the rule. I go, okay, listen, you little ass wipes. When we go surfing, I put up with your shit. Coach gets the wave. So if the point's breaking, I go, well, and I remember a big wave, everybody backs off for Willie. I go, Coach gets it. He's like, no, and I just dropped it. But it was.
You guys cleaned the lineup for me.
We were Little Coronel Del Mar, but we would take down Edison. We'd take down Huntington Beach. But
whoa.
Hey. We were, for a little team, we were good. And it was funny because back then the NSSA wanted to do this cultural thing, a cultural exchange in the Philippines and Japan. And so PT came to us and said, you guys, it would have been, we got second. And they said, it would have been better if you were first, then we'd have you go. But it was funny. PT and Ian came to the school to meet with all the kids and told them, okay, this trip is going to be, you're going to go to the Philippines for, 4 days, and then we're going to be in Japan for a week. And he's doing all this. And he goes, and it's going to cost, $850. 4 kids walked up and go, you want to check now? and PT's just like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
So then,
no fundraising. I'm just gonna
we'll just write you personally. And that right then he called us Gucci Beach because everybody had money.
Gucci
so
Beach.
to this day he still calls me Gooch for Gucci. Yeah. And So it was really funny, and we ended up going on the cultural exchange, and it was crazy for these kids to go in the Philippines, and we saw some insane surf, but they saw like a ox get slaughtered, and they lived in homes with no floor, and it was dirt. And they're like, hey guys, this isn't Corona del Mar, So it was a great learning experience, and we got some really fun waves, and we went to a Buddhist priest, and the Buddhist priest turned out to be like 24, and so the guys are like, I don't want to go to this thing. They're all bitching and moaning to me, and we get there, and the Buddhist priest walks out and brings out case after case of beers, and they're like, really? And the priest, he was so cool. He goes like, hey, when was that temple made? He goes, 1,200 years ago. So the kids were like, and so the Buddhist sees all the kids. He goes, I brought the beer because now we'll see the true child. And it was so funny. Cool that and everybody was getting sauced and having a good time. But it was just a great experience.
Yeah,
I think Wooly would probably say he enjoyed it. They were a little on edge at the beginning, but we got some fun surfing. And it was funny when we went to Kamakura and surfing, and we were at one place where when I stayed with Tom Curran, when we were there with Tom Curran in the surf, we stayed on the surf spot above this little restaurant. So we go in there, and all of a sudden there's all this commotion, and I'm like, boy, what's going on? He goes, on the wall. I look up, and there's a tile that I had signed when I was there when Curran won his event. They're like, your signature's on the wall. So they couldn't believe that. They were halfway around the world, and they saw my signature on the wall. It was really funny.
What a great experience for the kids,
It really was.
I mean, like you said, anytime you could get out of your bubble.
Yeah. What was an experience?
An experience like,
and we came
what life is
this
like.
Close to an international incident. The day we flew out of the Philippines, I think it was...
You don't want to mess
Corazon,
with the Philippines.
Aquino was ousted, and he tried to come back, and he was assassinated on the tarmac.
Oh my God!
It was Aquino or Marcos. I can't remember. One of the two. I think it was Aquino.
Dang.
He was killed on the tarmac. We left 4 hours before that happened. That was the morning. We left at 8.
Yeah,
that happened at like 11:30. That would have been scary. There was some weird tension and stuff between, but it was a cool thing. We had a good time.
So you went from Quiksilver to SMP, and SMP was...
Yeah, it was like a year and a half, and it was hard because they were owned by Ride, and Milo wanted to make a statement, so he was making fashion pieces and not what, it was just not really sellable, and it was a learning experience, but hey, you learn from it, and that's what I tell people. I go, you can have, like, I basically I had a boss, there was Milo and this other guy, Chris Staff. We call him the Staff infection. He was just a nightmare. And Staff came into my office and he said something to me, and I go, fuck you. I just went off on him. And he looks at me, shuts the door, he goes, John, you seem a little mad. And I'm just like, I've had it with you. He was just wrong. And I just hated working there. But I tell people, I go, I hated that job, but I'm glad I had it because I learned what I didn't want in a job and what not to be when I manage people. So I go, like everything, learn from the experience. You're going to have some bad experiences, but if you just block them out, you're going to repeat them.
Yeah.
Learn from them. So I wasn't real happy. I was stoked. I went to Arnette, and I was stoked because Tom Winchell, he was my rep at Quiksilver Wetsuits. Well, he was the Arnette rep. So he's like, Gothard, we need you in here.
And Arnette sunglasses were small.
Oh my God, it was small. It was funny. The day I interviewed at Arnette, it was a 2:00 interview. At 10:00, I interviewed at Oakley, and both of them I was going to go to work for. So when I did the Oakley interview, and they said, hey, it seemed good. Like, hey, professionally, it could be a good experience, but I go, God, it's not fun.
Oakley didn't fit.
No, it didn't feel right.
Who did you interview with? Do you remember?
I think it was Parnell. It was funny. So the first day I met with them, they thought, we want you to oversee our international business, oversee that, not domestic, but all global business. Link was in. He was traveling, so he wasn't there. I didn't meet with him. So Parnell and somebody else. But so when I first met him, they thought, you're kind of too like surfy. And I said, okay. And they said, but we want you to...
Did you say I ski too?
So when I met with them, when I met with them...
Yeah, Oakley...
The first time, they thought I was too casual. So they said, we want you to come back tomorrow and meet with Parnell. And I said, okay, I'll do that. So the next day, I came back and I was in a suit and tie. And I said, you guys, I grew up in Newport. I can do the coat and tie thing. I go, I just choose not to.
Yeah.
I go, But if that's what's required, I can step up.
What do you want me to do? Pull the strings.
So it was interesting how Farney was there and Ian's ex was there. She worked there. But after that I went and met with Arnie and Bruce Beach and Parsons and all those guys, and I'm like, God, this is what I like. So
and you had
the
Winchell.
funny thing.
And you had Winchell in that.
And I knew all of those guys. And there was, all the reps on the East Coast, they were all buddies of mine too. Yeah. But the funny thing was, I interviewed, I was interviewing with Link, and he said, it's my decision, goes through the other thing. So I was working with S&P at the time, and I was down in San Diego, and I was commuting. So he calls me up, and he goes, Gennard wants to meet you. And I'm like, what?
For Oakley.
For Oakley.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, what? He goes, yeah, Gennard wants to, I go, Link, I thought this was your decision. He goes, it is, but he wants to meet with you. And I said, okay, when? He goes, well, he was thinking, he goes, you could fly up on Friday, fly up to Seattle, he'll pick you up in a seaplane, fly you over to his island, you guys can meet all day, talk, spend the night if you want, or he'll take you back to the airport and you can fly down. And I go, okay, hey, but isn't he coming down here? And he said, yeah, he'll be down here the following week. I go, hey, perfect. I'm here. I come up on Wednesdays and work from the home. Why don't we set up a meeting next Wednesday, and I can meet with him at Oakley, and we can all talk. And he goes, okay, let me call him. And he calls me back next day, and he goes, God, and he's kind of humming and high. He's like, I'm sorry to say this, but you're out of the running for the position. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, Gennard.
Want to see how high you jump, and you didn't jump high enough.
He didn't like that you would not
fly up there.
You would not take the instruction to join him when he wanted you to come. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, Link. He starts applying. I go, Link, don't apologize.
Yeah.
I go, I'm just glad we had this conversation because I'm not a yes man, and I probably wouldn't be a good fit, and I'm glad we discovered this now. But the thing is, he sent me all the documents on their volume by country, by year. And
Thank you.
So when I went to Arnette, I'm like, hey guys, is this interesting?
You might want to throw another zero behind that.
So it was interesting though, because when I came to Arnette, I'm in here and Bruce walks me around the building and introduces me to 80 people, and I'm like, great, now I know their name. I don't know them. And literally before I could sit at my desk, GT comes walking and goes, Costco has pallets of Arnette. And I'm like, what? And I think Bruce turns to me and goes, welcome to the business. So we went down there, and there were pallets of Arnette, and they had done a deal. Yeah, what happened was they had done a deal to go to India, and we were part of Bosch & Lomb, and Bosch & Lomb being the big company, we said, hey, can you look in India, have your person, this is the address it's going to, can you confirm it, and we'll ship it. Otherwise, we're worried. They call and they say, you're good to go. We're like, okay. Trucks pick it up. A day later, they call it and they go, we made a mistake. That's a vacant lot. They're like, what? So it ended up being in Costco. So we had to weather all that. But that was my first exposure to Costco.
Costco's still doing that today.
So wait, you got hired on the spot then, or?
Yeah, they pretty much. Arnie.
You had him at
Bruce.
hello?
What happened was there was a changing, and Bruce got elevated from sales director, VP of sales marketing, which I took his role. He moved on to COO, Chief Operating Officer. So Dad Lark got moved out, and it was Arnie and then Bruce, and so I oversaw Big B doing marketing and then my sales team. So it was pretty funny. That was like my first experience with emailing. That was the first place we ever had email, and that was also the first place that we experienced e-commerce. Like we started with, I wish I could remember the company, and they were the first company to do e-commerce, and I literally said, every order I want to know where it's going. And that's where I discovered e-com business. Originally when it started, it was filling orders where they couldn't buy it at retail.
Yeah.
So if we had no accounts in Arizona, we were having sales in Arizona. Something dogs. It was called
Dog Funk.
Dog Funk.
That's awesome.
That's what it was. And so it was great. I told people, I go, don't be mad. We're making sales areas where we don't have reps. So it was pretty cool experience of seeing the e-commerce and doing the business and stuff like that.
E-com was such a weird new platform to where we all were scared of it, and we were all like skeptical of what it was going to be.
Yeah.
And honestly, some of the worst nightmares have come true.
Yeah, I have this conversation. I play golf almost every weekend with Dave Nash in San Diego, and God, he's just like, I think he's going to hit me. But it's like, hey Dave, I'm on your side. I work for, my whole job is wholesale.
Yeah.
E-com to me, it's an ugly inevitability. But the problem I see is, in my day when I was a rep, retailers were your bread and butter. You know, they were your strategic partner. They were such an asset to a company. I think when you fast forward 20 years, companies had developed such a robust e-commerce business that they almost look at the retailers as a liability. It's not a healthy relationship. And I think, and I think to compound it, to make it worse, everybody's public. So if they have an opportunity for revenue, they're going to take it.
Yeah,
they have to.
They have to take it.
And it's not. I would. All my buddies are the old retailers. I just saw Kim at High Tech.
Yeah.
Great guy. And
We
it's
had him on the show.
Oh,
And Nash.
he got me into pickleball when I was over there 2 weeks ago. I played pickleball for 3.5 hours. It was like I can't stop
Badminton?
playing. It's so much fun.
Pickleball.
Come on.
It's not badminton.
He's from Huntington. It's
Pretty close.
He still has an 8-track tape.
It's not tennis.
Do you have like
and
a-
it's and
Do you have an F-150 and a pitbull? Raised F-150.
Yeah.
Come on.
See all my tats, bro?
Yeah.
Barbed wire.
So I don't know where it's going to go, and it's frustrating. But hopefully, I mean, we need the retailers, and we need them to be strong. And the poor guys in the last year have just been gutted with closures and stuff. But I will say, like Josh Hansen, I see him a lot. He plays with us. He's like, hey, I had my best month. I did, I'm hearing
Silver
good
lining
news.
in
Yeah, I'm
pandemic.
hearing good news.
Yeah.
So I think it's turning around a lot quicker than it originally was expected.
Well,
which is
a lot
great
of the
thing.
retailers that we deal with in the action sports have weathered a lot of crazy storms and recessions and different aspects of the business. But you got to be able to take risk but take calculated risks.
Yeah.
And a lot of them were able to capitalize on hard goods or wetsuits or accessories or
wetsuits have been through the roof. Well, everybody's surfing.
Yeah.
They're not at the office.
Yeah.
So they're burning through their hard goods surfboard sales. I mean, I played golf with a guy from Titleist, and he goes, I had to pay retail for golf balls. He goes, we're out.
Yeah.
When I tried to get a longboard for a friend of mine at Josh at Hanson's, he goes, John, I don't have one.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to hear that, but I want to see that recovery quicker. And I've always said to people, I go, if you're losing a sale to online from your store, I don't have a problem with the online. I got a problem. There must be something wrong with your store.
At this point,
generally speaking.
Yeah.
But when people start discounting online,
Yeah.
and the retailer's like, "Hey, I'm $100. You're selling it for $80 on your website." Well, shame on us then.
Yeah.
But I just think it's not going in a good direction.
Well, it's not. It's a whole race to the bottom, and you got to be able to keep our industry and products at a premium.
Yeah,
of
course.
And if your brand can protect that with distribution and direct, then you're going to have a win. But the whole
Especially
discounting is really
especially
it got out of
now
hand.
because everything's not scarcity model, but because of what's going on, it feels like we're on scarcity model. So we should all kind of take that as a sign, or like, okay, well, we've gotten through a lot of inventory, right? We've captivated a new audience. How do we
Retain it.
sustain it and
Yeah.
retain it
Yeah.
and
Well, and
and,
there's-
and plan and forecast better?
Well, that's a problem with forecasting is we're buying overseas, and the lead times have
it's
now
ridiculous.
like doubled from
Yeah.
what they were. So
Well,
maybe we could.
With COVID, you've got nobody at customs, so customs is taking 3 times longer. For some reason, it's taking 2 weeks longer.
Longshoremen
from
are on
Asia.
strike and they want money
Yeah.
and,
So,
yeah.
and
It's a domino
when you have
effect
to
of-
buy so far in advance, you get narrower on your ability to react. And remember there before COVID, they were talking about fast fashion, how people were building stuff just in time and being flexible. We'll see what happens with that.
Yeah.
But
Hopefully that sparks some investment opportunities for production and
Domestically.
domestic.
Yeah.
Because like you said, with the way how fast everything moves, online in this fast fashion aspect of the business, if you can't capitalize on those trends that are the windows are narrowing in each year, it's like that trend or that look or that color or whatever, it's that window of opportunity is shortening.
Oh yeah.
So
I've had we'd have meetings and I'd be talking to our production people. I go, hey, everybody loves the such and such, and they're like, okay, well we'll put that in spring 22. I'm like,
6 months later.
no, we need that now. And they're like, well, now is spring 22.
Yeah.
And when you're so vulnerable when you're dealing with those lead times, and everybody's public. So, well, how's that going to affect the stock price?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't. How do you do a great marketing idea that occurs within the same quarter of the spend? And it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's
You
so
live earnings
hard.
to earnings, quarter to quarter.
Yeah.
I probably never want to work for a public company.
Hey, when I went to work at Sanuk, it was so funny because I worked for Spy. We took Spy public. It was a mess. We had like 12 months obsolescence inventory, and sunglasses aren't the easiest thing to get rid of. So I'm at Spy. I'm at Sanuk, and I worked for Paul and Dak. They had CNC clothing. They did Gotcha in the Day. They were doing Rusty at the time, and then they had Sanuk. And so I remember Dak. He was really into marketing, and he really wanted to do good things. And he's like, John, I want to make sure you've got every tool you need to do something. If there's an opportunity, I want you to have it. He goes, if you need more displays, I'll put in $1 million and I'll build more displays for you. I want to make sure you have every opportunity. And I'm like, God, that's great and stuff. And then he said something about, well, we'll do this, this, and this. And I go, well, Dak, we can't do that. And then again, me thinking from a public company. And Dak, he always walks around with a cigar. He never smokes it. He always just chews on it. He's gnawing on the cigar. He has a cigar. And he gets this shit-eating grin, ear-to-ear grin. And he looks at me. He goes, John, we're not a public company. We can do anything we fucking want to.
Oh, wow.
And just started laughing. And I'm like, God, he's right. And you have that. I mean, public companies, they will be obsessed with 2% chance of something going wrong and not 98% opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's just you can't have any surprises. I always tell people, when you're working for a public company, I go, it's like a golf shot to a green. I go, doing your quarterly number is the green. I go, you can't come short, you can't go left, you can't go right, you can't go long. I go, being a public company is the only place I've ever seen that if you do 30% over your goal, they want to know why you didn't see that coming. How did you not know that was going to happen? Are you not on top of your business?
Yeah.
And people are just like, oh, wait, you hit your goal on the 20th? Stop working. You just want to do your goal. And it's just, I don't know. And I don't think, I mean, everybody in the industry is public, and I don't think it's good for our industry.
No. And
So we'll see what happens.
it's not, it's not good.
I mean, there could be public
It could be
companies. That's
good,
fine, but there's no such thing as a we
Well,
kind of have a peak and valley.
Well, the two problems is it's usually your only opportunity versus doing what you're doing better is adding another category that you don't have experience, and you got to spend all these resources and you got to spend all this new money to get that to dominate that category, or you got to digress your collection or your assortment because something's not working, and then you get watered down and it's kind of bland. So it's like,
To me,
you got two aspects of
It's
you got to be conservative and stay there.
You've got money, and a lot of times you spend it because you have it when you shouldn't. But it's you've got to show return. And I think the key is you can be public. You just spend a lot on accounting because you have to summarize everything. But the key is having a discipline and looking beyond the weeds, looking beyond the trees. Always be looking out there and staying steady the course. You can't have any deviations.
Yeah.
And I think that's the problem. I think with the surf industry, there's too many distractions. We're very. I think we're not immature, but I mean we're kind of. I don't know. We're just a very reactionary industry, and I think that doesn't bode well with the public arena. But
again, it's fashion. It's trends. It's stuff.
Niche.
You're not putting out like
we're in a smaller niche than people kind of want to believe that we're in.
And when all of a sudden surf is cool and everybody wants to be a surfer, you get those huge sales. But you guys, there's no coming back. So you can't get off that.
That's the thing.
That's the hard.
The surges. You got to be able to rebound off the surges.
Gothard, right?
Got hard, firm.
You think about the times that the industry was its most healthy, right? Where it was on trend and the biggest thing everyone wanted, middle America wanted to wear it,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah. Those times are fleeting, right?
Yeah.
They don't last, they last for 2 to 5 years, maybe,
Yeah.
right?
Maybe.
They come, but they go.
But then they go. Yeah,
Yeah.
people are onto skate or they're onto hip hop,
And-
and there's all these other people go. Surfing's not the focus now.
Right.
Now we're over to here, and
And
you got to be able
that's
to you got to be
scary.
able to scale down.
That's the scary thing is where you said, the future, the smaller brands now that are coming up, they have to, listen to those and look back and learn from those pitfalls from like your Quiksilver, your Gotcha, your OP, because it all depends on what their strategy is and their philosophy and what they want to do with their business, right? Like if it was me starting my own brand and I want to keep it as a legacy, right?
Late night chalky.
Late night with Shocky. And you want to make as much money and have it around for prosperity for generations. You never want to get too big.
But it's hard to say
Say
no
no,
to those
yeah.
opportunities.
Honestly, yes, I agree
People,
with you.
you know, like you say, well, like this
You
one,
gotta
we're going to
stretch-
stay core, we're going to stay core, we're going to stay core. All of a sudden, Nordstrom puts a $4 million PO in front of you. Hey, well, it's kind of cool to sell Nordstrom.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, it's
But that's the thing.
it's the
It's hard.
Well, there's
Finishing what I was gonna say, it's like
finish already.
it's
Will you wake me up when you're done?
it sucks because the growth,
To make a short story way too long, go
the
ahead.
growth that happens, you have to facilitate, right, to it, because you want to keep it
Oh, yeah,
growing.
yeah.
And you hire, you buy more product, right, and you hire more people, which
But then when the sales aren't there, then you start selling to places you wouldn't.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
that's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I think, it's always been a passion, and that's what we live in. It's passion. We sell surf, and it's something we do. And like my competitor, like when I was doing O'Neill, I remember we'd have a vest, and Greg Wade would come over to me and goes, "You guys are doing your vest for $15. I'm going to go $12." I'm like, "Greg, it's not $15. Our vest is $18. They get a discount, but still, And I go, "Don't short yourself." So I mean, there's certain people you want to help, but it's like, I mean, Bob. I always say to people, I go, Bob is the godfather of the surf industry. If you really think about it, you show me one person that has anything that in the surf industry they touch, whether they surf or boogie board like you, they whatever they do, I go, you show me one person and I will tell you Bob McKnight made their life better.
Yeah.
Period. So when people start throwing stuff out, I go,
Yeah.
whoa, 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 whoa. What Bob took the bullets.
Yeah.
He went public first. Everybody berated him. Vulcan went public, it was fine.
Yeah.
Everybody, Bob was the leader, and Bob pioneered all this stuff. And being the pioneer is not an easy task
No.
to do. It's unprecedented. And it was funny at Surf Expo or at SEMA when Bob said, he got up there and he goes, "How many people run a $2 billion company?" And everybody rolls their eyes like, "Oh, what an arrogant prick." And he goes, "I haven't either. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing." And it was really funny that it's like, hey guys, but what was really cool is he said, "Hey, you know what? Bob, you at Billabong, you're not the competition. Hey," and he goes around the room like, "You're not the competition. You guys, we're the tribe. Unite the tribe. You know who's the problem? Abercrombie. They're having the Huntington Beach Surf Club. They're feeding off our blood, our heart and soul,
Yeah.
and for their gain. And they're vampires. Soon as it's bled out, they'll throw it to the curb and move on. But that's us.
Yeah.
You guys, we need to get together, and we need to and when we work in unison is when the surf industry is a strong. And I thought Bob was really good with that, and it's true. I mean, everything. Bob. I'll say Bob's affected my life in a great way.
Yeah, for sure.
He's done some great things.
Yeah, the industry I mean, now
But
hopefully
never
with-
tell them that. You got to pull all that out.
Yeah.
Last thing
Now-
I want to hear is Bob.
Well, just that, there's brands surfacing that are writer owned, or they're it's kind of coming back a little bit, and there's opportunity. But again, it's everybody's end game. Like you said, you get a big PO and you start making decisions, and then you go down that route, or do you want the brand to be around in 10 or 20 or 30 years? So it's all about the objective of the owners, and not getting yourself in a position where you make bad decisions.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done when
Yeah.
you got a bunch of other people's
You got
livelihood.
payroll to make.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's like you got to make a decision that's good for 5 years, not 6 months.
But that's the get rich quick mentality it's been around for a long, long
It
time.
happens all the time.
Yeah.
That's what entrepreneurs, the best entrepreneurs are the ones that get rich quick and create an amazing thing, and then sell it, and then create another thing.
Yeah.
So, Jeff,
I wish I was like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's been some people that have had numerous successes, and it's like, and it's funny how they start with one thing, and it turns into another, and it's funny over the years.
So from Arnette, you went to a
Spy.
rival.
Yeah, to Spy.
How was that?
It was interesting because at the time, Arnette had sold to Luxottica, and they were just, it was hard. What made it even worse was we had to work with Port Washington, New York, which was the U.S. headquarters for Luxottica, whereas I had to go to Italy and meet with Del Vecchio, and meetings with him are intense. You're at a table with 30 people, and I've heard stories that this guy fires people, and he's just a gnarly businessman, self-made billionaire, So everybody's resigned at Arnette, and I'm the chief guy, so I had to go to the meetings, and so I fly to Italy, and we're sitting in the meeting, and I'm sitting next to the guy head of Ray-Ban, and they're talking about the agenda, and I'm like, wait, I thought we're getting told what's going on. We're here to report. I'm like, he goes, don't worry, you don't report till tomorrow at 2, so you can go back and do your numbers and all this. So they start the meeting, and all of a sudden Del Vecchio goes, stop, and he looks like about a 4-foot Ben Franklin, like maybe 5 feet tall, but little glasses and stuff, wispy hair and stuff, sitting at the head of the table, and there's an interpreter there. So what's really hard in the meeting is if I speak up, she starts doing it in Italian, but if the Italian starts talking to me, she goes to English. So the whole time I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And so having that interpreter, so there's always 2 people talking in the room. So they start to talk about the agenda. All of a sudden, Del Vecchio says, stop. And he looks at me. And I'm like, what's going on? He goes, some people feel Luxottica is a good company. Everybody laughs, because they're brown-nosing them. He goes, but that's not good enough for Arnette. And he looks at me. Everybody kind of looks at me at that point like, oh, you're his victim this morning. So he goes through like 5 of these things. We have the largest manufacturing capabilities, but that's not good enough for Arnette. So he goes through all this stuff, and then he finally.
This is after they just acquired it?
This is about 6 months into it. We had a stay bonus. As soon as the stay bonus was up, Bruce Beach left. Kip left. Everybody left, and I was the head guy at that point, so I had to report to.
So he's talking about these guys leaving.
Well, no, he's talking about Arnette as general because he didn't understand the business. He acquired Ray-Ban, Killer Loop, us, Arnette, and he paid $650 million for us, and he's just like, he goes, he didn't like our glasses. He didn't think they're made well. They didn't look good. And he goes, but everybody I talk to says I should keep it. And we're like, sell us off, So in this meeting, he's kind of frustrated. So he's venting. So he's coming after me. And he goes, we have one of the largest abilities to fill orders and the highest rate that anybody in the industry, but that's not good enough for Arnette. What do you have to say for yourself? And at that point, the guys next to me are scooting their chairs away from me like, what, are you going to put plastic on the ground? Am I going to get toasted right here? And so I looked at him.
Wow.
It was gnarly. And I looked at him and I said, Mr. Del Vecchio. Nobody calls him Leo. Although I always want to go, what Leo wants, Leo gets. But I go, Mr. Del Vecchio. I said, I work in the action sports industry, and we do most of our business on the weekend. I said, as such, people sell their products, and they sell Arnette all through the weekend. On Monday, they place an order. And let's use the example, 20 units. So the store calls up, and they place an order for 20 units. Your team in Port Washington we'll ship 12 units because that's what's in stock. And I go, okay. Then the report comes out. There were 8 units not available. You find them in your warehouse. You ship them to Port Washington. The following week, 4 more units are shipped. Then the following, and with 4 more on back order, and another week later, you ship 2 more. Well, in your books, you've shipped 90%, and that's really good. But that's not the way my stores work. My stores work with, when they place an order, your fulfillment rate is what you fill the first time. And you're shipping at a rate of 60%, not 90%. And in my eyes, that's a failure. And he turns to the guy next to him and starts ripping him in Italian. And the girl's not saying anything, the interpreter. And he turns back to me and he goes, John, I would agree 100% with you. He goes, we will ship 90% on that first order. And I said, I'll be the happiest guy in this room when you can do that. But right now, you're not doing that.
Wow.
And so then the whole meeting goes on. Well, Del Vecchio's daughter ends up, working for the company. She's really into Arnette. She snowboards and stuff. And she was nice. And she said later, she goes, my dad loves you.
Wow.
I'm like, what? She goes, you remind him of him. I go, why? Because I'm a midget? And I'm losing my hair? Is that why? And she said, she laughed. She goes, no, because you have passion. You have everything in your head. You live the product. You live the company, and you are emotionally tied to it. And I said, "Fuck, that's our industry."
Yeah.
I go, "That's the way we."
Yeah,
operate.
you didn't scramble to some report and some
and
like.
so,
Let me look that up.
Like so it's so funny. Like we'd be at the Mito show, which is the big optical show. Like rock stars fly in for that, and all of a sudden there's all these police in our booth, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And she goes, we're about to make a big announcement. She goes, we're going to do a private room. My dad wants you there. I'm like, oh, your dad's not going to kill me, is he? And she's like, shut up. I always make jokes about him being in the mafia. And so we go into this room, and I guess we're standing there with all these people there, and Del Vecchio's got his arm around this woman. And I look and I go, Paola, you never told me you had a sister? And she goes, fuck you, John. That's my dad's wife. And I go, what? Like half at his age, is like younger than Paola.
Yeah.
And I go, Paola, your dad just went up another notch in my respect for him. She's just like, she hits me. But we end up signing like the Kelly Slater of like speed. I forget his name. He was like the Formula 1 500cc champion, and we just signed him for Oakley or something, for Ray-Ban.
Wow.
So he was like the man in Europe, but it's flat track. Who cares about that in the U.S.?
Yeah.
I go, you can, but they had all this press there, and he was just a rock star. But I'm like, he's a zero in the U.S.
First meeting, you just
yeah. But it was
stood your
gnarly.
ground and told them what was up.
Yeah, it was gnarly with that, and the guys were like, and it was funny too because people would be going, and it was interesting sitting there. These people, everybody in the room, are the best at what they do. They're paid huge money, and they number one production person, number one finance person, number one salesperson, marketing, all this. And these guys, you're sitting around the table, and each person is saying, "This is my challenges. I can't maximize my job because of this problem." And Del Vecchio, he'll turn to the interpreter, and his daughter goes, "My dad knows exactly what they said. He just wants time to think." And he'll turn around, and I had first hand of it. Like we were talking about, we had a thing called the Swinger. Remember the Swinger sunglass? We would do 65,000 units in a month. I mean, it was a great sunglass that we were selling, and we had a problem with the arm breaking off. It was just a hinge issue, but it always broke off on the left-hand side, not the right. And we thought it's crystallizing. When they set it off, it's going off too quick, and they're crystallizing. And we had about 90% on the left side, and like maybe 10% on the right side. We were going for months on end trying to figure out what it is. And so I told Del Vecchio, he's like, "What's your biggest challenge right now?" I said, "Well, it's a Swinger warranty." And he said, "What's the problem?" And I explained it to him, and he goes, "Oh, that's simple." I go, "What is it?" He goes, it's nothing. It's your hinge construction. It's a design flaw in the glass. Nothing's wrong with the product. It's 100% right. He said the problem is the stress. When people take off their glass, they take it off like this, and it adds stress here, and it's snapping. He goes, 90% of the people are right-handed, the other 10 are left-handed, and that's why the right-hand side is breaking. And he just like in 2 seconds had that. And I'm
He
like, wow.
knew.
And then we had this other sunglass that we did, and we talked about it was back sprayed, and he goes, we had like a 6-step process in making them, which was complicating production and taking too long. And when we told him the problem, he came up with a 4-step process. And it's just like unbelievable. That's why he's the billionaire.
Wow. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, all the experience, but just without even calling it out, just hearing. He's like, we know exactly.
And he does that with everybody. Finance people. He's like, oh well, if you move funds from this account to that, and I'm like, and but these guys are the best at what they do.
If you move it offshore and we don't pay taxes, and we move it back into my account later, I'm going to be more rich. I'm just kidding. Seriously though.
So from there to Sanuk.
Oh well, from there I because of that I left Arnette and I went to Spy, and Spy was really good because they had the scoop glasses. John Lee was there. I loved working with John Lee. You had it was a strong motocross influence, and so it was interesting. But a lot of my reps had left Arnette and gone to
Spy.
And one of my first awakenings was I went to hire one back, and he said, "I'm making more money at Spy." I'm like, "You're doing more volume there?" And he said, "Yeah." So I went to talk to him, and they were the reason they went after me was they said we are 75% goggles, 25% sunglasses.
Wow.
And I go, "Hey, at Arnette, we were 75% sunglasses. They go, we want you to get us in the sunglass business." And we had this glass called the MC after Jeremy McGrath. And I said, "This glass, it came in 4 colors." And I go, "Build as many of these as you can, and I will sell every single one of them." And I made it. We broadened it to like 10 colors or 12 colors, and we sold the shit out of it. It was such a good glass. I mean, Jeremy had a huge following, but it was just a really strong glass. But it was funny because Spy was owned by the Simo brothers. They were a majority owner. There's other investors and stuff, but it was Mark and Brian Simo, and I didn't know any of them, the No Fear guys, right?
Yeah.
So I'm in my office. They make my office.
Same guys that created No Fear.
No Fear, yeah. So I'm in my office, and I'm sitting there, and Brian walks in, and he's like, "Hey, John, welcome to the team. Really glad to have you. Heard a lot about you and all this." And I'm like, "Okay, great." And he leaves, and then Brian leaves, and then Mark walks in, and he's like, "Hey, John," and I'm like, "You were just here."
Are they twins?
They're twins.
Oh
I didn't
my
know
gosh.
that, and I'm like, "This guy's a fucking psycho." He goes, "Glad you're on board." I go, "You already said that. Welcome aboard. You already said that." I'm just like,
What?
"Oh my God, I'm worried." And then so 5 minutes later, this guy walks in with all these jumbled teeth, and he's got this big furry hair, and he's like, "I'm going to Home Depot. I'm getting you a lock for your door. Anything else you need?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good." And he leaves, and one of the marketing persons walks up and she goes, I'm like, "Hey, who is that Neanderthal that was just in my office?" She goes, "Who are you talking about?" I go, "The big guy with the terrible teeth and the big hair." And she starts laughing. She goes, "You mean Boris?" And I go, "Yeah, he's a Boris, all right." She goes, "You know who that is?" I go, "Boris." She goes, "That guy's paid $1 million to test drive BMWs." I'm like,
No way.
"What?" She goes, "You don't watch NASCAR, do you?" I go, "No." He goes, "He's like on the road courses, he's the #1 racer on the road course. Boris Said is his name." And he was like gnarly, I guess. I didn't know
But
him.
he works for Spy?
But he's just
He's
one
a
of the guys.
handyman?
No, he's just one of the guys hanging out like, "Hey, get what's done." But it was so funny to meet Boris that he makes millions, but he's just our,
He's going to run to Home Depot
I'm
and
going to
switch
Home
out your
Depot to
lock.
get you a lock for your door. And it's funny because then later, when I was thinking these Simo guys are nuts, or this one guy is nuts. So then they both walk in with Boris, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to go." I'm like, "Whoa."
Yeah.
And they're like, "What?" And I'm like, "Wait, there's 2 of you?" And they start laughing. And I'm like, "God, you guys scared me." But it was fun. It was fun with that because Spy, we went public. We built up the business quite a bit. I did get us more into the sunglass business. We had some great product and everything. But one of the funniest things was the Rump Ranger Tour, we called it.
What?
The Rump Ranger Tour. So what happened was, as we're running our business from Carlsbad, and you got to be on the pulse of the market. And so what happened was, Barry's the president, I'm VP of sales, and we had a guy VP of marketing, Grant Gunther. And so the 3 of us would say, "Okay, let's go to the Seattle market. We need to look at the Seattle market or the Florida market." We would fly to a destination, and we would just go store to store to store to store. And we go, "Hey, you know what? This store, hey, Aaron Pite, I don't want to use Aaron as an example. TK, good example. TK's not paying his bill. So, you know what? Their display looks terrible. So, you know what? I go, we know we can't ship them, but the consumer that walks in sees our display and we look like crap. They don't know that he's on credit hold. All I know is we look like crap. So I said, we need to go on, we called it the Rump Ranger Tour because we said 3 guys walk into a store during a business day. They're 3 gay guys. It's got to be. So 3 gay guys, 3 guys in the middle, middle of the day, middle-aged guys, all traveling together, all look alike. So we called it the Rump Ranger Tour. So we would just go around and go into stores and kind of just assess it how we look at it. And we'd say, hey, this display holds 65 units. We walked in, it had 40 units. Of those 40 units, 25 were obsolete. We looked like crap. So then we go back to the rep and say, hey, either we get this right or we get out of the store. So it really, the great thing about that was we were going and seeing firsthand what's going on in the store level and what's the consumer saying and what's their impression of the brand, because they aren't aware of the constraints of the brand. They just know we look bad. And when we look bad in a store, then the brand loses. And we start, so it was a great way to really keep your finger on the pulse. And so from a marketing standpoint, he could say, well, we have the wrong POP, we're not doing this, hey, and they could see everything stores are doing right. And they're like, hey, you know what? I never thought this was a viable way to go to market, but God, this looks beautiful in here. Or, hey, these floor mats, what a great way to get the customer's attention and things like that. So it was really a great experience that we had doing all that.
Yeah. Well, getting out in the field and seeing what the lay of the land is
it's huge.
Honestly, that is 70% of a company's responsibility.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
for sure,
being out there and knowing, it sucks because, that example, let's say, where do you take that? Like, what do you do with that?
Yeah.
But it's either they pay, right?
Yeah.
Or you say,
we got to get the right stuff in.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, my cash flow is tight because I've got all this obsolescence. Okay, let's get a plan. Let's get them a markdown. Let's get them a GWP. Let's move that stuff out and let's replace it with all the good stuff. Yeah.
But
you just got to come to them with a solution.
But that's the importance of dialogue between design and marketing too, because they might be pushing like a new frame and a new thing, but that might only work in certain areas or demographics. It's like, hey, we can't push this to Florida when this isn't the Florida guy, so you got to...
Or, hey, this product design was designed for optical. Yeah. Why is it in a surf shop? That kind of thing.
And that's a lot of the reps, responsibility too, to know his, distribution customer too. But yeah, the more... support you get from the company.
The key is just walking in there as a customer.
Yeah.
And not knowing what the business is, just knowing this is what I'm saying. Yeah. And it's horrid. And why? Or, hey, this is great.
Yeah.
You know what? Hey, the store looks great. Hey, his sales are down. He's got all the right product. Shame on us. We're not doing our job right because he's got everything. But it's just it was interesting doing all that. So that was fun at Spy. And then
who initiated that? You or you're just the team?
I just think as a group,
if it's Rump Riders, then it has to be.
Three dudes dressed the same, coming in midday.
Well, it reminded me of my first night in prison. Ooh, Moon River. Yeah. So then.
You using the whole fist for that one?
Hey, this is interesting. So we go public and we've got our challenges and stuff. So Barry and we have lunch together all the time. We go to have lunch one day, and I'll never forget. This was Thursday. We go to lunch on Thursday. And we start talking, and he's like, hey, the board, sales aren't where we want them to be. The board thinks you need to make changes. And I said, yeah, I'll start the changes right now. We need to fire everybody in marketing. and he's like, well, that's not the conversation I was going at. He goes, your reps, you need to change your reps. I go, no, I don't. I said, if you look right now, our marketing department is completely alienated from the market. Our marketing department feels their job is to write an ad and pay an athlete. End of story. I said, why don't you do this? Why don't you call 10 accounts? I don't even care. You call 10 of the accounts of your choice. Ask them who the marketing guy is at VZ. They'll tell you his first name, last name, and where he lives. Ask them the guy at, Smith. They'll tell you the same. Now ask them about Spy. Oh, are those crickets you hear chirping? I go, they're completely alienated. They don't feel they have anything to do with it. I go, that's our problem. Our marketing is completely detached. And so he says, well, you may feel that way, but we feel that, and I said, you understand, they get a paycheck no matter what they do. My guys only get paid when they sell something because they're on commission. Who do you think's going to make the sale where they could?
Yeah.
And he says, well, they think you need to make a change. I go, okay, I'll make a change. It starts here. Change with me. I go, I'm not gonna fire anybody internally, and I'm not gonna fire anybody externally for doing exactly what I've asked them to do. And I think they're doing the job that I need and a job what I expect. So I said, if you feel the sales guy aren't doing it right, then it starts right here. I'm gone. And he goes, do you really feel that way? And I go, 100%. And he's like, okay. And he said, well, don't go back to the office. And I'm like, okay. So
Wow.
So I literally went into that lunch, just how's everything going, to walking out unemployed.
Wow.
And I said, but I will say, at that point, the guys at Sanuk were calling me. So I hadn't done anything, but I was not having fun. So it was funny. Barry went back to the office, called all the sales guys together, and I had about 25. I had inside sales guys, like 15, 18 of them, and then some managers. And he announced that John has
left the building.
Yeah, he's no longer with the company. And so I talked. All of a sudden, my phone's ringing off the hook, and my managers.
Did he do that before he told you?
No. He went back and assembled them all
After lunch.
After lunch, after I left, I went home.
But
I'm like,
did he let you go?
yeah, I said I'm done then.
Oh, okay.
And I said, I get my whatchamacallit, my
Severance.
I go, I get my severance. He goes, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm done. and so when he went back to the office and had the meeting, people were crying. Girls that my support staff, because it was a family. I had a rock star family.
Yeah.
So some girls were crying, and they're like, and then a couple of managers go, hey Barry, we're in the surf industry because of John, because we were a motocross brand.
Yeah.
And they're like, you understand, you just eliminated a strong tie. So Barry calls me and he's like, maybe that meeting didn't go well. Maybe we should think about this. And I'm like, no. I think pretty much the writing's on the wall.
Unless you have another zero hanging out.
Yeah, but I mean, like the next day, I talked to O'Neill. They wanted me to come to La Jolla back then. Toby, I met with Toby. I walked in. I met people that I'd worked with, and I go, hey, you want to see the first O'Neill ad? That's me. I go, you want to talk O'Neill? I was there from the beginning.
Yeah.
So I thought that would have worked really well. The problem is Toby felt threatened. Pat was laughing when I told him the story. He's like, "There's no way Toby would have let you come in that building. Right. He would have taken." I'm like, "Nah." So what was funny is the next day,
Welcome to the Late
I had something
Night with
going on
Chalky
and then I met with Dak and John Vance at Sanuk, and JK was like, "We got to have Gothard in there," and it really seemed like a fun thing. And I never sold sandals, so it was really, really fun. Yeah. I really enjoyed it. We grew like crazy, and
that was
really good team. Really good team.
The high point of Sanuk.
Yeah.
During that time,
I will say every company I left with have never done the sales when I was there.
Why would they? How could they?
Your timing's impeccable.
Well, no, like it was funny. I went back to Spy once and I was meeting with this guy, and he goes, "Hey, Gothard was here when they were doing 45 million." I'm like, and the guy's like, "No way." I'm like, "How much you guys doing?" He's like, "Oh, we're not going to do 20." Yeah. So I'm my whole thing is, what can I contribute? And if I can't, then I shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Jim Watson was the king of saying that. He's like, "Hey, I'm going to do my job, and when I've maxed out, I'm done. You don't need me anymore. Go on." And I think I felt good about all that stuff.
But you're only as good as your team, and you're good with people and getting a supporting cast.
My whole thing was, you talk to my reps. Yeah. My reps, I was always good to all of them. Even the guys I fired, Winchell took a little while to come back around, but most of the guys, they knew it. It's like, hey guys, I fired some of my best friends, Winchell being one of them. Yeah. Some of them it didn't go well, Tom, but other ones.
Which for Arnette?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was, but it was like, I mean, Tom, you're making so much money with these other brands. You're giving them all the attention. You're beyond this. You don't like working with them. I go, time to move on. He didn't want to. Yeah. So he didn't talk to me for a long time. I felt bad. His wife was a sweetheart, great. He's a great guy, but it's like, hey, great players get traded, great coaches get traded.
Yeah.
It's not personal. Get over it. But
I wish I would have had that line.
My
great players
get
traded. Coaches get traded.
But it's always refreshing to hear guys that started out as reps. Started out on that
you
side.
Walk the walk.
Yeah.
And
I'm blown away how many times I talk to people that in my position that haven't sold.
Yeah.
I go, I've worked behind the counter at retail. I've been a rep. And I've told guys that are new to me, I go, my job is to add zeros to your income and your check. I go, that's my job.
But it's not even the relationships with the shops. It's, talking with the owners or the other, VPs of interface and software and all the logistics and there's a lot of other moving parts besides just being able to like help the rep and product, like there's a lot going on behind the scenes that is beneficial to the business.
100%.
It's crazy. I've been a sales manager for a bunch of different brands, and it's not rocket science.
No.
It's really retail math. But the nuances of the psychology of the business, right? And the philosophy and the work ethic is really what makes us successful. It's knowing and understanding the logistics of every situation, right?
Yeah.
Like, you sold wetsuits, you manage a wetsuit brand, and then, you sold sunglasses, you sold
goggles,
shoes,
I sold sandals.
Yeah.
I'm selling bracelets now.
But the commonality of it all is that you sold to the same people.
Exactly.
And when somebody like you, works for a brand, your history precedes itself, right?
Exactly.
And they go, holy shit, John Gothard, I know that guy. He
rocked
rips.
this company.
He rips. He was in the magazines. He's super cool, and he's smart, and he's diligent, and he's
Have you met my promoter? Have you met my promoter here?
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, is my mom here at the table?
But what I'm saying is like,
Yeah.
you have earned a reputation which you have taken along the road because, let's face it, you're an asset to every brand that you work for.
And if I can't be that asset, I don't want to be there.
But not just that, like the people that work with you, under you, for you, they feel that. And they're like,
that happened to me at Arnette. I oversaw customer service, and I walked through the room, and this guy goes, "Wow, you're not going to believe this!" And they played the message, and this guy just went off on the customer service guy. He just dropping these F-bombs. You're so fucking stupid. You guys didn't do this. Everyone just going off, and I'm like, he's talking to you that way? He goes, yeah, he's just, Jersey guy, I go, call him up. And he goes, what? I go, get him on the phone. So he calls the guy up, and I go, hey, is this so-and-so? And he's like, yeah. I go, this is John at Arnette. You just left a message for, I think it was, God, who was it? It was this big guy, and call him Chris. You just left a message for Chris, and you know what? I got to tell you, you have no right to talk to him that way. I don't care what happened. I don't care how you were treated, but you have zero right to talk to my people that way. I go, and he goes, oh, I was just pissed off because Barbara. I go, no, don't try and justify it. I go, I'm telling you right now, your account is closed.
Yeah.
I'm giving you, this is my verbal approval for an RA for all your product. As of right now, you are no longer a dealer. Thanks. And hung up. And I go, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
And so the next day, the guy comes in my office. He goes, John, I'll work with you no matter where you go. And he goes, nobody stood up for me like that.
Yeah.
And I didn't think anything about it. You know, and it's like my whole philosophy in sales is you got to be passionate about it.
Yeah.
I go, when I hire somebody, it's like adopting them.
Yeah.
Family. We're connected to the hip.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is, I can teach somebody to sell. I can't teach them to care. If they've got the passion, they're good. Like Hennessy. Oh my God, Hennessy is a great example. He has passion, but he was kind of green and he was so funny that it was just like I love the way he really cared about the company. So I go, this guy saw it. He's going to be so successful because he cares. There's so many reps that just like, oh, give him this. It's like, hey, that you're tying up his capital. That guy's not going to be able to pay his electricity bill if you stick him with product. I said, your job is to sell him. Your job isn't done until the customer has the product and they're happy with it. Yeah. That's when your job is done.
Yeah.
But I go, I don't want you packing accounts. I tell my retailers, I go, if your rep is worried about your inventory, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I want them concerned about it.
Yeah.
So that's why, I mean, Hennessy was awesome at that. He was my LA rep, and then when Orange County came up, I tried to give it to him, and he's like, I just kind of, he was in his comfort zone in LA. I go, you're nuts. You live in Huntington. Be an Orange County rep. Yeah. And he waited, and then he eventually took the job, and he killed it because he cared,
Yeah, it's great when you have that combination where the sales manager and the sales rep, they're on the same wavelength, and
Well, and it's I learned at Arnette, it's the posse theory.
Yeah.
And that was the first company I ever worked at where the managers like Bruce Beach and would be traveling with the inside sales guys, and even like top athletes, big time athletes, they would go to dinner and want to hang because it was a posse, it was a family.
Yeah.
And they didn't care. It wasn't the money. I mean, like I look back, I remember when I was at Arnette and Tony Hawk walked into the office, and I'm like, God, this poor guy, he's in his 30s, and God, what's he gonna do? How long can you skate? He's like, well, I'm working on this little video game. I'm like, oh God, really? Good luck with that. Jesus, and he killed it. But it was interesting with Tony that it was like, we pay him. I think we paid him $250 a month. He was our
Wait,
our
250?
No, I take it back. It was $100 a month. We paid Tony $100 a month.
Tony Hawk
to ride for Arnette.
Wow.
He was one of our cheapest paid guys. It was
because he was making so much money.
He didn't care.
Yeah.
Well, this was before but they weren't there for the money,
Yeah.
And I think it was really good with the way the company operated with Greg. He'd say, hey, I'm not going to add another zero to your income, which is my job to the rep. But he would say, I'm going to give you, to like famous people, I'm going to give you a sunglass that is going to be make you, he had a way of saying it, that this sunglass is at a level of sophistication as you are in your field. Like, if you're a cool actor, this is the cool sunglass. It's equally as high. And so it's like, oh wow, I really want it. And he had people hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
It was amazing to watch. It was fun. But it's that family. When I hire reps, it's like, hey, I go, if you get put in jail, call me. I'll get you out. I go, we're family now. I go,
that'd be London.
What, the jail part?
Too many Chardonnays.
I'll come and get you. We're family. Call me. I'll take care of you. It's got to be that way.
Well, shoot, dude, we're coming on hour 4.
Jesus.
No, it's awesome.
If I didn't have my stutter, it'd only been an hour.
Oh my gosh. So from there, Sanuk.
Oh yeah, Sanuk was great.
A brief stint or not brief, 3 years at Freewater.
Yeah, we it was a guy, an ex Burton guy. He was a design guy, Martin Kim. Eli Marmar came from O'Neill. He designed a lot of wetsuits and stuff, and the two of them, they had it was a great idea, but I just think it never got off the ground.
Yeah.
And it was hard because really comfortable product. In fact, I just saw Kim in Hawaii, Kim Ball, and he was wearing sandals I gave him out of the show. I gave him shit. How long has it been since I've been there?
Yeah.
But they're just really comfortable stuff. But it was more than that, because all the retailers were saying, hey, hey, Sanuk, you were at Sanuk. It was owned by Deckers. Deckers was just selling everybody and anybody. They went the wrong way. They alienated the consumer going after a new one. So, hey, that's up for grabs. Hey, Reef, we're not happy with Reef. There was all this writing on the wall for a new brand to come out, but yet we'd say, okay, we're that brand. They say, yeah, but nobody's coming in and asking for it. I'm like, well, guys, I can't do everything.
You got to build it.
Yeah. I go, you got to take, in the old days, if I sold a competitor, you'd give me the wall, or if I didn't sell a competitor, you'd give me the wall because you had exclusive on it. And I go, this is that brand that's the exclusive.
Yep.
Take down the half of Reef.
That's kind of still pretty small as far as competitive set, right?
Yeah.
Because you have Reef. Yeah. Olakai is like the
Olakai
newest.
kills it.
Yeah.
Such good product.
And they carved out a premium niche that.
Yeah.
There isn't that many players.
But you know what I mean? Like,
no,
like
it's still Reef. Rainbow has a following.
Reef, yeah.
It's just an odd situation.
It's a weird one.
Yeah. So I mean, we tried and when I came in, it was like $500,000 a year, and then I got up to 2.5, and then we just stayed. We plateaued, and I go, hey guys, I got us in the places we can't go anywhere without marketing and new product. So I finally, at a certain way, cash was running out, and I just said, you can't afford me. You pull back and you just do it. And it was fine. I wish them the best. They're good guys. So that's that. And then I went to Rain. Fitzu replaced me at Sanuk after I left, and Fitzu had gone over to Rain. He's like GM, and he's like, I need you here. We really want to grow this. We want to take it to another level. And it was Oceanside. It was close by. So I said, okay. So I got in there, and after about 6 months, the directors wanted the board said, hey, e-com's going through the roof. We really want to go after e-com, and they were kind of saying, we're spending too much money on wholesale. And I go, well, I'm way too expensive for that. So we just had to part
ways.
And it was funny because right then, John Vance, he was the president of Sanuk, and we got along great. He's an old surfer, loves surfboards and stuff, and he had his house on the East Cape. We do the East Cape Escape. World's worst surfer. He was the world's worst surfer. It was classic. But it's so funny.
Sick, though.
Oh, sick house. I mean, I loved those trips down there. Were the best. And it was a great time to really get down with the accounts and talk to them and stuff like that. So John and I got along great, and he calls me up one day and he's like, hey, I got something for you. I'm like, really? Okay, what is it? He goes, don't laugh. And I go, okay, I won't laugh. What is it? And he goes, now promise me you're not going to laugh. I go, John, just tell me what the hell it is. And he goes, bracelets. And I go, fuck you.
Yeah.
I go, bracelets?
Jewelry?
I go, come on. I go,
No, bracelets.
What good am I to a bracelet company? He goes, no. These guys, he starts talking about Pura Vida. And I'm like, nah, I've heard of them, but I don't really know anything about the business. So the funny thing with it is I go, okay. So they have this guy, this consultant guy, and I go meet with them, and we start talking, and we got along great. He liked everything I said. He said, okay, well, I'm going to set you up with the owners, the two guys that founded it, Paul and Griff. And I said, okay. So,
And they're in their mid-20s, right?
They're my son's age. They're 32 now.
Okay.
And so the funny thing is, Paul says to Griff, hey, tomorrow morning we're going to meet with John Gothard to run the wholesale. And he goes, what's Johnny know about wholesale? He's not going to help us. And he goes, no, we're meeting with his dad. He's like,
Oh, your son was working?
no. They thought when they thought John Gothard, they're thinking him because they went to San Diego State with Johnny.
Oh, okay.
So they were thinking Johnny. So I sit down with them, and it's funny. They had this guy Alex working for him, and Alex is like he was leaving. So he's like, well, I know this, and I'm like, oh yeah, I went on a boat ride with him. I went to the Menawise with him, and so and so. And I was like, oh, I said, well, this is what I've done, and this is where I've worked, and I implemented this. I created the vending machine policy, and I implemented it at Spy. Transworld did an article on it. I started laying all this stuff out, and at the end, Alex goes, okay, he's got it. And so what was interesting when I met with the guys is I said, okay, what's your ratio of a wholesale to e-com? He goes, we're about 85-15. I go, wow, that's pretty good. Most companies are, their e-com's like 5%. They're lucky if it's 10. You guys at 15, that's pretty strong. And they go, we're 85% e-com, 15% wholesale. I'm like, what?
Wow.
I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And so they came out, at the time it was like 7 or 8 years earlier, and they came out just like we had free waters. Nobody's asking for the bracelets, so no, we're not going to carry them. So they were young. They knew the market for e-com, and they went aggressively after e-com. Well, Pura Vida pretty much wrote the book on e-com. We're one of Shopify's top accounts. You talk to anybody about e-com, within 15 minutes they'll bring up Pura Vida. And these guys slayed it, but they didn't know wholesale.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
I come in and I go, well, I'm grandfather time with wholesale. It's like, oh, Jesus. And
dirt? I know dirt.
Yeah, they're telling me, okay, well, this is the staff, and this one of the managers is the owner's sister, and I'm like, oh my God, I've got to deal with an owner's sister. She's going to be a nightmare and all this. Well, turns out she's great.
Yeah.
She's a pit bull. She can get orders where there's nothing, and she does not take no for an answer. And so when I got there was just structurally wrong stuff, and I'm like, wait, how? And so I had to you can't change things overnight, but you have to kind of do it in steps. And so eventually, like, one was East Coast and one was West Coast. And this person had two people, and this person had two people. And I said, okay, well, and if and no outside sales reps. And so if somebody called in an order, whoever answered the phone got the order. And what was better, say I was the East Coast manager and you guys were my guys doing the area. If the phone rang and you were Jax calling up to be a dealer of, you'd say, okay, and you get it going. You're talking Huntington Surf and Sport. Neither one knew the other was, and literally opening people that shared a wall. And I said, stop. We have to have one person controlling one territory, and that way it filters through the proper steps. And we're not opening people that are like, what's he doing with stuff? I got to do that step. It literally was happening all the time. So I changed the structure around, and it's been awesome. And I mean, they like for instance, they came to me and they said, hey, we're out of this bracelet. And I'm like, oh, you're kidding. They're like, hey, it's our top selling piece. We're out of it. I go, well, when's the next shipment coming in? Well, I don't know. I'm like, well, did you tell them we're low? I don't know. How long does it take to get replenishment? 120 days. I'm like, we're going to be out for 4 months. And it's our number one selling bracelet. They're like, yeah. I go, okay, we got to sell. So we started implementing, let's run a 4-month inventory, start just putting in the basic business principles to predict the business. And
Count fill.
We went from in 3 years, we went from $2.5 million to $30 million.
Wow.
But
so were you there pretty early on in the game?
I came in later, 7 years later, let's say. But we were only doing $2.5 million when I got there.
Wow.
So in wholesale, because the whole business was built on e-com. But where that really benefited me and my team especially was when we go to a trade show, with a new brand, you're trying to get people to buy. This was the only company I've ever been to where people walk up and we're like, hey, have you heard of it? They're like, I'm stopping. I'm sick and tired of getting asked for the product. Will you just open me? I mean, because of our business, e-com wise was so strong.
Yeah.
People were coming, and you see this a lot.
So
sock companies,
because customers were going in the stores that they would expect it to be in there
because we're doing so much business e-com wise.
Yeah.
That hey, there's a huge opportunity. So we were opening 600-800 accounts a year, and it was the only time I'd go to a show. And,
you got to get that list from you.
And you would say, yeah.
You selling bracelets now?
You'd be at a trade show, you guys, and the person would walk up and he goes, oh, hey. I go, hey, I'm John with, Take Off and Die Surf Shop. And the guy would say, oh, yeah, I opened your account. I shipped you. Did you get your order? And he goes, I got it last week. It's gone.
Wow.
They said, just dupe it again.
Yeah.
So it was just, the stuff was turning like crazy. So, now we're, with COVID, we had to step back. But because of our strength e-com wise, overall the company still grew. Because when e-com hit, everybody's trying to catch up to what we were doing when we wrote the book on it. So it's just amazing. And we expanded, we did bracelets with charms. We've got rings, we've got necklaces, we've got earrings. It's all that jewelry stuff, and it just adds up.
That's crazy.
And it's nuts because I was playing golf and with a guy in the industry. Dave Nash is there, and Dave Nash owns San Diego, and he's saying, you would not believe Gothard's business. It's through the roof and all this. And I go, you're in the business. I go, what do you think we do? What do you think we do? And he goes, well, from what Dave is saying, you guys are crushing it. Sounds like you're doing really well. I go, what do you think of revenue is? He goes, well, what are you, like 8 million? And I go, yeah, 8 million's about right on a bad month. I go,
month?
Yeah. I go, you understand we produce almost 2 million bracelets a month? Wow. I go, we are so much bigger than people think, and it was funny how
that is so crazy.
It's crazy, and I mean, we made a little wave ring. We do 2-3 million of those a year.
Oh my
God!
God!
And it's just
your brother,
my daughter.
Oh. Yeah, and that's another thing. It's like people will come up to the booth, like you guys would come up and go. The funniest was my first surf expo. Old Quiksilver rep goes, Gothard, you're selling bracelets, and starts laughing. End of the day, he walks by, he goes, you gotta fucking hire me. He goes, I can't, you guys are the busiest booth here. And I go, yeah, these guys are my reps are making a fortune. Yeah. And it's funny because somebody like you would walk in, I'd say, never heard of it. I go talk to your daughter. And they would roll their eyes. That's like asking a surfer if they've ever heard of Kelly Slater or something like that. Yeah. It's like O'Neill wetsuit. What, are they a wetsuit? Is it real? We are so popular in that high school and college crowd, and now I mean, like 8-year-olds love it because they want to look like the older sister.
Yeah.
So it's like nothing I've seen before, but the following is amazing, and we just come up with new colors, new charms. We're like right now
turn into a Pura Vida commercial here, man.
Yeah.
Well, how's this? So this year we're doing a collaboration with Disney. Disney came to us, and they want to do, Mickey and Minnie and that kind of stuff. I can't wait till we can do like mermaid and princesses and things like that with them. That's down the road. So this year we're doing it with Disney, we're doing it with Hello Kitty, and we're also doing it with Harry Potter.
Wow. Dang.
3 collabs this year. How's that? That's insane.
That's freaking nuts. I mean,
Yeah.
it's refreshing to hear like businesses, like as simple as a bracelet or a ring, still have a place, and there's still ways to capture market, on something.
And it's one of those things that I go, guys, these guys didn't get lucky. They went on a surf trip down in Costa Rica. Guys were literally on a park bench at the beach selling bracelets. They bought one and said, hey, let's buy 400 of these things, take it back and pay for our trip. And one of their mothers worked at a boutique, and she said, here, put them in a fishbowl, say $4, and put them on literally on a Thursday or Friday. And so he calls his mom on Monday and goes, did you sell any? She goes, they're all gone. So they literally, those 2 guys at the park bench are the guys that own and operate our factory. They have 600 employees. It's insane. And so we're still dealing with those guys, and they're like best friends with the 2 guys that originally went. And it's a great thing, but it's like, hey guys, we've all done that. They just saw a void in the market, and an opportunity went after it. And I think it's more, in this
We
day and
need an
age,
opportunity.
in this day and age with philanthropy and Tom's doing the give back.
Yeah.
These guys took that to a whole nother level. I mean, we had at one time 177 different charities where they had their own unique bracelet on our website, and when you bought it, we gave back to the charity. We've given like $2 or $3 million already to all these charities, and they took it to another level. They would take a bracelet and create the bracelet in a colorway not out yet, right? So when what was it last year, 2 years ago, the fires in Australia?
Oh yeah.
We pull the bracelet out. We have 2 million, over 2 million. We have probably 3 now. 3 million followers on our Instagram. So we come out with help support the fire disaster in Australia. Here's a bracelet.
Yeah.
Now, we have 3 million people who have never had it.
This episode on your Instagram.
Late night with Chalky bracelet.
Times got hard. I mean,
Firm. Did we ever say where the firm is from?
what?
Where I got the nickname Firm?
You did, but I forget.
I don't think. Did we talk about that with Sean? Sean calls me Firm because he can't say th like.
Oh,
he
that's
doesn't
right.
say Gothard.
right.
He
Get
says
hard.
got hard.
Got hard.
So I go, you can just call me Firm, and to this day he's called me Firm.
It's so good.
So
Love
with
it.
him.
So you're still working for Pura Vida.
Yeah,
Still killing it with
we're
them.
crushing it.
You getting some water time?
Yeah.
Ooh.
When's your last surf trip?
been a
Come
while.
on.
Well, this year,
Silences.
This year, since Christmas, I think I can count on Bethany Hamilton's left hand how many times I've surfed.
Oh my gosh, dude. Really?
Hey, you know what? I'm 60. I'm going to be 61 in a week. Come on.
You don't look a day
Look,
over
I'm
59
sponsored
and a
by
half.
the AARP.
Hey,
I'm hitting greens.
Lyndon's knocking on that door.
I'm hitting greens now. I'm not hitting lips, but I do. I've got.
You golf a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I golf every weekend with Nash and Josh Hansen and
awesome.
and Jimmy.
What about
Jimmy
some of your
Schultes.
memorable surf trips? You said
Oh my
Mentawais.
god! Oh my god! Yeah, it was really fun going to the Mentawais. I went there with Johnny when he graduated high school as a trip, and with Spy, and we took all our people there. That's a gnarly story about the knife. Did you guys ever hear that story?
No.
Every time I go to the Mentawais, I've been back like 2 times. They talk about the story. We were on a trip in the Mentawais, and it was my Spy team, Johnny, my son, and then Bovard.
Oh, the Bovard. Yeah, I've heard that story.
You were there for that?
I was holding the hand. I had the knife in my face.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
radical. It was radical. That was, and it was funny because we all swore nobody tells this story. Do not tell this story because the wives will never let us go again. And I think it was under wraps for maybe a year
long
or two
time.
until
Yeah.
Bovard was at a O'Neill party, and then he spilled the guts. And it's funny because somebody approached me. I think we were at a wedding, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, it was gnarly." And I start telling the whole story, and as soon as I'm done, my wife turns to me and she goes, "Is that the trip Johnny was on?" And I'm like, "Oh." But that was radical. I mean, that was Bovard. Never, ever, ever pissed Bovard off.
Yeah.
I've never seen hands so fast.
Yeah.
It's that guy, I would. If
He's an MMA fighter before MMA fighting.
If
Yeah.
I told him, I go, if he was in a bar and 5 guys picked on him, I'd feel bad for the 5 guys.
Yeah.
He's
fired up.
So you haven't been to a wave pool?
Not yet. I'm excited. I'm excited to do.
You haven't done Slaters or?
Not yet. I keep
ASR?
asking. I was talking to Kelly at Sorensen. He's got it like next
February,
week.
yeah.
Yeah, and then he said in July he's got another trip in July. Maybe I'll do
No
it.
way, really?
Yeah, that guy goes all the time.
I know.
Yeah.
He
took
The
us.
wave
took
looks
us.
fun.
He took
He took us in
me.
December.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, they
Come on the beach.
On the beach.
On the beach.
I
the
I'm
beach
always
surf shop.
talking to Wingnut about it, and he says I sit at Poacher's Point, and he's in the water, and he goes, Kelly said you can go on Friends and Family Day, and I'm like, okay, never happened. We had it and it was canceled. So
Yeah.
Kelly, hello.
Yeah.
It was just-
Remember
it was
that guy that got you
birthday
your first
yesterday.
win?
But,
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, come on. But he's I don't know. One day. But you know what's funny? You know the one in the desert in Palm Springs?
Yeah.
Originally that was Oasis.
Yeah.
The very first night that opened, my brother lived in the desert and he had a backhoe business and he was digging trenches, doing the lines and stuff. So he told me, he goes, well, my brother's a professional surfer. You want to have him come out and surf? And they're like, yeah. And I said, really? So I bolted out there. So we get in the water and there's some kook like lifeguards and stuff. And
Hey, don't say close
they're
to the
about to
wall.
set it up and we start surfing. Well, they have all the press there and there's this guy and his kid, he puts his kid in the water. His kid's like 8 or 9 years old, little towhead, and he comes out, the nicest kid in the world. And we start talking, and turns out it is, oh God, don't tell me, I'm gonna blank out on the name now. What's his name for the contest? Seal Beach kid.
Ryan Simmons?
Ryan Simmons.
No
It
way.
was Ryan.
No way.
That's how I met Ryan. We were at the opening night. Him and I surfed the wave pool the first time. He was like 9 years old.
Yeah.
I was probably 26 or 7.
He was already on like the national team. He was like such a frother growing.
God, he was the nicest kid.
Yeah.
And we just started talking, and I said, oh yeah, I love harbor surfboards and stuff like that. And then later I'd be in harbor for O'Neill or something.
Yeah.
He would be there, and we became friends. But that's how we met.
You golf
him
with
and
him?
No, he's good.
Yeah.
I saw him. He just had his irons on
Yeah.
for sale. I couldn't hit those. I'm trying to get down. I'm an 8 handicap now, so hopefully I'll get down to 6 or a 5. But he's probably like a 3.
Yeah, I don't know. He's good.
Yeah.
I don't do that stuff yet. When I'm retired one day.
Well, shoot.
When you're old and fat,
Dude, you look good.
oh come on.
I got kids
I'm
that
just
chase
short for
around.
I'm just short for my weight. That's all.
Well, dude,
Look
this
at
has been
this winter coat's turning into a spring roll.
this has been amazing. John got hard,
Firm.
got firm,
Firm.
Gothard.
Dude, incredible like history of a lot of stuff you brought up. Incredible like list of brands you've helped and
It's
worked
fun.
with along
It's
the
been
way.
fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Definitely, and it's like, even when I was at like Arnette, the guys are like, they called me Johnny Trade Show because as soon as we started talking trade shows, I just started getting animated because I love trade shows. To me, are your 20th high school reunion twice a year.
Yeah.
You get like all these guys that we grew up with. Now we're selling to their kids.
Yeah.
And
we talk about
it's
trade
so
shows
much fun. I love
a
it.
lot and
Yeah.
in the movies, like in the theaters when we were younger. But like those two things is when you bond with your community and like like your peers and your friends and your competitors and you name it.
Being a kid going to see 5 Summer Stories and I think back like that contest. That was one of the pinnacles of my career. The contest that Kern won in Japan.
Yeah.
In the trials, I had Larry Bertleman in my heat, and then
Wow.
growing up, he was my god. Like I loved. So he gets a wave, and he outpositions me. He gets a wave, and I'm like, ah. So then the next wave comes, and it's like head high. So I get it. And I'm coming down the line, and all of a sudden I look, and there's Larry paddling out, and the whole thing flashes. 5 Summer Stories. Every shot of Larry, he's the best. Airplane cut back, the rubber man, and I go, I got to do a Larry Bertleman airplane cutback in front of Larry Bertleman.
Yeah.
Poor guy. I think I almost ran him over. But I just go. I just
Close as you can.
exaggerated it. I think it was a twin fin. I think my fins went. His rail was between my fins, and I just sprayed, just arced it because I wanted to do it big.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget. I beat him in the heat, but to me it was just I got to do a Larry Bertleman cutback on Larry Bertleman, and it was
Dude.
just that was probably one of the coolest things in my
Wow.
career.
Dude,
You're old.
we've been fortunate of getting really interesting, cool, relevant people on the podcast.
So then I bet counterbalance by getting
No. This, I mean, because you kind of embody a lot of things that we are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You are authentic from the very start. You're a ripping surfer. You kind of ushered in a new way of surfing, as far as like, you know, you were part of the Echo Beach generation, you know, and you're part of that, making money from getting photos in the magazine.
Oh, yeah.
And you were at the birth of that industry, you know what I mean? Echo Beach, Quiksilver, Gotcha.
So much fun.
You rode for all of those brands, you know?
Yeah.
Like that's incredible. And you know, it was awesome to hear about the trajectory of your career, you know? And
having fun.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's kind of what we're doing in our life, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, sales it's never easy, even with a good brand. You know, you always run into challenges and stuff. You know, like there's just it's unknown territory with what's going to happen. You know, you could have a killer brand, you get a ripped ass phone message from some disgruntled like shop. You know, like you just got like the fact that you've.
But if you care.
But that's what I mean. Like
you just have to do the best, and that's what with my employees I always say.
Yeah.
Making a decision. Maybe you made just a horrible decision, but at the time, hey, it was an opportunity.
Yeah.
And you missed it.
Learn
don't do it again.
mistake. Yeah.
But it's like, hey, you know what? You gotta empower them to make decisions.
Yeah. But just taking care, be passionate about the brand you work for.
Passion.
Is super
it's all
important.
about passion, and that's what the surf industry really is.
And treating your employees and your reps or whoever you manage like with respect and giving them the tools and and ammo they need to succeed. Because at the end of the day, I'm here to make you more money. It's like that's the best sales manager line you could ask for.
And I've always said to the guys,
how can I help you?
I've walked in your shoes.
Yeah.
I'm never going to ask you to do anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah.
But I'm also well aware how you could shirk your responsibilities and skate, and I'm not going to let you get away with that.
Yeah.
I go. We're going to work well together.
I've done it myself.
Hey, just don't check my Instagram. I thought you were at the shop. What are you doing here?
All right, before we close it out, thank you to Ashland Hard Seltzer.
Oh, Ashland, I love the lime. I had a couple of these. They're tasty.
I had pineapple seltzer today.
No sugar, organic, gluten-free.
Thank you to James Chang Smoker at Chang Smoker on Instagram. Pot of Sushi.
Pot of Sushi right here in Huntington Beach. Your grab and go. Was
Yeah.
it? Oh, amazing. I love those rolls.
Grab and go at Newland Center.
Yeah.
Off of Beach in Adams. And Iconic Life.
Iconic Life has all your CBD products.
We're giving Got Firm, Got Hard Bonsai Bowl.
Yep, he's got a couple of these free bowls. He's going to go get an Asahi fresh, organic. What's the one you get with the peanut butter? What's that one called?
Maui Sunrise.
Maui Sunrise?
Yeah.
Oh,
Maui Bowl.
Maui is so good.
And he's got a beautiful hat that is made by Left Coast Novelties.
Left Coast Novelties hooking us up on our beer koozies and
Left
hats.
Coast, not the right coast.
And all of our
Mr. Gothard.
listeners. We love our listeners.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Studio 54.
Hey, and you know what? What do the three of us have in common?
Huntington Surf and Sport? Surfing?
We all surf for Huntington Surf and Sport.
You surf for Huntington Surf and Sport?
At one point in time.
Wow.
I can't say I'm part of that squad. I only work there.
No, well, we
He was
worked
good.
for House of Pies.
He was good enough to be on the team. Len and Rip.
Well, thank you.
But not like us, Johnny.
Thank you.
Not like us, Johnny. Us photo.
It's hard to go off the top that big when you're wearing water wings. But you know, it worked well with it.
Well, dude, this has been amazing. It's been 4 hours and
told you I
almost
talked
25
forever.
minutes.
Not even.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And God hard. Gothard.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
See you next time. Thanks for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed the show. Please give us a 5-star rating and spread the word.
Special thanks to our good friends, James Williams for our awesome artwork and Justin Reynolds for the amazing music.